Chapter 1076. Liu Bang. The man sitting in the chariot, clad in a black dragon robe, a sky-reaching crown, and a pair of footwear, was emanating a murky, pale black light, giving off an extremely dangerous and bizarre feeling, was none other than Liu Bang. But he was definitely not Liu Bang, at least not the Liu Bang that Wuxia was familiar with. The Liu Bang that Wuxia was familiar with was greedy and lustful, cunning and slippery, ruthless and cautious, giving off the impression that he was a little wolf cub struggling to survive in the midst of countless ferocious beasts. The Liu Bang in front of him, on the other hand, was a grown-up wolf, and not an ordinary wild wolf, but a demon wolf with a pair of wings on his back that could soar into the sky. A mysterious aura lingered around him, and his face was as calm as still water. His eyes occasionally flickered with a dangerous gleam. Liu Bang's cultivation base had reached the realm of Dao breaking, and he was probably at the first tier of the realm. Compared with the Liu Bang that Wuxia was familiar with, this one was like a divine dragon flying high in the sky, while the one Wuxia was familiar with was a pile of cow dung on the ground. The difference was too great. There was only one man standing behind Liu Bang. He was 12 feet tall, and his body was as hard as an iron ingot. His whole body was covered with dark muscles, and an inch-thick Taodai, heart-concealing armor covered his whole body. Only a big, dark, hairy face could be seen. Fan Kuai, the strongest fighter and most loyal bodyguard of Liu Bang, stared at Wuxia with wide eyes as he clenched the one-handed tiger-headed crescent halberd in his hand. Unlike the Fan Kuai that Wuxia knew on Panga Continent, who only had the cultivation base of a gold immortal at most, this one in front of him had the fleshly body and magic power of a Dao-breaking expert, a formidable figure who cultivated both fleshly body and magic power. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was completely unlike that of a human. It clearly carried a strong aura of heavenly ghosts and demons. Wuxia instinctively thought of the forbidden race's modification of the human body. The fact that Liu Bang could appear here with a member of the immortal divine nation, who was also a forbidden clan, meant that Fan Kuai's fleshly body must have been modified by the forbidden clan in various bizarre ways. It was only natural that he had the aura of heavenly ghosts and demons, and the speed at which heavenly ghosts and demons cultivated all kinds of evil divine abilities and magical arts was extremely fast, far surpassing that of orthodox Taoist and Buddhist cultivators. With Fan Kuai's aptitude, it was possible for him to have the cultivation base of Dao-breaking realm. On top of that, this fleshly body probably only retained Fan Kuai's image, who knew what was going on with his original face and the soul in the fleshly body. Just by looking into Fan Kuai's eyes, Wuxia felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. It was not an illusion, but a burning aura was really attacking Wuxia's face. Wuxia could not help but marvel at what kind of evil eye technique Fan Kuai had cultivated, as he could feel the same sensation even through the protective golden light of Vajramuni. Fan Kuai had provoked him in such a way, and Wuxia was not a good-tempered man. He fully activated his primordial Dharma eyes, and the primordial purple energy transformed into Xianbing energy and shot out. A cold gleam flashed across the void as Wuxia's eyes and Fan Kuai's eyes collided head-on. A loud sizzling noise rang out, and suddenly, a plume of white smoke rose from Fan Kuai's fiery red eyes, while countless tiny ice crystals grew in them and drifted down the corners of his eyes. Fan Kuai gave a muffled snort and staggered back a step. His body swayed for a moment, and he almost fell to the ground. Grinning coldly, Wuxia left Fan Kuai, cupped his fist at Liu Bang, and said, "So, it's your majesty, the king of Han. Aren't you receiving the abdication ceremony in Chang'an? Why do you have the time to come here? Don't tell me you don't care about the affairs of Great Wu at all?" The chariot stopped a full 100 miles away from Wuxia. Hundreds of thousands of people of the divine kingdom of immortality and 30,000 heavily armored soldiers surrounded Liu Bang. A pitch-black, oddly shaped, long streamer made from countless bones was hanging over Liu Bang's head, from which a dense, evil energy was bursting out. The faint, dark, evil energy merged with the divine sense power gathered by the surrounding immortal kingdom's people and transformed into a huge, translucent skull that shrouded Liu Bang. This skull, which was formed from evil energy and divine sense, was densely covered with millions of runes. These tadpole-shaped runes were swimming and intertwining, forming a huge, three-dimensional array formation. This skull looked strange, but its defensive power must be extremely strong. With just a glance at it, Wuxia knew that it was also a supreme artifact of primal, and it was the most sinister kind of supreme artifact of primal. Looking at Wuxia from 100 miles away, Liu Bang suddenly grinned and said, "Wuxia, tell me frankly why I'm here." "Can't you guess why I'm here?" "I might as well be frank with you. After spending so many years on Panga Continent, the only person I can't see through into you is you." Sighing and shaking his head, Liu Bang smiled and said, "What I've seen today has confirmed my hunch. Why would an ordinary person come to such a secret place? And it's really beyond my expectation that you could capture 6 great celestial emperors alive." Looking thoughtfully at Liu Bang, Wuxia nodded slowly. It seemed that the king of Han, Liu Bang, who had an extremely weak cultivation base on Panga Continent, was just one of Liu Bang's clones. Wuxia wondered how many clones Liu Bang had created. With his overall strength as a first-tier Dao-breaking expert, it was easy for him to create thousands of clones, but it was not so easy for each of them to achieve something. Even with Wuxia's current strength, he had only created 2 clones, Supremacy of Great E and Supremacy of Shoujua. Even if Liu Bang had divided his soul with the mystic art of the Forbidden Clans, he could not have too many clones, could he? So the question was, how many clones did Liu Bang have? 3 or 5? How strong were each of Liu Bang's clones? And each of them had the cultivation base of a Dao-breaking expert, like the one in front of him? And each of them had a supreme artifact of primal? How could such a thing happen? After all, he was only the least favored son of the South Emperor. How could he have so many resources? After pondering for a long time, Wuxia pointed at the huge body of the fiend god and said with a smile, "Did you build this immortal divine kingdom, Your Majesty?" Liu Bang nodded with a smile. Putting his hands under his sleeves, he said coolly, "I'm acquainted with Wu Xian, and I learned some secret history from him. It took me a long time to find this place before the 3 Eons successfully subdued these ancient clans and built the immortal divine kingdom." With a faint smile, Liu Bang bowed slightly and asked, "What do you think, King of East Sea? You've experienced the power of my people." After pondering for a moment and calculating with his fingers, Wuxia said bluntly, "If weaker Dao-fusing experts, such as the Huahuang clan, are attacked by them, their divine souls will be severely injured. Even 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Dao patriarchs will be severely injured if they succeed in their sneak attack." Liu Bang sighed in a relaxed manner, then nodded and said with a smile, "That's good. The 3 eons of tribulation have not been in vain." Narrowing his eyes, Liu Bang gazed at Wuxia for a while, then said in a deep voice, "I call myself the immortal divine emperor in this immortal divine kingdom. If the king of East Sea is willing to submit to me after I succeed in my great undertaking, I'll definitely reward you handsomely, King of East Sea." Staring blankly at Liu Bang, Wuxia smiled and asked, "What's your great undertaking, Your Majesty?" Liu Bang laughed heartily, nodded, and said, "There's nothing shameful about it. I'm just trying to do the same thing as those Dao fusing experts. To be honest, I've been coveting the supreme power of this Pangu world, and I want to truly transcend the mortal world and become a saint with the supreme fortune of the humankind." Giving a mysterious smile to Wuxia, Liu Bang narrowed his eyes and said, "It's the saint of the divine realm, not the saint of the Dao fusing experts of our Pangu world." Speaking of this, Liu Bang couldn't help but show a fanatical smile. Judging by his excited look, it was as if he had already seen an infinitely bright future right in front of his eyes, ready for him to pick. Wuxia shook his head. "The saint of the divine realm? Don't you know that the divine realm was completely destroyed by the world breakers as well? Even the most powerful ancient saints of the saints' world were reduced to nothingness along with the saints' world. However, there should be some other key to this. Since Liu Bang knew about the existence of the ancient sages, he must have known about the end of the ancient sages. What on earth did he and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs pursue to transcend the mortal world and become a saint? Perhaps it was necessary for him to pay a visit to the ancient sacred palace. Seeing Wuxia remain silent, Liu Bang calmly sat in the chariot without saying a word. Fan Kuai rubbed his eyes, and the ice crystals in his eyes finally disappeared. Angrily, he gripped the pair of tiger-headed crescent halberds and stared at Wuxia through clenched teeth, as if he would rush up and start a fight with Wuxia at the slightest disagreement. Wuxia paused for a long while Liu Bang could no longer hold back his temper. King of EC, you are a talent. I value talents the most. Submit to me, and with your cultivation and talent, you will be able to rule over a realm in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and human. Looking at Liu Bang in surprise, Wuxia shook his head, sighed, and said, "Only take over a world? I thought I could at least take over a world alone." Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Fan Kuai burst out laughing, his voice full of sarcasm and ridicule. Liu Bang glared at him, shook his head, and said with a smile, "I have many confidants around me, and I need to make arrangements for all of them. If I succeed, they will all be rewarded. As someone who has just submitted to me, the king of EC can take over a world and have the authority of one of the celestial emperors. What are you dissatisfied with?" What was there to be dissatisfied with? There were many who were dissatisfied with it. Of Wuxia's 2 incarnations, Lord Shouzhua was appointed by Daozu to be the Violet Pole Great Celestial Emperor, and Supremacy Dei was appointed by Buddha to be the Lord of Mount Gurdrakuta, ranking above countless Buddhist saints and only below the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. What Wuxia had now was much better than what Liu Bang had offered, so he would be out of his mind if he chose to forge a bell instead of a bell. Shaking his head gently, Wuxia was too lazy to talk nonsense with Liu Bang. He performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the 108,000 Kunwu sword in the void immediately shone with dazzling sword lights. As the sword lights poured down, the formation formed by the 3 million people of the divine kingdom of Immortal shook violently. Chapter 1077. As far as the eye could see, sword beams as thin as hairs were falling from the sky. Each of them was sharp, or as sticky as glue, and had a wisp of green-purple flame attached to them that could only be seen with the divine ability of the Dharma eyes. This was the power of the 108,000 laws of heavenly Tao in the fiend-slaying sword formation, which was strengthened by the kaleidoscopic star core. When the sword beams slashed on the barrier formed by the divine sense of the 3 million people of the divine kingdom of immortality, the translucent black spiritual ripples spread out in all directions. Each sword beam tore a crack hundreds of feet long on the thick barrier, and only faded away after penetrating tens of feet deep into the barrier. When the barrier was torn apart, the people of the divine kingdom of immortality let out shrill and long howls, and countless spiritual attacks shot toward Wuxia and his companions like raindrops. Wuxia snorted coldly. The reason he had wasted so much saliva on Liu Bang just now was to buy time to save Catfish and the others with a mystic art whose divine souls had been injured. Now that most of their divine souls had recovered, it was no longer a problem for them to cast ordinary magic and divine abilities. So, Wuxia immediately focused all his mind to control Vajramuni to unleash a bright divine light that enveloped the surroundings, and at the same time, he wielded the myriad ghost seal and struck the void. A black ripple visible to the naked eyes shot out of the seal, and amidst the shrill cries of thousands of ghosts, it smashed heavily on the spiritual barrier formed by the 3,000 people of the divine kingdom of immortality. Wherever the black ripple passed, the spiritual barrier shattered like a crystal struck by a heavy hammer. The 3,000 people of the divine kingdom of immortality stared in horror at the approaching black ripple. Before they could come up with any countermeasure, one ghost howl after another towered into the sky, and the heads of the 3,000 people exploded. Their souls shattered and scattered, and their bodies shriveled and withered, turning into dust that drifted in all directions. Ao, Buzan, and Lord Xianxia applauded and praised in unison. The myriad ghost seal had killed 3,000 people of the divine kingdom of immortality with just one strike like a hot knife through butter. It was no wonder that it was an extraordinary artifact crafted from the fleshly body of the strongest great oracle of the ancient human race. This 10,000 ghost seal was extremely lethal to all spirit bodies, and it was also extremely destructive to mental barriers formed by mental power. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Liu Bang was shocked and was about to shout when Wuxia raised his hand and struck out with the 10,000 ghost seal again. 9 black, square-shaped ripples swept across the void. Tens of thousands of people of the deathless divine kingdom were shattered by the 1,000 ghost seal and died on the spot. Liu Bang's expression finally changed. He shouted, "Wuxia, you're courting death." Muffled sounds of collisions rang out incessantly as the mental attacks unleashed by the people of the deathless divine kingdom slammed into the divine light transformed from Vajramuni. Like a huge golden bell, the divine light that protected Wuxia and others would sink into it from time to time, and the tremendous impact made Wuxia lose his balance. The Vajramuni was trembling violently, and Wuxia felt that his magic power was being consumed rapidly. Wuxia's cultivation base was very high, but his magic power was relatively weak. He was not as strong as those Tao-breaking experts of the Buddhist League and Tao League, who had cultivated for countless eons and had accumulated enough magic power. Now that his magic power had been consumed excessively, beads of cold sweat immediately broke out on Wuxia's forehead. There was no shortcut in fighting head-on. Every bit of magic power he consumed was a bit. Even if Wuxia could devour all the energy in the void and turn it into his own, he had to have enough energy in the outside world for him to devour. Now, they were surrounded by the vast void. The people of the deathless divine kingdom had formed a formation to trap Wuxia, and Wuxia's fiend slaying sword formation had trapped the people of the deathless divine kingdom. All the natural energy in the void had been drained by the formation. So how could Wuxia get any replenishment? In desperation, when 30% of his magic power was consumed, Wuxia suddenly snapped at the Vajramuni. If you don't want your cultivation base destroyed, if you still want to see the light of day again, if you still want to go back to the Buddhist League and be worshipped by millions of believers, you'd better do as I say. Inside the Vajramuni, countless streams of enraged divine sense collided for a while, and then a calm divine sense came through the Vajramuni and made contact with Wuxia. Overjoyed, Wuxia clenched the 10,000 ghost seal in his right hand and grabbed the Vajramuni with his left hand. Then, he clasped the surface of the Vajramuni with his fingers and made 5 small holes in the inverse Vajra rotary formation inside the Vajramuni, drawing out the mighty power of the formation according to the positions of the 5 elements. Then, the sound of chanting rang out, and a 10,000 miles tall Vajra statue of the Buddhist League appeared over Wuxia and his companions. The Vajra rotary formation, the strongest defensive formation in the world, composed of 6 revered ones, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, and countless bodhisattvas, arhats, vajras, and heavenly kings, appeared around Wuxia and his companions. The spiritual blasts unleashed by the 3 million people of the deathless divine kingdom smashed into the formation and shattered into countless sparks visible to the naked eye, scattering in all directions. The Vajra rotary formation was as sturdy as a mountain and as powerful as the Vajramuni. No matter how many attacks were thrown at it, it remained unshaken. Liu Bang was dumbfounded at the sight of the formation. The Vajra rotary formation was the strongest defensive formation in the Buddhist League. With the protection of this formation, Even if the 3 million people of the deathless divine kingdom could borrow the spiritual power of the countless big-headed people in the body of the fallen fiend celestial god and possess a spiritual power that was close to that of a Tao integration stage mighty figure, what could they do to Wuxia? After all, this formation was so sturdy that even the Buddha himself couldn't break it. With his brows tightly furrowed, Liu Bang gritted his teeth and said, "Wuxia, do you really want to go against me?" Wuxia said coldly, "Liu Bang, cut the crap. You've worked so hard to subdue these ancient people and build this so-called deathless divine kingdom. What you're plotting is no small matter. Today, I've discovered your secret in secret. Are you going to let me go? If you can't recruit me, you're going to kill me. Am I wrong?" Liu Bang snorted coldly and nodded slowly. Wuxia was right. They had broken into this place and discovered Liu Bang's secret. Therefore, he had to keep Wuxia and the others here no matter what. If he couldn't recruit them for his own use, he had to kill them. The Deathless Divine Kingdom and Liu Bang's identity as the Deathless Divine Emperor were very shameful. He didn't want his secret to be known by the world just like this. After a moment of silence, Liu Bang slowly raised his right hand and waved it forward. A series of sharp and unpleasant dragon roars came from near the head of the fallen fiend celestial god. Large swathes of black clouds and evil aura gushed out from the huge wound on the head of the fiend celestial god. At least 100,000 skeletons, each 1,000 feet long and covered in green, ghostly flames, drag heavily armored knights toward them. Like the tens of thousands of guard around Liu Bang, these 100,000 knights did not have the slightest aura or vitality. They did not even have the evil aura of zombies. 100,000 skeletons Chi-Chi opened their mouths and shot out 100,000 green ghostly flames, each as thick as a water tank, which tore through the void and bombarded the golden light transformed from the Vajra rotary formation. The golden light remained motionless, while the 100,000 ghostly flames exploded into green flames that drifted in the air. Then, the 100,000 knights swung their swords at the same time. The void in front of them collapsed with a loud rumble, turning into a crack visible to the naked eye and slamming into the Vajra rotary formation. Finally, Wuxia's body swayed. After all, he had only created a crude Vajra rotary formation with the sacred power of the Buddhist League in the Vajra Buddhist Temple. It looked extraordinary, but in fact its defensive power was only 30% of the original Vajra rotary formation. The joint attack of the 100,000 knights easily shattered the void, and its offensive power was at least equal to that of 30 peak-level Tao breaking great overarching golden immortals. The blow instantly shattered the 5 holes Wuxia had made on the Vajra Buddhist temple, and the Buddhist power reversed and backfired, almost knocking Wuxia's fingers off the temple. "You're really something, Liu Bang." Wuxia burst into laughter. His mind raced as he quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands and pointed a finger at the sky. The fiend slaying sword formation was operating at full power, and 6 huge stars with silvery gleams appeared in the void in the direction of the Southern Dipper star. The 6 huge stars produced a dull rumble, and then 6 huge sword beams, each 100 miles thick, came whistling down from the sky and slammed heavily onto the 100,000 bone dragon knights. Liu Bang's face fell with horror. "Wuxia, you ungrateful bastard! How dare you?" He cursed. When Liu Bang mingled in the mortal world, he often mingled in the streets. The filthy language he heard was endless, and it was truly a dazzling array of eye-catching words. When Liu Bang cursed Wuxia, Wuxia did not take it seriously, but Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia flew into a rage. It was just that Princess Zhonglu was born in the imperial family, so she was not good at swearing, and Xianxia had only learned to speak human language a few days ago. How could she be Liu Bang's opponent? Immediately, the 5-colored divine ray behind Princess Zhonglu rolled wildly, then merged into a mass of chaotic energy and condensed into dozens of fist-sized thunderbolts that shot forward. Xianxia, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes and suddenly let out a shrill shriek that almost ripped the eardrums of Wuxia, Buzin, and the others beside her. The 6 sword beams unleashed by Wuxia struck heavily on the bodies of the 100,000 bone dragon cavaliers, sending countless pale dragon bones and dark armor fragments flying in all directions. At least 30,000 bone dragon cavaliers were smashed to pieces. Although these bone dragon cavaliers looked rather strange, and the attacks they unleashed were incredibly powerful, their own defenses seemed to be extremely fragile. With just one strike, Wuxia had destroyed 30% of them. The chaotic thunderbolts condensed by Princess Zhang Lu came whistling over. Dozens of seemingly inconspicuous thunderbolts exploded, each of them wiping out the void within a radius of several miles. Over 20,000 bone dragon cavaliers were destroyed by the thunderbolts. Unlike Wuxia's sword beams, which still left some dragon bone fragments and armor fragments, Princess Zhang Li's thunderbolts turned everything into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. However, Yixiao's long cry was not aimed at those bone dragon cavaliers. Instead, it pierced straight into the ears of those people from the immortal divine kingdom through the thick spiritual energy shield. At least half of the 3 million people from the deathless divine kingdom were shaken. They howled out miserably as a faint 5-colored flame burst out from the center of their eyebrows, palms, and feet. The strange flame spread out quickly, burning them like human-shaped torches. From time to time, the sound of oil exploding could be heard from time to time. In just the time of 2 to 3 breaths, nearly 1,800,000 people from the immortal divine kingdom were burned into ashes. Xianxia gave a weird smile, but a stream of blood sprayed out from her mouth. How could the ancestor of the invisible sky devils from outer space be underestimated? By consuming half of her spiritual force, Xianxia launched a thunderous strike with a method of self-destruction. Indeed, she had severely wounded those people from the immortal divine kingdom under Liu Bang's command. Speaking of playing with souls and spirits, the invisible sky devils from outer space were the best in this field, and no one could ever be better than them. Liu Bang was so angry that he leaped up from the chariot, waving his arms and legs as if he was dancing. These were all his most precious treasures. These people from the immortal divine kingdom, these bone dragon cavaliers, were all gone. How could he replace them? Liu Bang's eyes turned red. Forgetting about the consequences, he sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the oddly shaped, dark, bone streamer floating above his head, then fiercely waved it towards Wuxia and the others. A cold gust of wind rose from the ground, and the golden light released from Vajramuni dimmed and shattered instantly. Chapter 1078. Wuxia was struck dumb. The Vajramuni, an important treasure of the Buddhist League and the core of the Vajra revolving formation, could not withstand a single strike from Liu Bang's strange flag. Not only did the Vajramuni's light dimmed, but Wuxia also felt an evil cold air coming from his palm, rushing straight into his internal organs through the Vajramuni. He felt a sharp pain in his palm, which was the frostbite on his skin. Wuxia's palms were pale and blue from the cold, and wisps of dark green mist that could be seen with naked eyes were rising from them. His bones and flesh had turned translucent, as if they had been frozen into ice cubes. Fortunately, the evil cold air had not exceeded the limit of Wuxia's divine power. He exercised the scroll of stealing quietly, melting the cold air bit by bit, and turning it into primal purple airflow that circulated through his body. The evil energy was extremely pure, and each wisp of it contained a very strong power. He had no idea what the origin of the flag was, and why it could unleash such an incredible attack. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia exercised the power of the Vajramuni. A strong Buddhist light rushed out from the flag, while the 6 revered ones, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, and even those bodhisattvas and arhats were chanting mantras at the same time, pushing the power of the Vajramuni to the maximum. The warm and masculine Buddhist light shone in all directions, and the cold air that rushed into Wuxia's body gradually dissipated, turning into Wuxia's own magic power. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Liu Bang coughed out 7 mouthfuls of blood and waved the flag 7 times. On the flag, which was about 1 mile wide and 13 miles long, countless fist-sized, grotesque skulls began to sway at the same time, letting out ferocious howls as their eyes fixed on Wuxia at the same time. Even through the thick Buddhist light, Wuxia still felt as if his 7 apertures were locked by countless invisible evil forces. Oomph! Xianxia snorted coldly. She pressed one hand on Wuxia's back, and a stream of 5-colored blood flowed out from her fingertip, quickly drawing countless runes and talismans on Wuxia's back. The strange runes and talismans glowed with an evil aura as they flew into Wuxia's body. The invisible forces that had locked Wuxia's 7 apertures suddenly disappeared, and Liu Bang unleashed a thunder fire from his palm and smashed it onto the flag. The flag shook violently, and the countless skulls on it howled in pain, while a great evil force enveloped the surroundings. Hundreds of thousands of citizens of the immortal divine kingdom let out miserable howls as green fireflies flew out of their 7 apertures into the long banners and were devoured by those skulls. Vomiting blood out of his mouth, Liu Bang cursed furiously. He stared at Wuxia in both shock and fear, wondering what kind of evil magic Wuxia had used to break his flag. It was indeed an evil magic. Xianxia was a fiend ancestor who held the highest position among all the invisible sky devils in outer domains. With a secret magic, the evil force that Liu Bang used to seal Wuxia's 7 apertures and suppress his divine soul was transferred to the bodies of those people of the divine kingdom of Immortal by Xianxia. How could the cultivation of those people be compared with Wuxia? If the entire flag struck Wuxia, perhaps Wuxia's divine soul would be severely wounded, but the souls of those hundreds of thousands of people of the divine kingdom of Immortal would be torn out of their bodies, and their lives would be devoured by the flag. Not only their souls flew out from their 7 apertures, but before long, the corpses of the people of the divine kingdom of Immortal flew up into the air as well, then were torn into pieces by the countless skulls on the flag and swallowed. Blood splashed everywhere on the flag, and minced meat poured down like a rainstorm. It was an extremely cruel scene. Princess Zhang Lu snorted coldly. The 5-colored divine light transformed into 5 beams of light and swept out, fiercely bumping on the spiritual energy shield that covered the bodies of those people of the divine kingdom of Immortal. She flicked her fingers, and within a blink of an eye, thousands of spell symbols darted out from her fingertips. Like the most brilliant clay sculptor, she squeezed the extremely strong spiritual energy that was rolled up by the 5-colored divine light into tins of water tank-sized, translucent thunderballs. Liu Bang's expression flickered. With a wave of the streamer over his head, a stream of evil energy poured down like a waterfall, sucking the dozens of thunderballs condensed from psychic power into the evil energy and sending them thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Along with a few barely audible popping noises, those thunderballs exploded. Liu Bang's body slightly quivered, and 2 streams of blood suddenly flowed down from his nose. After all, these people of the divine kingdom of Immortal had manipulated the spiritual energy of those big-headed people for their own use, and their control over all kinds of spiritual energy and souls had reached a perfect level. After all, these people of the divine kingdom of Immortal had manipulated the spiritual energy of those big-headed people for their own use, and their control over all kinds of spiritual energy and souls had reached a perfect level. Meanwhile, Princess Zhang Lu had inherited the spiritual energy of ghosts from the ancient Tao of divinity, and could be considered as a master in this field. Once they struck with their full strength, how could Liu Bang not suffer? Even though Liu Bang's oddly shaped flag was a supreme artifact of primal level, and the most powerful and effective one, it could not escape from the category of spiritual energy, soul, and spiritual energy. Therefore, it naturally fell into the control of Xianxia and Princess Zhang Lu. His attacks had failed several times, and instead, he had caused his men to suffer heavy losses. So angry that he wished he could fight Wuxia to the death, He threw his head back and let out a few long roars into the sky. The torrent of air that spewed out of his mouth sent 2 streams of blood shooting hundreds of feet into the air. Standing next to him, Fan Kuai's face turned cold and gloomy. The subject must die if his master is insulted. Do you dare to fight me to the death, Wuxia, you punk? Holding 2 tiger-headed crescent halberds, Fan Kuai transformed into a black whirlwind and sped toward Wuxia. Turning a blind eye to the dazzling golden light unleashed by the Vajramuni, he swung his halberds and hacked them down at Wuxia. Ao Buzin grinned hideously. With a sway of his body grew to 30 feet tall, and a series of cracking noises rang out from under his skin as countless black dragon scales the size of a palm emerged layer by layer. Throwing his head back and roaring, Ao Buzin, who had transformed into a dragon man, rushed out of the Vajramuni's protective circle and went head-on to meet Fan Kuai. With a sway of his body, Ao Buzin's left and right shoulders were hit by Fan Kuai's 2 tiger-headed crescent halberds. The dragon scales on his shoulders shattered, and the halberds went half a foot deep into his flesh. If it were an ordinary person, this injury would be enough to make him lose the ability to fight, but Ao Buzin was the Zhu Long of the Chaos world, one of the most ferocious fiends in the Chaos world. The severe pain in his shoulders made Ao Buzin's lower body suddenly stand up straight like a spear. Eyes gleaming with a violent killing intent, he leaped up and kicked Fan Kuai in the lower abdomen while laughing strangely. A cracking sound rang out as 5 sharp dragon claws, each about 3 feet long, shot out from Ao Buzin's toes and pierced Fan Kuai's body like 5 swords. Fan Kuai roared in pain. He tried to pull the halberds out of his body, but the muscles around the wound on Ao Buzin's shoulders were growing crazily, wrapping the halberds in Ao Buzin's purple-golden muscles. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pull them out. Fan Kuai roared furiously. He threw down the 2 tiger-headed crescent halberds and was about to reach out his hand to wrap around Ao Buzin's head. He had great confidence in his infinite divine power, and he was confident that he could break Ao Buzin's neck and kill him. But Ao Buzin was not fighting alone. The group of villains around Wuxia definitely did not know what a fair duel was. Before Fan Kuai could stretch out his arms, which were as strong as iron poles, a gust of wind came blowing over his head. In the next moment, a large iron hammer, gleaming with the dark yellow luster unique to an item of virtue and emanating a fierce pressure, smashed whistling through the air and smashed the top of his head. Rather than calling a hammer, it would be more accurate to call it a square-shaped mountain. It was a lump of metal that was nearly 1,000 cubic feet in size. The face of the hammer measured 80 feet in both length and width, and its head was 180 feet in height. Its body was cast with a pitch-black star alloy from outer domains, and its handle, which was nearly 1,000 feet long and as thick as the beam of a small house, was held tightly in the little Lolita's hand. The petite catfish flood dragon was spitting white saliva from her mouth, her eyes gleaming with the flames of greed as she waved the hammer like a windmill and smashed it 380 times on the top of Fan Kuai's head in just a flash. It was the largest and heaviest of all the items of virtue Wuxia had ever crafted. It was made of the heavy metal from the core of a star found in the chaotic world, which made it extremely heavy and strong. Coupled with Wuxia's amazing crafting skills, this big guy, which Catfish Flood Dragon named Black Dragon Hammer, was truly a ferocious killing weapon. Amidst Liu Bang's furious roar, the Black Dragon Hammer made Fan Kuai bleed from his 7 orifices, and the top of his head was smashed like tofu. Fan Kuai, who had reached out his hand to strangle Ao Buzin, howled in pain as he struggled to block Catfish's crazy attack. But he felt a sharp pain in both his hands and feet at the same time. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, and Gold Feather, who had transformed into their true forms of dragon pythons of fire and ice, shot out 4 streams of golden and silver light at the same time, piercing through Fan Kuai's hands and feet and destroying the most important meridians and joints in his arms and thighs. Liu Bang cursed like a street thug, going straight for the private parts of Wu Qi's 18 generations of ancestors. Enraged and ashamed, Liu Bang pulled out a small black dagger and stabbed it into his own heart. A purple and sticky beam of blood-red light darted out of Liu Bang's heart. 18 spirit, true blood, which was the most important thing for a cultivator and could only be condensed with a great deal of hard work, shot out from his heart. 18 drops of true blood shot out and fell into the forehead of the huge fallen fiend god in a flash. Fan Kuai's miserable howl kept ringing out. Lord Xianxia was not a fair and just man, but a demon king who ruled myriad immortals' planets, Long Yuan River in his bones. While Fan Kuai was badly beaten by the crowd, Lord Xianxia let out a strange laugh. The illusion-breaking halberd turned into countless beams of cold light and shot out from all over Fan Kuai's body, tearing through his well-tempered body with ease. In the face of the halberd, which could even pierce through the void, Fan Kuai's body was defenseless like tofu. Finally, he let out a despairing howl and cried out, "Your Majesty, save me! Save me!" With a gloomy face, Liu Bang pointed a finger at the long banner over his head. Immediately, more than 30% of the little skulls on the huge banner exploded at the same time, sending out countless wisps of black smoke and evil energy to condense into a huge palm that grabbed toward Fan Kuai. The crowd who were besieging Fan Kuai felt a chill run through their bodies, as if their blood was about to freeze. They hastily retreated to the protection of the strong golden light emanating from the Vajra Muni in Wu Qi's palm. Fan Kuai was grabbed back by Liu Bang, and Liu Bang roared furiously, "All of you will die here today. I don't care about the army of the undead. Let the army of the undead be buried with you. All of you die." A violent and chaotic divine sense emanated from the fiend god's body. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a 10,000 miles tall fiend god that looked exactly the same as the fallen fiend god, but much smaller in size, flew out of the fiend god's body. In a flash, it transformed into a black bolt of lightning and smashed toward Wu Qi and his companions. Liu Bang murmured to himself in a low voice, "Give it a try. This is the heavenly bull that I've spent so much effort to make." Chapter 1079. Wu Qi and the others stared blankly at the gigantic fiend god. He looked exactly the same as the fallen fiend god, and anyone could guess that he was somehow related to the fiend god. The aura emanating from his body was not inferior to any mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Tao integration pinnacle stage. In particular, his aura was so peculiar that the space enshrouded by his aura became as viscous as glue, and time abruptly slowed down by several times. This was clearly an extremely powerful innate ability. The fiend god only glanced at Wu Qi and the others from a distance. Wu Qi and the others who were Tao-breaking experts were fine, but Catfish, Lord Xianxia, and the others who were Tao reasoning experts were shocked. Chi-Chi's body swayed, and his soul was almost sucked out of his body by the fiend god's bizarre gaze. The heaven-refining cauldron shook, and a beam of green light flew out, sucking the 8,000 undead soldiers into it. The 6 huge stars in the sky, arranged according to the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, shook, and then 6 monstrous sword beams came whistling down, hacking right on the fiend god's head that was shaped like a longhorn bull. A blinding light burst out of the huge insect's head. The sword beams hacked down by the fiend slaying sword formation according to the 108,000 laws of heavenly Tao in the kaleidoscopic star core, and with the power of the infinite stars fell on the fiend god's head, but could not hurt him at all. Liu Bang could not help but burst into laughter when he saw that the fiend slaying sword formation did not hurt the fiend god at all. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Wonderful. This is the art of rebirth passed down by the chaos fiend god, combined with the mystic arts of the forbidden clans. It is indeed unpredictable and has the power to destroy the universe. Wu Qi, you little punk, you've hurt the army of the immortal divine kingdom today, and you'll all die here." Rolling his eyes, Liu Bang grinned at Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia and said, "You two are so beautiful. So why are you following a bastard like Wuxia? If I can unify the 3 realms in the future, I will appoint 9 empresses according to the position of the 9 palaces. I cannot count on the 2 empresses of the middle palace, but there is great hope for the other 8 empresses." While Liu Bang was bragging proudly, Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia spat at the same time. Xianxia made some gestures with her hands, sketching out a series of black, twisting runes that looked like earthworms. As Xiaxia's fingers continued to draw, streams of evil energy gradually spread out. Countless extremely thin, hair-like, 5-colored light patterns appeared around Xiaxia's body. Wuxia watched Xiaxia's every move with rapt attention. Xiaxia's divine abilities and mystic techniques all came from the chaos, and some of them were so profound that even Wuxia was far inferior to her. These 5-colored light patterns were so thin that they looked like they could be sprayed out at any time, but they gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. The huge celestial fiend slowly approached Wuxia and his companions. His body did not seem to be very agile, and his muscles had not even stretched out yet. His movements were extremely stiff, like an old zombie that had been lying in a coffin for years without seeing the light of day. His every move was very dull. Another 6 rays of sword light fell from the sky. Although they couldn't destroy his body, they greatly hindered his movements. He was already immobile to begin with, but now he was crawling like a snail toward Wuxia and his companions. Liu Bang frowned. Ignoring Wuxia and his companions, he just turned to Fan Kuai, who had just been rescued and was now applying ointment on his wounds with clenched teeth, and said, "They still haven't fully matured yet. It seems I'm still lacking. I can't let them leave this place alive today. Otherwise, if they tell the whole world what happened here, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble." The ointment used by Fan Kuai was green like paste, but it was very effective. As soon as he applied it on his wounds, the wounds inflicted by Ao, Buzin, and his companions began to heal and scab over in just a few breaths of time. He gently exercised his arms and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, they can't leave this place alive. I'll be very careful this time and won't let them besiege us again." Liu Bang nodded slowly. He turned to look at Wuxia and said with a frown, "How can they be so shameless? Their method of besieging us is even more despicable than me. TSK, there's actually such a wonderful man in the world. If he doesn't die today, he will be a good opponent for me." While the two of them were chatting happily, Xianxia waved her little hand, sending out countless tiny threads of 5-colored light that shot towards the approaching celestial fiend. The 5-colored light threads wrapped around the celestial fiend, ignoring the chilly wind and evil energy that howled and roared around his body, and more than 90% of them sank into the celestial fiend's head. Suddenly, Liu Bang's body trembled, and blood dripped from his 7 apertures. He stared at Xianxia with shock and anger, then snapped, "Little girl, what a vicious trick. You can actually attack the Longhorn Bull's soul through the Grand Mist Supreme Treasure, the Myriad Soul White Bone Bead? Bastard." Xiaxia's body swayed slightly, and 2 streams of 5-colored blood sprayed out from her straight nose. She shouted in a hoarse voice, "What a powerful celestial fiend. Not to mention the others. There's actually a pearl in his spiritual sea that's filled with evil energy protecting his soul." Xianxia tried her best, but she could only injure it. As for Liu Bang, he left a trace of his soul imprint in the celestial fiend's soul, and Xianxia only attacked it once, but failed to destroy it. Wuxia pressed his palm on the top of Xiaxia's head, injecting his own essence into Xiaxia's body. Today, Xianxia had used 2 powerful secret techniques in a row, and her essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. If it weren't for Wuxia replenishing her with his own essence, it would have been a great harm to her in the future, and also to the fetus in her womb. Not only was Xianxia pregnant, but so was Princess Zhonglu. Wuxia dared not to let them use too much strength, in case they hurt the babies in their wombs. Every single move made by Wuxia and the other powerful beings in Pangu World was in accordance with the great Tao of Pangu World, and the babies in the wombs of Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia couldn't be born simply by speeding up the time. These babies had to be born naturally in the time of the great Tao of Pangu world for a long time. This meant, even though Wuxia made the time around, Xianxia and Princess Zhang will go back to 1,000,000,000 years instantly with a secret magic. Only 3 to 5 days had passed in the outside world. Therefore, the babies in their wombs had only been growing for 3 to 5 days. The babies were still in their wombs, but Xianxia risked her own spirit blood to fight against the enemies. This made Wuxia sad and worried. Therefore, he could only try his best to compensate Xianxia with his own spirit blood. While sending his own essence power out, Wuxia looked at this enormous devil god worriedly. The divine kingdom of the deathless, Lu Bang. Everything in this place was evil, which made Wuxia feel uneasy. Wuxia reckoned that if he gave it his all, he had a 60% chance of destroying Lu Bang's soul. And if all Lu Bang had shown was just the trump card he had shown. But if Lu Bang was hiding something else, if Wuxia failed to kill Lu Bang with this strike, he would offend Lu Bang for no reason. Wuxia wasn't afraid of Lu Bang alone, but Lu Bang had so many followers. Ordinary soldiers and civilians in the East Sea all lived in the small world inside Wuxia's body. As long as Wuxia didn't die, they wouldn't be harmed. But Wuxia had brought so many ministers and warriors out of the East Sea, and so many immortals and spirit creatures who followed him. They couldn't just hide in the small world and never see the light of day, could they? But they were no match for Lu Bang. Before A.O. Buzin recovered all the strength he had in his previous life, he was no match for this devil. Wuxia had revealed his whereabouts today. If he really offended Lu Bang, when Lu Bang escaped and returned with his people to take revenge, how many people around Wuxia would be killed or injured? After hesitating for a moment, Wuxia patted the heaven refining cauldron on his head, and a clear light rolled the South Emperor out. Wuxia grabbed the South Emperor's neck, looked at Lu Bang, and shouted, "Lu Bang, the South Emperor is here. Let's forget about what happened today, and I'll return the South Emperor to you. What do you think?" The South Emperor looked in shock at Lu Bang, who was sitting in the chariot in the distance. He did look like Lu Bang, but his aura, his temperament, and his arrogant, domineering, and majestic aura were not the child he was familiar with. Especially his aura, which was the aura of an upper-grade Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He was only at the peak of Primordial Unity Golden Immortal. So how could Lu Bang have the cultivation of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? And what was that huge streamer over Lu Bang's head? Why did the evil Qi make the South Emperor tremble with fear? In particular, the demon god hovering in mid-air was approaching. He looked so similar to the fallen demon god in the distance. The aura he gave off made the South Emperor's muscles tense up. Even his spiritual soul trembled involuntarily, like a rabbit that had seen its natural enemy. Judging from the situation, the devil seemed to be controlled by Lu Bang as well. What was going on? Just as the South Emperor was puzzled, Lu Bang suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Shaking his head, he sighed and said, "Wuxia, are you out of your mind? Do you know the story of getting a share? He is just a father. Do I care about his life or death? It's up to you whether you want to chop this South Emperor or stew him. If you're willing, you can give me his skull. I can use it to make a wine vessel." The South Emperor's lips turned blue with anger. He stared at Lu Bang and snapped, "Unfilial son, how can you be so heartless?" Lu Bang twitched his lips and sneered. "Heartless? Unfilial son? Bah! Lao Tzu has been reincarnated countless times in the mortal world, and his father has changed countless times. It is your good fortune that he is willing to call you father. What else do you want?" Spitting a mouthful of saliva thousands of feet away, Lu Bang put on a hooligan posture, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted at the South Emperor, "South Emperor, Lao Tzu doesn't care about your life or death. Why don't you bite Lao Tzu's bird? Motherfucker, I only played with you, a palace maid, and you forced me to reincarnate in the mortal world to be a tool for you to control the mortal world. I didn't treat you as my father then." Tilting his lips and tilting his head, Lu Bang sneered. "After reincarnating so many times, I don't even know how many fathers Lao Tzu has had. Who the hell cares about you? Fan Kuai grinned. The South Emperor was so angry that his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. When Wuxia heard Liu Bang's wonderful speech, he heaved a long sigh and threw the South Emperor into the heaven refining cauldron. Then, the cauldron sucked all the people around it into the cauldron, while Wuxia himself transformed into a stream of light and sped away into the distance. In just a flash, Liu Bang could no longer find any trace of Wuxia in his sight and divine sense. Liu Bang, who was cursing with his sleeves rolled up, was stunned. He looked back at Fan Kuai in horror, but the latter also looked confused. God? A ghost? How can he appear and disappear so mysteriously? Subconsciously, Liu Bang touched his arm, which was covered with goosebumps. He was stunned by Wuqi's amazing escape technique. Chapter 1080. Liu Bang, Liu Bang. Wuxia returned to Panga continent while wringing his wrists and sighing in admiration along the way. Now that he was here, he was not afraid that Liu Bang would have the guts to catch up with him. The most important thing for him to do was to keep a secret. If he dared to show up on Panga continent with an artificially made fiend celestial, those Dao fusing experts who were constantly paying attention to all the movements on Panga continent with their divine sense would tear him apart. Princess Zhang Lu and the others had returned to the top secret place in the outer heavenly realm, where they continued to slaughter fiend celestials to accumulate virtues to refine the items of virtue. More than 10,000 items of virtue had been refined by now, and there was still a small number of the most powerful ones that had not received enough virtues. They would be completed in about half a year. The place was extremely well hidden, with the Wahuang clan covering their tracks, the various formations Wuxia had constructed, and the Mirror of Kunlun, an extraordinary artifact that could hide all the energy fluctuations. Wuxia was not worried that someone could find it. Princess Zhonglu and the others were absolutely safe. Riding on nine tails and flying aimlessly over Panga continent, Wuxia was like a headless fly, not knowing where to go. Going to Diyu? It did not make much sense. At this point, would Wuxia still go to Diyu and be a loyal subject? Even if he dared to say that, Ying Zheng and the others had to be willing to believe him. Ever since he came to Panga continent, Wuxia had behaved like a warlord who intended to set up a separatist regime. If he was willing to join Diyu, perhaps even Emperor Haozuan would not dare to use him. Now, his relationship with you could only be said to be that of friends, or that he had a good personal relationship with some people in Diyu. As for other places, the Ling dynasty and the Shizo dynasty had been destroyed, so he didn't have the chance to become a state preceptor even if he wanted to. His clones were stirring up trouble in both New Wu and Great Wu, so there was no need for him to intervene. As for the celestial court, Wuxia looked up at the sky. The 6 great celestial emperors of the celestial court were still imprisoned by him in the heaven refining cauldron. If he went to the celestial court now, forget it. People like him who joined the celestial court halfway wouldn't be put in an important position. Why bother coming? After thinking for a long time, he could not think of what he, the true self, should do. So he could only ride on the 9-tailed carapace in boredom, flying feebly over great rivers and mountains. While flying, Wuxia had sensed a few faintly discernible divine wills, which had almost fused with the true form of the heavenly Tao, sweeping across his body. Wuxia knew in his heart that those words were coming. Before long, he saw a spot of golden light in front of him, and a faint scent of sandalwood wafted toward him. Clad in a kasaya of 7 treasures, with a Buddhist crown made of various pearls on his head, and his wrists, neck, waist, and feet glittering with light, Supremacy, who was wearing dozens of rare Buddhist treasures, was flying toward him on a cloud like a nouveau riche. Dozens of miles away, Supremacy cried out in a booming voice as if he had never seen Wuxia before. "Are you Wuxia, fellow Taoist? Please stop your cloud steps." He slapped the 9-tailed carapace hard on its head, causing it to spit out a mouthful of saliva and slow to a stop. Its 9 tails waved rapidly in the air, creating countless ghostly shadows that locked onto supremacy. Wuxia sat lazily on the nine-tailed carapace, cupped his fist, and bowed to supremacy. Supremacy, supremacy? Huh, I've heard so much about you. You've been in the limelight these days. Supremacy ignored the covetous nine-tailed carapace and slowly flew to within 1,000 feet of Wuxia. He cupped his fist and bowed to Wuxia. Fellow Taoist Wuxia, it's my pleasure to meet you. Let's cut the crap and ask fellow Taoists to return the Vajramuni and my fellow Buddhist brothers. Wuxia looked at Supremacy with great astonishment, shook his head, and said, "Monk, are you crazy or stupid? Although you've become famous recently, Wuxia is not a nobody. Although the EC has been handed over to you, Wuxia still has millions of soldiers and countless good generals under his command. You're asking Wuxia to return the Vajramuni to you just like that? That's easy for you to say." Supremacy rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, waved his right palm, and pressed it down on Wuxia's heart. Supremacy, he used all his strength in this palm strike. A vigorous Buddhist light condensed into a lifelike golden lotus in the center of his palm. On the lotus's stamen sat a thumb-sized, white, and translucent Buddha Dharma idol. The tiny Dharma idol emitted a suffocating wave of Dharma power. Wuxia's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, sucking in all the air and clouds around him. It was not just the air and clouds. Even the light, space, time, and other objective existences were sucked into Wuxia's body. Even all the mountains that were over 10,000 feet tall vanished into thin air. They were all sucked into Wuxia's body. Everything was converted into the surging primordial violet aura. Wuxia looked at Supremacy's golden palm that was slowly coming down his chest, then slowly pushed his palm up to meet it. Wuxia's right palm turned translucent like it was carved out of crystal, and a faint purple aura could be vaguely seen on the edge of his palm. The center of his palm was dented, looking soft like a ball of cotton, devoid of any strength. Supremacy's palm was a golden lotus that protected a small Buddha figure. It was firm and strong, filled with the supreme power of the Buddhist sect. Wuxia's palm force, on the other hand, was fleeting and weak. A strand of purple aura gradually appeared in his palm, forming an extremely simple Taiji Pisces diagram. The yin-yang Pisces rotated slowly, bringing with it a mysterious rhythm that could not be explained to others. It floated gently toward Supremacy's Buddha palm. On the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, a few Buddhist ancestors praised in unison. Supremacy's palm strike had truly displayed the mighty, masculine power of the Buddhist sect to the fullest. In the primordial Tao Palace, the 9 Daozu exclaimed in unison. Wuxia did not come from proper Tao sect, but his palm strike had displayed the charm of Tao sect almost perfectly. Supremacy was firm and fierce, while Wuxia was soft and ethereal. One hard and one gentle, they displayed almost all the secrets of Tao sect and Buddhist sect below the Tao fusing realm in front of everyone. It looked simple as the two of them slapping each other's palms like street thugs, but it contained endless mysteries. Those below the Tao-breaking realm could not even see what was so mysterious about their attack. However, in the eyes of the mighty figures above the Tao-breaking realm of Tao sect and Buddhist sect, Wuxia's ethereal and gentle palm strike had already annihilated everything, turning everything into chaos. Within the chaos, there was the yin and yang of Taiji. This was the highest realm of Tao sect's mystic arts. Supremacy's palm strike, on the other hand, was clean and neat. It was firm and fierce, without the slightest hesitation. It was naked like a newborn baby, hot like the sun rising from the east. It simply cut through all obstacles with its supreme power, returning the universe to a blue sky and white clouds. Wuxia's palm strike returned everything to chaos, filled with a deathly stillness and reincarnation intent. Supremacy's palm strike contained infinite vitality with the power of destruction, opening up a brand new world within the deathly stillness. The entanglement of life and death the reincarnation of life and death, were two opposite extremes. Under the nervous gazes of countless mighty figures, the two's right palms collided lightly. The yin-yang twin fish of Taiji in Wuxia's palm disintegrated, and the Lotus Buddha statue in Supremacy's palm was annihilated. Two strange lights, one gold and one purple, shot out at the same time. After clashing for a while, they strangely fused into one. Wuxia's and Supremacy's palms suddenly separated, and a space of about 30 feet appeared between them. In the 30-foot round void, boundless splendor suddenly burst forth, and a beautiful world appeared between their palms. The world was undergoing an earth-shattering process of creation. Countless flowers, plants, and trees grew one after another, followed by the appearance of birds and beasts. Soon after, all kinds of human-like creatures were born naturally. Although the primordial immortals and Buddhas of the realm of Tao reasoning were still puzzled by such a marvelous scene, the intensity of the divine sense that was paying close attention to this side in the void had suddenly increased by thousands of times, and a few of them could not wait to spread toward the light ball. Wuxia and Supremacy had exerted all their strength, but their attacks were of completely different natures. In a 30-foot round void, a scene similar to the creation of heaven and earth by the great Saint Pangu was played out. In one breath, Wuxia sucked in everything within 1,000,000 miles, and then the tremendous power of the two collided with each other, creating a small world in the chaos. It was the first time, even for the Tao fusing experts, to see such a mysterious thing. If those Tao fusing experts were to go to the chaotic world, they would also be qualified to create their own world. But unlike the great Saint Pangu, who disintegrated his own body to create a world, they did not have the miraculous effect of constantly absorbing chaotic spiritual energy to strengthen themselves like the Pangu world. If they could not gradually strengthen themselves, then what was the difference between them and the interstitial world or the Buddhist kingdom in the palm of their hands? Therefore, although they understood some of the principles of the creation of heaven and earth, no one had really tried it. The full-force attack of Wuxia and Great Supremacy had perfectly played out the scene similar to the creation of the world by the great Saint Pangu. It was a small world about 30 feet in size, but it was filled with the essence of the heavenly Tao of an entire world. If they could obtain some benefits from it, it would be extremely beneficial even for those Tao fusing experts. However, just as the divine senses approached the 30-foot small world, Wuxia and Supremacy exchanged a glance. Then, with great tacit understanding, they clenched their palms and sucked. The 30-foot small world split into two and obediently entered their bodies. All the secrets were shared by them, and no one else could take advantage of it. A simple attack was so earth-shattering. Wuxia and Supremacy bowed to each other hypocritically, putting on a disgusting expression of heroes appreciating each other. Supremacy, he put his palms together and bowed to Wuxia. Fellow Taoist, this humble monk is ashamed. Wuxia also bowed to Supremacy, You flatter me, you flatter me. In the Buddhist sect, apart from the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, you are the most powerful. That may be the case, but a favor is a favor, and a business is a business. Do you understand, master? As he bowed with a smile, Wuxia took out the diamond muni and played with it in his palms smugly. Supremacy, he put his palms together and looked up at the sky, vaguely having the realization of a martyr. Wuxia smiled brightly. Holding the diamond muni with both hands, he almost drooled. How ruthless must this slash be? Look at Supremacy to Yi's size. Why is he a fat sheep? Chapter 1081. 9 divine wills hovered in the void, as hot as the sun, as they circled around Wuxia and Supremacy with undisguised curiosity. Even an idiot could tell that they were the divine wills of the 9 Daozu. They knew that Wuxia had the lives of 6 revered Buddhas, 36 ancient Buddhas, 36 Buddhas, countless bodhisattvas and arhats, and even attendant golden mist, one of the attendants of the seven Buddhas, who claimed to be the strongest divine ability of the Buddhist League. There was no doubt that supremacy had come to negotiate with Wuxia to redeem Wuxia. The reason why the nine Daozu had intentionally exposed their divine wills in front of everyone was that they wanted to tell the seven Buddhist patriarchs, "We know about your shameful deeds. We have seen them, and we are watching you Buddhist League lose face. If you seven bald donkeys have the guts, come and bite us." The divine wills of the seven Buddhist patriarchs had long since disappeared. No matter how thick-skinned they were, the fact that Supremacy and Wuxia were openly discussing a deal to redeem the sacred beings of the Buddhist League in broad daylight still made them feel a little embarrassed. Now that the nine Daozu had put on a posture of watching the show, the Buddhist patriarchs should have run as far away as they could. Were they going to stay here and lose face as much as they wanted? In addition to the divine wills of the nine Daozu, there were a dozen more divine wills lingering in the void. Clearly, the Wahuang clan, Great Horns, and the others were very curious about the sky-high price Wuxia could fetch, and they were even more curious about whether Supremacy, an elite of the Buddhist League who had suddenly emerged, was also as good at talking as he was at fighting. When Wuxia and Supremacy collided head-on, just now, they actually produced a strange scene that could only be seen during the creation of heaven and earth, which surprised the Wahuang clan and the 18 Dao fusing experts of the Holy Alliance. With such strength, it proved that Wuxia and Supremacy had stepped into the doorstep of the Dao integration realm. As long as they were willing, they could merge with the heavenly Dao at any time. Putting aside Wuxia, who owed the Wahuang clan many favors and had a good relationship with the Empress Hua Palace, the Venerable had a profound cultivation base and was also the spokesperson chosen by the Buddhist sect for this stage. If his eloquence was as good as his supernatural powers, then the Buddhist sect would have an extraordinary figure. On the contrary, if the Venerable's strength lay in his fists, and his tongue was not as flexible as his fists, then he was much less of a threat to others. A grand Venerable who only knew how to use his fists to hit others was nothing more than a powerful fighter. His existence was not worth considering. Wuxia and Venerable stood face to face under the watchful eyes of over 20 Dao integration realm cultivators. Nine Tails waved his long tail excitedly, spitting saliva at Venerable from time to time, putting on a ferocious expression that said, "I'm very interested in your flesh." The saliva of the Nine Tails was so abundant that in just a quarter of an hour, a small pool of water had been stirred up on the ground. Within 1,000 miles of the pool, not even a blade of grass grew. All living creatures were killed by the powerful poison contained in the saliva of the Nine Tails. A Buddhist chant suddenly sounded. The Venerable gestured with his fingers and said, "One world venerable, one primordial treasure, one ancient Buddha, two chaos spirit treasures, one Buddha, one chaos spirit treasure, and one Bodhisattva, one connate spirit treasure." How about those arhats, heavenly kings, adamantine, and the like as extras? At most, we can redeem them with immortal stones and spirit stones. The Buddhist sect is poor, so don't even think about taking advantage of us. Wuxia snorted coldly, then pointed his finger at Supremacy and scolded. "The Buddhist League is poor? How dare a bald donkey like you say something like that? Look at yourself. TSK, 18 primordial treasures. You alone have more than 10 times the net worth of me and everyone around me combined. Cut the crap. I'll pay you 10 times the original price. Do as you see fit. Those arhats, heavenly kings, and adamantine aren't worth much. Pay the bodhisattvas and Buddhas, and I won't take a single immortal stone from you for the rest." After a brief pause, Wuxia toyed with the Vajramuni and said with a smile, "And that attendant golden mist he said to be the most powerful in the Buddhist sect and the personal attendant of the Buddha. His value cannot be measured by his cultivation base. At the very least, he's worth as much as the two world venerables." The Venerable smacked his lips and rubbed his sleeves. With a wry smile, he said, "Your price is too ridiculous. Even if the Buddhist sect has some savings, it's still..." Zimei Daozu's airy voice came from the void. My little friend Wuxia, the Buddhist sect has a deep foundation. I've seen it with my own eyes. Back in the days when the Three Swallow Mountain, Purple Smoke Valley, and White Bone Abyss fought in the chaos space, hundreds of thousands of chaos fiend gods fell, and those 7 old bald thieves got no less than 100 primordial treasures. As for the other treasures, they have thousands of them. Don't be fooled by this little bald thief's lies. As soon as Zimei Daozu finished, Buddha Guarding Heart's exasperated voice came from the void. Zimei, you're so lazy. How can you do such a thing with your status? Do you still have the face to see the world? Zimei laughed lightly. How can I not have the face to see the world? I'm not like some misers who don't care about the life and death of their disciples, but care about worldly possessions. Alas, those primordial treasures are indeed powerful, but what use do they have if no one drives them? My fellow Taoists, you've cultivated for countless years, and the Buddhist sect pays more attention to the cultivation of one's mind. Can't you see through this? Wuxia clapped his hands and laughed. He cheered loudly, saying that Zimei Daozu's words were very reasonable. Wuxia played with the Vajram Muni in his hand excitedly and declared to the almighty beings who were watching him. Since Zimei Daozu had testified that the Buddhist sect was so rich, Wuxia, would not disappoint Zimei Daozu's righteous heart. He strongly demanded that Zimei raise the price, venerable mentioned, to 20 times. 20 times. Every revered one had to exchange 20 supreme treasures of primordial. Sitting in Empress Hua's palace, the Huahuang clan's eyebrows were raised, startled by Wuqi's exorbitant demand. The Huahuang clan had some savings. Being able to survive from the primordial chaotic world to the present, the Huahuang clan was quite wealthy. Although they were not as wealthy as the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, they still had about a dozen supreme treasures of primordial. But the price Wuxia had offered, all the Huahuang clan's wealth was not enough to exchange for a revered one who had been captured alive by Wuxia. Wasn't this too much of a blow? As for Great Horns and his companions, although they knew Wuqi's background and were friends with Wuxia, when they heard Wuxia call out the price 20 times, they suddenly had the idea of robbing Wuxia. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs were so angry that their noses went crooked. It was supposed to be a perfectly good thing. With the Venerable's offer, the Buddhist League would put some pressure on Wuxia and let Wuxia go on the condition that he would let bygones be bygones. In that case, they might be able to get those captured disciples and disciples back at a very low price. But when Zimei Daozu intervened and Wuxia called out such a terrible price, even though the 7 Buddhist patriarchs were very wealthy, they felt a sharp pain in their hearts. 20 supreme treasures of primordial for one revered one. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs were really in the mood to let the 6th useless revered one die. Even if the Shizo dynasty collapsed, and Emperor Wugo and the other high-ranking members of the Shizo dynasty, and even a large number of Shizo dynasty armies were wiped out, it would only be a loss of some minor forces for the Buddhist League. It would not do any harm to the foundation of the Buddhist League. But the price Wuxia had called out was no different from carving out a piece of flesh from the heart of the Buddhist League. Any supreme treasure of primordial, if used properly, would be a tremendous force that could even dominate a battle. If they really agreed to Wuqi's request, it would be a real heartache. Before the 7 Buddhist patriarchs could say anything, Wuxia had already cried out, "Well, cut the crap." As the saying goes, good fortune is hard to part with. When the disciples of the Buddhist League were receiving alms from others, the door was wide open, but when it came to saving their own disciples, the door was tightly closed. After a while of ridicule, Wuxia burst out laughing and said, "Then, may I ask the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, what is the value of your disciples? How about, for the sake of the 7 Buddhas, 6 revered venerables who are loyal to Buddhism, 36 ancient Buddhas who are loyal to Buddhism, 36 Buddhas who are loyal to Buddhism, 36 Buddhas who are loyal to Buddhism, countless bodhisattvas, arhats, vajras, and heavenly kings who are loyal to Buddhism, and a servant of gold mist who is loyal to Buddhism. Give me a copper coin, and I'll return him to you. How about that? 1 copper coin. The 9 Daozu laughed in unison, their laughter spreading across the entire Panga continent. They thought Wuxia was too interesting. If Wuxia had not obstructed the Ling dynasty and was not a friend of the Dao League, they would have recruited Wuxia into the Dao League. How could he dare to offer such a price to the 7 Buddhist ancestors for a single copper coin? The Buddhist patriarchs were so angry that they could not say a word for a long time. 1 copper coin? Although Wuxia dared to make such a price, they were too ashamed to do so. Unless they no longer wanted to stay in Panga World, unless they never wanted to see these old acquaintances of Panga World again. After a quarter of an hour, Buddha guarding Will's voice rang out slowly. Daoi, according to Wuxia's request, give him the price. Fellow Taoist Wuxia, remember, from today on, you are the #1 enemy of the Buddhist League, and all the Buddhas in the world can kill you on sight. Wuxia did not say a word, just looking at Daoi with a smile. Slowly, Dai's supremacy fished out a bag made of white cloth from under his sleeve and threw it over to Wuxia. Just now, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of magic power coming from his sleeve. The bag was not in his sleeve, but had just been delivered to him by someone with a great magic power. He gave the bag a glance with his divine will, then nodded satisfyingly. The Buddhist League was indeed rich. All the primordial supreme treasures and chaos spirit treasures were handed to Wuxia according to the price he requested. However, Wuxia also knew that this price far exceeded the bottom line that Buddha guarding Will had given to Daoi. He had indeed become a great enemy of the Buddhist League. But who cared? Wuxia was not afraid of what the Buddhist patriarchs could do to him. In for a penny, in for a pound. In front of so many Dao integration stage cultivators, Wuxia threw the diamond muni to Daoi and shouted, Daozu, some of her disciples are also in Wuxia's hands. May I ask what price you are willing to pay for them? A green mist shot out from the top of his head. Apart from the South Dipper Emperor, the other 5 great celestial emperors spat out their eyes. The 9 Daozu cried out in shock, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 1082. Once again, Wuxia gained a complete victory. He had blocked the 7 Buddhist ancestors' way of retreat with his words, forcing them to redeem the many disciples Wuxia had captured alive with an unimaginable amount of money. But in the blink of an eye, the retribution was right in front of him. When Wuxia threw out 5 great celestial emperors, the 7 Buddhist ancestors gloated and helped Wuxia provoke the 9 Daozu with words. In the end, not only did Wuxia strip the 5-peak Dao reasoning realm great celestial emperors of their last immortal stone, each of them sold them to the 9 Daozu at a sky-high price that left Wuxia speechless. Each celestial emperor made the 9 Daozu pay 10 supreme treasures of primordial. Of course, these 50 supreme treasures of primordial were all evil treasures that Taoist immortals couldn't use, just like the treasures given by the 7 Buddhist ancestors. Among them, there were very few treasures that focused on attack and defense, but they had all kinds of strange effects. For example, there was a supreme treasure of primordial called the blood brew pot. It looked like an ordinary wine pot, but as long as the blood essence of various living beings was put into it and fermented for a period of time, it could brew a blood-colored wine. The longer the fermentation time, the stronger the wine would be. This blood-colored wine was rich and mellow, and each drop could increase a cultivator's magic power by 1,000 years. However, with every drop of this blood wine, one's evil energy would grow by a fraction, and one's flesh would melt by a fraction. In the end, this blood brew pot could make one a supreme expert with boundless magic power. But at that time, the person would turn into a skeleton, a complete anomaly of the ghost Tao. All 50 supreme treasures of primordial were such evil things, and not a single one was ordinary. But Wuxia did not mind it. He had many demons and fiends under his command, and even if it was the evilest blood brew pot, he would have the best candidate to use it. Wuchang, aren't you said to be immortal? I'll let you drink the blood wine brewed by the blood brew pot all day long. Since you can't die, Wuqi could use it as a huge magic converter. When Wu Chang's magic power reached a certain level, Wuqi would use the method in Scroll of Stealing to extract 90% of his magic power and turn it into his own. By then, the evil energy would have nothing to do with Wuqi. In any case, in Wuqi's hands, these evil supreme treasures of primordial could be used to their greatest effect, and there was no need to worry that they would gather dust in Wuqi's hands. Having been tricked by the 5 great celestial emperors thrown out by Wuqi, the 9 Daozu felt humiliated. Resentfully, they grabbed the 5 great celestial emperors and brought them back to the palace of Dao Origin. As for why Wuqi didn't hand over the South Emperor, the 9 Daozu pretended that they didn't know anything about the South Emperor. According to the Daozu's plan, since all 6 great celestial emperors were captured alive by Wuqi at the same time, the whereabouts of the South Emperor must be with Wuqi. When the God Conferment plan was completed and the Daozu could personally strike, they wouldn't be afraid that Wuqi could fly into the sky or escape underground. In short, the 9 Daozu were caught in a trap of their own making. They had dug a big pit for the Buddhas to jump into, and then Wuqi turned the tables on them. The Daozu, who were watching from the sidelines, were gently pulled by the Buddhas, and they had no choice but to jump into the pit they had dug with a bitter face. In the end, it was Wuqi who took advantage of the situation. With more than 100 evil supreme treasures of primordial, he proudly sat on the back of the 9-tailed beast and quickly escaped underground. The Daozu and the Buddhas seemed to want to leave a divine sense mark on Wuqi at the same time so that they could find him in the future. But when Wuqi escaped underground, the Huahuang clan suddenly laughed. She laughed at the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Dao patriarchs, and the embarrassed 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Dao patriarchs snorted sulkily and retracted their divine senses. They were too embarrassed to do anything to Wuqi. When Wuqi escaped underground, he heard the laughter of the Huahuang clan, and he could not help but sigh. Well, he owed her another favor. Shaking his head, Wuqi counted the huge harvest along the way, then drove the grumbling 9-tailed beast back to Great Wu's territory. Along the way, the 9-tailed beast complained to Wuqi about the disappearance of his delicious food with tears in his eyes and saliva splashing all over the place. When it came to emotions, the 9-tailed beast even burst into tears as he carried Wuqi forward, his tears corroding the rocks and soil along the way into poisonous black smoke. It had not been long since the 9-tailed beast broke out of his shell. Although he was born with tremendous strength, his temperament was no different from that of a child. Wuqi remembered that he had promised the 6 great celestial emperors to the 9-tailed beast as delicious food. It was true that he had broken his promise and failed to satisfy his appetite. After thinking about it carefully, Wuqi took out the South Emperor from the heaven refining cauldron, who looked unsightly. He smiled apologetically at the South Emperor, pulled out the heaven pacifying sword, and slashed him 4 times in a row. The South Emperor howled miserably as his arms and legs were cut off by Wuqi and thrown into the 9-tailed beast's mouth. The 9-tailed beast squeaked with joy. He wagged his 9 long tails excitedly, narrowed his eyes, and chewed the South Emperor's limbs happily, crunching the bones and flesh. Although the South Emperor was not an immortal body cultivator, he was, after all, a primordial immortal. His body had been nourished by immortal energy for many years, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were much stronger than ordinary gold immortal artifacts. Only a ferocious creature like the 9-tailed beast could easily tear the South Emperor's body apart. If it were any other living being, how could they have such teeth? The South Emperor howled in pain, but Wuqi pressed his palm against his lower abdomen and sent a powerful force into his body, forcing blood to gush out of his broken limbs like a fountain. The purple gold blood condensed into fist-sized beads and rolled into the 9-tailed beast's mouth. The 9-tailed beast grew more and more excited. His whole body swayed as he carried Wuqi forward like a drunkard. After eating the South Emperor's limbs, devouring 90% of his blood essence, and torturing his cultivation base, Wuxia spared the South Emperor's life and came to Great Wu's territory. He reappeared on a lofty mountain, pondered for a moment, and then released all 8,000 undead soldiers from the cauldron, ordering them to hide behind rocks and ancient trees in various places. Although they did not have their own consciousness, the strength of the 8,000 undead soldiers was comparable to Tao reasoning realm primordial immortals and Buddhas. With them guarding him, Wuxia really did not think he needed to be afraid of anything. He threw the South Emperor onto the grass beside him, took a deep breath, and blew a gust of breeze toward Chang, which was hundreds of miles away. The breeze carried Wuqi's voice and drifted to the ears of Liu Bang, who was fidgeting restlessly in the imperial palace of Chang'an. Liu Bang, who was grumpily ordering the few palace maids around him to be dragged out and beaten to death, was taken aback. He ordered the ferocious guards to retreat, bowed his head in thought for a moment, and then flew alone toward Wuxia on a cloud. Liu Bang's incarnation had only broken through to the realm of Tao reasoning with the help of the human emperor's aura, but he was, after all, of an extraordinary background and knew some brilliant immortal magic. His cloud was not only fast, but also very quiet. So, apart from esteemed Shozhua, who was stationed in Chang, and he came to Wuxia without alerting anyone. Naturally, esteemed Shozhua would never interfere with Liu Bang's actions tonight. His mansion was shrouded in an auspicious cloud. He was refining the treasures given by the few Daozu, so he had no time to care about Liu Bang's private affairs. Seeing the South Emperor, who was struggling and roaring beside Wuxia, Liu Bang's expression suddenly became relaxed. He smiled and took a few steps closer to Wuxia, nodded, and said, "Has my friend Wuxia chosen to pledge allegiance to me? Hey, since you sold the other 5 great celestial emperors to Daozu, I've had this guess." Wuxia kicked the South Celestial Emperor in front of Liu Bang and said coolly, "Cut the crap. The South Celestial Emperor has seen your clone in the divine kingdom of Immortal, and he knows your background. If I return him to the Tao League, I'm afraid you won't be the human emperor anymore. Now, I'll hand the South Emperor over to you, and I only want a promise and an oath from you." Liu Bang's face turned green and black. He looked down at the South Emperor, who was about 10 feet away from him, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes. A clear cry rang out, and a thick black mist suddenly gushed out from the surface of the South Emperor's body. The sky-veiling flag of chaos floated above the South Emperor's body, firmly protecting him. 7 colorful clouds shot out from Liu Bang's sleeve, wrapped in 7 small bolts, and shot at the South Emperor's chest like lightning. Fortunately, the sky-veiling flag of chaos was activated first. The 7 bolts shot about 2 inches into the black mist before losing their strength, exploding into a few fist-sized balls of light and disappearing. The air was filled with a pungent stench. Clearly, the bolts were dipped in poison. When Wuxia smelled the stench, he felt his vision go black and his mind go blank. The toxicity of the poison was so amazing that even Wuxia, with a strong body, felt dizzy. If the South Emperor was hit by it, he would immediately die. The South Emperor roared furiously, "Vile spawn, do you really want to kill your father?" Wuxi's finger burst with a bright light, silencing the South Emperor. Smiling, he nodded to Liu Bang and said, "Your Majesty, please consider it carefully. I never force people." At Wuxi's words, the 8,000 soldiers of the undead army emerged from behind the rocks and ancient trees. They stared coldly at Liu Bang, and an enormous invisible pressure made Liu Bang's body stiffen in an instant. "I never force people," said Wuxia coolly. "You have so many incarnations, so it's not a big deal to kill one of them, is it? I'll kill Han Xian and the others in Chang, and then let Wu Tianming continue to be the emperor of Great Wu. What do you think?" Liu Bang's eyes darted back and forth. After 10 minutes, he spread his hands with a wry smile and said, "You win. What promise do you want? What oath?" Shrugging his shoulders, Wuxia crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, "In fact, both are the same thing. Well, as long as your Majesty swears, the more vicious, the better." "Well, Your Majesty, all your subordinates, and everyone related to your Majesty must not take the initiative to frame me and all the people around me. This so-called frame-up includes all sorts of poisons, curses, spells, and all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques, as well as all sorts of traps, calculations, schemes, and stratagems. They won't work. After a long speech of more than 1,000 words, Wuxia told Liu Bang an extremely strict oath without any loopholes. Liu Bang's face turned blue with anger because of Wuxia. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the South Emperor, who was lying motionless on the ground, and then at Wuxia. Finally, he raised his right hand and said, "If fellow Taoist Wuxia can do one thing for me, what's the point of making such a vicious oath?" That gave Wuxia pause. "What thing?" he asked reflexively. "Why should I do anything for you?" Liu Bang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Well, I'll pay fellow Taoist Wuxia a lot of money to do something for me. What do you think?" Wuxia stared blankly at Liu Bang for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter and nodded. Chapter 1083. Wuxia looked thoughtfully at Liu Bang. A treasure that could be obtained by risking the South Emperor's life and risking the position of human emperor to get Wuxia's help must be something extraordinary. But it could also be a trap, or some other hidden meaning. So what if he agreed for the time being? Let's see what Liu Bang had to say first. Besides, Wuxia was very interested in the so-called expensive employment. Liu Bang looked at Wuxia with a smile and said slowly, "The treasure is now in the hands of the golden-bodied Dragon Mother Buddha, one of the past Buddhas of the Buddhist League. She has served more than 30 generations of Buddhas. She holds a high position and holds great power. The shape of the treasure is a fist-sized red agate bead. Now, the Golden Mother Dragon Buddha inlaid it on a golden flame Buddhist crown as a decoration." Then, Liu Bang added, "The golden flame crown has the magical effect of making one invisible and can release golden flames to forcibly seize the enemy's magical treasures. It is the favorite item of the golden-bodied Dragon Mother Buddha, and she wears it on her head all year round." Wuxia snorted coldly and said, "You want me to go to the head of the past Buddhas of the Buddhist League and remove that thing for you?" Nodding slowly, Liu Bang's smile was filled with a cheap air that made Wuxia want to stomp him to the ground. Liu Bang squinted at Wuxia and said with a smile, "Although she is one of the so-called Buddhas of the past, there are countless Buddhas of the past, present, and future in the Buddhist League. It is nothing more than a title. The cultivation base of the golden-bodied Dragon Mother Buddha is only at the middle level of the Tao-breaking realm. I think it will not be difficult for the king of East Sea to obtain it." Staring coldly at Liu Bang, Wuxia looked down at the South Emperor, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. The South Emperor, who was tightly wrapped by the sky-veiling flag of chaos, tried his best to prove his existence. He tried his best to twist his body, but he couldn't move at all. His throat was sealed by Wuxia's restriction, so he couldn't make any sound. Liu Bang didn't even look at the South Emperor. Perhaps it was as he said, he had been reincarnated countless times in the mortal world, so he didn't see the South Emperor as his father anymore. In fact, ever since the South Dipper Emperor ordered Liu Bang to reincarnate in the mortal world for the first time, Liu Bang had already severed the father-son relationship in his heart. The South Dipper Emperor only regarded him as a tool to control the mortal world, and he, Liu Bang, also regarded the South Dipper Emperor as a tool to provide him with all kinds of convenience and cultivation resources. In Liu Bang's eyes, he didn't see the slightest compassion for the South Dipper Emperor, nor did he see the slightest weakness and fear in Liu Bang's eyes. Wuxia couldn't help but sigh. The heaven-refining cauldron breathed out a stream of clear air and sucked the South Emperor into it. Looking at Liu Bang, he said, "Let's talk about the terms. How much can you give me to do this for you?" Looking in the direction where the South Emperor had disappeared, Liu Bang said coolly, "Get that red agate and give me that South Dipper, and I'll agree to your conditions. I'll swear an oath that I will never offend you or the people around you. It is indeed risky to provoke the golden-bodied Dragon Mother Buddha, What can I give you? How about an elixir of immortality left behind by Wuxia? Wuxi stared at Lu Bang in amazement and snapped. You have the elixir of immortality left behind by Wuxia? Lu Bang nodded slowly and said, not only the elixir of immortality left behind by Wuxia, but after so many years of continuous calcination, it has really matured and has no side effects. My clone of the immortal deity emperor has obtained 3 portions of the elixir of immortality, and has taken 2. The last one is enough to make hundreds of millions of mortals immortal, or give a Tao-breaking expert an immortal and indestructible body. With a strange smile, Lu Bang said indifferently, I don't know how Wu Chang and the other monsters refined this strange thing, but it is indeed effective. At least, the reason why my clone of the immortal deity emperor has the cultivation base he has today, and he is the strongest of all my clones, is because of the 2 portions of the elixir of immortality he has taken. Glancing coldly at Lu Bang, Wu Qi asked in a low voice, What is that red agate? Lu Bang just smiled and said nothing. He looked at Wu Qi with a smile and shook his head repeatedly. Clearly, he would never reveal the origin of the red agate. Wu Qi knew that this red agate must have an extraordinary origin. Perhaps even the golden-bodied dragon Mother Buddha herself had not figured out the true identity of this red agate. Perhaps she had only found something unusual about this red agate, so she inlaid it on the golden flame crown. Thinking of the deal with Lu Bang, Wu Qi smiled mysteriously. He nodded slowly and said, Well, I have nothing to do recently, and I don't know where to go. Well, so what if I get this agate stone for you? But there's one more condition. When I hand over the agate stone to your majesty must explain the origin of the stone to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Lu Bang's eyes flickered. After a while, he slowly raised his right palm and made an oath. He swore that as long as Wu Qi could hand over the red agate to him, he would explain the origin of this red agate to Wu Qi. With a long laugh, Wu Qi turned into a stream of flame and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace along with the 9 tails. The 8,000 soldiers of the undead army disappeared with him as well. Like ghosts, no one knew where they came from and where they went. Lu Bang's face suddenly changed. He looked back in horror and said, just as the immortal deity emperor said, his escape technique is simply appalling. What kind of escape technique is that? Why can't I see his figure clearly even with the universe mysticine mirror? A figure wearing a dark purple dragon robe and a sky-reaching crown slowly emerged from behind Lu Bang. It was obvious that he was also an emperor. This person looked exactly like Lu Bang, and was another one of Lu Bang's doppelgangers. A fist-sized grayish shun pearl floated above this man's head. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of shun power, concealing all his aura. The face of this dark purple dragon robe Lu Bang was twisted, with visible beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He said eerily, The universe mystic mirror can only detect the movements of ghosts and deities. His escape art clearly doesn't belong to the lineage of ghosts and deities. So how did you manage to see through his movements? Instead, I used this shun pearl born from the chaos to protect myself, and he actually found out about my existence. Slowly turning around, Lu Bang saw a palm-sized hair on his robe, which was as thin as a strand of hair. He said lightly, I don't know what method he used to find me, and I don't know what he used to injure me. This man is unfathomable, and if we want to be enemies with him, we must kill him with a thunderous method. If we can't be enemies with him, we can only befriend him with money and beauties. Our great plan is progressing smoothly, so we can't let him disturb us at this critical juncture. Lu Bang's face turned green. He frowned and said with a bitter smile, This conferment of the gods was originally intended by the 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists to turn the apocalypse of heaven and earth for their own use. He, who knows how many almighty experts of the Buddhist League and Taoist League who have been cultivating in seclusion for countless years have shown up. But who exactly is this Wu Qi? He doesn't look like a spy of the Buddhist League, nor is he a hermit cultivator of the Taoist League. He seems to have popped out a rock. Who is he? The two Lu Bangs looked at each other speechlessly. After a long while, the purple-robed Lu Bang sighed. The Shun Pearl on top of his head sprinkled a vast expanse of gray gas that filled an area of 100 miles, and his figure gradually melted in the gray gas, disappearing without a trace. Lu Bang frowned and looked at the sky for a while. After a long time, he shook his head and flew toward Chang on a cloud. Wuxia had just used the escape method to soar into the sky and bring Nine Tails and the 8,000 undead army away. But when he was less than 100 miles away, he immediately put everyone, including Nine Tails, into the heaven-refining cauldron and stealthily returned to where he was. Just now, he sensed that a man with a very strong cultivation base was secretly following behind Lu Bang. Without batting an eyelid, he concealed the light and aura of the heaven-pacifying sword and gave the man a silent slash. He did not hurt the man's flesh, but only cut a small hole in his dragon robe, causing it to lose 70% of its defensive power. When he returned to where he was, Lu Bang happened to appear, clad in a purple dragon robe. The two of them chatted for a while, and then Lu Bang slipped away with the help of the Shun Pearl, and Wuxia immediately chased after him. Riding on a clump of gray gas, Lu Bang traveled at high speed through the void. In the blink of an eye, he had left the thick atmosphere of Pangda continent and arrived in the outer heavenly realm. He took a deep breath and suddenly sighed with emotion. It's going to be difficult. If the soul fixation pearl really falls into our hands, are the 9 of us really going to be separated into 9 strangers? TSK, with our temperament, if we were divided into 9 people, I'm afraid our plan will fail if we plot and kill each other. Shaking his head, he murmured in a low voice, Alas, alas, I can't believe that Wuxian's mystic art has such a side effect. Who would have thought that the mystic art of Wuxian could really turn us into 9 almost independent souls that are largely unrelated to each other? If we have the soul fixation pearl, we can really cut off the connection in our souls, and from then on, we will be truly independent. Wuxia raised his brows and narrowed his eyes into a very strange smile. So that red agate is called the soul fixation pearl? As the name suggested, it was a treasure that could stabilize souls and divine souls. Wu Xian had divided Lu Bang's soul into 9 parts. TSK, what an amazing divine ability. But the side effect was indeed damned. Even though the great E Supremacy and Shou Zhuo Lord had stepped into the Dao fusing realm, they still had to obediently serve Wu Qi as their master, and they would never stir up trouble. But the 9 clones of Lu Bang seemed to have their own ideas, which was really interesting. Could it be that the soul fixation pearl had other functions? For example, letting the person who got it suppress the other 8 and devour all their souls and cultivation bases? If that was the case, it would explain why Lu Bang would rather expose his secret and ask Wu Qi to help him get the soul fixation pearl. Interesting, it was really interesting. That should be it. Otherwise, with the strength of the immortal deity emperor and the others, why would Lu Bang ask me to help him get the soul fixation pearl? After narrowing his eyes and pondering for a while, Wu Qi looked at the purple-robed Lu Bang again. He already knew the plan of Great Wu's emperor, Lu Bang. Did he not have any countermeasures? Just as Wu Qi was thinking about this problem, the purple-robed Lu Bang whistled, and several dark clouds rolled over from the distant sky. Chapter 1084. Dark clouds rolled, and one could only vaguely see green eyes and golden claws looming in the purple-black clouds. The ghostly cries were bone-chilling, making Wu Qi shiver involuntarily. Purple-robed Lu Bang clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the 7 dark clouds in front of him, and said indifferently, Heaven disorienting 7 owls, listen up. These days, just guard outside the Great Vulture Mountain. If that Wu Qi goes into the Great Vulture Mountain, you don't have to worry about him. But if he comes out of the Great Vulture Mountain, palms forming into blades, purple-robed Lu Bang gently swung down and said coldly and ruthlessly, if he comes out of the Great Vulture Mountain, kill him and seize his treasures. Not only the soul fixation pearl, but also the hundreds of primordial supreme treasures on him. With a few strange laughs, the purple-robed Liu Bang's figure suddenly disintegrated into a thick gray fog, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the fog dissipated, and he also disappeared without a trace. Only a faint, erratic voice lingered in the void. Soul fixation pearl, soul fixation pearl. Is it really as he said, only able to stabilize the mind, condense the soul, and cut off the connection between the various incarnations? Wuxia smiled. This was not only the doubt of purple-robed Liu Bang. He also had the same question. The heaven-disorienting 7 owls wrapped in dark clouds let out a sharp cry, tumbling and flying in the direction of the great vulture mountain. Wuxia glanced in the direction where the true body of purple-robed Liu Bang had disappeared, his fingers twitching for a while, and finally restrained the impulse to chase after him and kill him on the spot. The immortal deity Emperor Liu Bang had that man-made fiend god as his trump card, and this purple-robed Liu Bang's aura was strange and mysterious. Wuxia would rather borrow a knife to kill him than to confront the secretive clone of Liu Bang himself. After pondering for a moment, Wuxia split his primordial spirit and communicated with esteemed Shouzhua and Dei Venerable. Then he contacted Princess Zhang Lu, Xia, and the others and arranged everything. Only then did he release the nine-tailed beast. Riding on the nine-tailed beast's back, they flew toward the great vulture mountain as if nothing had happened. Along the way, the void was empty. There was no longer the grand scene of flying swords and cultivators scurrying about in the past. Occasionally, a large group of fiend celestials from other domains would fly across the void, howling and roaring. Wherever they passed, the flowers and trees on some of the planets in the outer domain would be devoured by them, leaving not even a single blade of grass behind. Some of these foreign fiend gods had fled from the celestial court after suffering great losses when Taoism reclaimed it, and some were the troops of the foreign fiend god leaders who were controlled by Buddhism. The foreign fiend gods who committed crimes were like a pack of hungry wolves, leaving not a single blade of grass alive wherever they passed. On the other hand, the foreign fiend gods controlled by Buddhism were organized and disciplined to attack the planets controlled by Taoism and destroy the legacy of Taoism there. None of the mighty figures of Buddhism and Taoism roamed the foreign fiend gods. The various heavenly passes and immortal passes where the celestial court was stationed were also destroyed by the foreign fiend gods. The ruins floated in the void without any signs of life. Along the way to the great vulture mountain, Wuxia felt nothing but desolation. Although the celestial fiends from the outer heavenly realms were scurrying about, they were like shadows on a curtain, adding to the loneliness. The Kunlun mirror in the ghost realm was still constantly releasing foreign fiend gods. More and more foreign fiend gods were running amok in Panga World. A small number of them were still controlled by Buddhism, but most of them were acting on instinct. If they were allowed to continue running amok, there would probably not be a single Buddhist or Taoist disciple left in the outer void. But what does this have to do with me? Wuxia looked around. On a brown planet not far away, a huge monastery had just been attacked by tens of thousands of fiend gods. Hundreds of thousands of gray-robed and white-robed monks fled in a sorry state, but were caught up by the fiend gods and devoured into their stomachs. Wuxia sighed softly and recited a few lines of the Rebirth Sutra for these Buddhist disciples. He drove the nine-tail straight to the great vulture mountain. As long as these foreign fiend gods did not infringe on Wuxia's interests, he could not be bothered with them. Buddhism and Taoism? Perhaps one day, Wuxia would join forces with them to fight the enemy. But the enemy could only be a world destroyer like Thousand Head. Compared to an existence with an unknown origin like Thousand Head, these foreign fiend gods were nothing. After witnessing the miserable scene of countless Taoist and Buddhist monasteries being attacked, Wuxia finally arrived at the Great Vulture Mountain. The radiant Great Spirit Vulture Mountain had already recovered from the Devil Tribulation, and it was still the dignified Buddhist Holy Land. In the north, south, east, and west directions of the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, an incomparably huge camp was set up. for foreign fiend gods who had cultivated the golden body of Buddha occupied the core of the camps, suppressing the countless foreign fiend gods under their command. With the protection of these fellows, although Prince Chongqing had opened up a spatial tunnel near Spirit Vulture Mountain several times and sent countless fiend gods from outer domains to this place, they were all defeated by these fiend gods who had converted to the Buddhist League. Wuxia was left speechless when he saw the 4 huge camps, which occupied an area of hundreds of millions of miles each. The few Buddhist ancestors sure had some tricks up their sleeves. When did they subdue the leaders of the other realm fiend celestials and convert them to Buddhism? Even the celestial court was nearly wiped out by the foreign fiend gods this time, but the loss to the Great Vulture Mountain was negligible. It seemed that the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had the upper hand. After sighing with emotion for a while, Wuxia carefully hid himself in a meteor belt closest to the Great Vulture Mountain. The meteor belt was so wide that it almost covered the entire Great Vulture Mountain. If the Buddhist cultivators in the mountain were to look up at the sky, they would see that the meteor belt looked like the Milky Way seen on Earth in the mortal world. Densely packed, with colorful starlight illuminated the void, it was truly a beautiful scenery outside the Great Vulture Mountain. Right now, Wuxia was hiding in this small meteor belt, sitting cross-legged in a cave on a small planet with a diameter of less than 1,000 miles. He fished out a tiny incense stick that was as white as jade and lit it up. The incense stick was pure white, but once it was lit, it would emit a pinkish smoke that was so fragrant that it could make one drowsy. It was the most common method used by the joyous sect. In just 3 breaths of time, the 3-inch-long incense stick had burned out completely. The dense pinkish smoke wheeled around Wuxia for a while, then gradually collapsed and compressed, eventually condensing into a tiny pink bird that flew around Wuxia. The little bird let out a crisp and pleasant chirp, and before long, another chirp was heard coming from outside the cave. A pink bird of the same size spread its wings and flew into the cave. The 2 birds quickly came together, rubbed their necks intimately for a while, and chirped at each other for a while. Then, they exploded into a clump of smoke at the same time, then merged together and transformed into a mirror of light, hovering in front of Wuxia. A naked Lao AI appeared in the mirror. He was lying on a large, soft couch, surrounded by over 100 beautiful girls with pinkish skin and drenched in sweat. Hey Imo stood proudly on her fair arms and legs, showing off her magnificent lower body to Wuxia. After that, she waved a beam of pink Buddhist light and pulled the girls into the Buddhist kingdom she had refined in the palm of her hand. Then, she slowly pulled a robe and wrapped half of her body. What is it? Just say it. This incense stick made from the souls of the rhinoceros twin birds can only ensure the safety of our communication for 10 minutes. After that time, we might be discovered by someone. Just say it. Lao AI rubbed his huge bald head and looked at Wuxia smilingly. There are countless strange creatures in this world, and the rhinoceros twin birds were one of them. This bird was renowned for its strong attachment and love. However, Lao AI had used this bird, which symbolized the most beautiful love in the world, to extract its blood essence and soul, then refined it into incense stick with a mystic technique of the joyful sect. With the help of this incense stick, even on the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, even under the divine senses of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, they could still communicate safely for 10 minutes. Tao integration stage supreme beings were indeed impressive, but they were not omniscient and omnipotent beings. Just like in the mystic realm of the celestial court, the incense stick made by Lao AI could also shield them from divine senses. Wuxia did not waste any time. He knew that this incense stick was very expensive to make, especially since each pair of incense needed to waste the souls of a pair of rhinoceros twin birds. That was even more sinful. He quickly said, "This has nothing to do with you. Find Lord Longyang for me, and tell him that I want him to do something for me. If he refuses, then tell him that unless he doesn't leave the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, I'll definitely chop off his bald head." Lao AI laughed gloatingly. He nodded and said, Lord Longyang, that old rabbit. Hee hee. Laughing strangely, Lao AI nodded and said, I'll help you with this. Golden Body Dragon Mother Buddha, I've never liked her for a long time. Last time, I just flirted with her maidservants and touched their breasts, and that old woman broke one of my arms. If you want to plot against her, I'll help you for free. Wuxia gave Lao AI a deep look, shrugged, and said, I don't need Prince of Chongqing to do anything. Just bring me the news. After a brief pause, Wuxia said lightly, I don't know if you know that Ing Zheng is the reincarnation of Emperor Xianxia. In short, you can't take revenge on Ing Zheng. But Lu Buwei has hooked up with Liu Bang. As far as I know, Lu Buwei is now Great Wu's prime minister, in charge of Great Wu's government affairs. Lao Ai was slightly taken aback. He narrowed his eyes and said in a flat voice, The past can't be forgotten. Lu Buwei is with Liu Bang? I see. Squinting at Wuxia, Lao AI smiled strangely and said, Duke of Wuxia, you and I are allies, right? Wuxia looked deeply at Lao AI and nodded slowly. Of course, you help me, and I help you. Our interests will not harm each other, so we are allies. Maybe we can even try to be friends. Lao AI smacked his lips, then nodded and said, I'll send a message to the old rabbit now. He is very favored now, and he is hooked up with the goddess of Dragon Roar. She is the last disciple of golden-bodied Dragon Mother Buddha, the most favored kind. After shattering the mirror with a flick of his finger, Wuxia chuckled. Before long, a white lotus emerged in front of Wuxia, and Lord Longyang, clad in a moon-white robe, walked out slowly. Chapter 1085. Lord Longyang, who looked like a 16-year-old beauty, slowly walked out from the White Lotus. He was wearing a long robe that was as white as water, and half of his snow-white and tender arms were exposed. He gave people a feeling of grace and grace. However, amidst that gentle and graceful bearing, when Lord Longyang raised his sword-like eyebrows, a boundless heroic spirit immediately rushed out, making people feel that he was a real man. The neutral, feminine beauty that Lord Longyang gave people when he was on Myriad Immortals' planet was gone. Standing in front of Wuxia was Lord Longyang, who had almost been reborn. Standing in front of Wuxia, he looked like a treasured sword hidden in its scabbard, so awe-inspiring that no one could look him in the eye. A few fine hairs on Wuxia's eyebrows stood up. The piercingly cold aura emanating from Lord Longyang's body was truly amazing. Nodding his head inwardly, Wuxia said in a deep voice, It has been a few years since we parted. How have you been, Lord Longyang? Lord Longyang did not answer. With a shake of his hand, he sprinkled a few golden relics, which formed a swastika seal on the ground. The small seal emitted a dazzling golden light and filled the entire cave. Only then did he breathe out a sigh of relief. Sitting cross-legged in front of Wuxia, Lord Longyang pointed at the swastika seal and said coolly, This is the seal used by the disciples of Buddhist League when they go into secluded cultivation. With the Buddhist power emitted from this seal, the surrounding disciples will not use their divine will to scan this place. Wuxia was speechless. If it were someone else meeting with Lord Longyang here, such a precautionary measure would be necessary. But for Wuxia, this little restrictive measure was simply superfluous. Long before Lord Longyang's arrival, Wuxia had already covered the entire planet with a formation. So, even if the 7 Buddhist patriarchs came here personally, they would not be able to discover the existence of this cave, let alone scanning with divine will. Nevertheless, it was good to be cautious, as Lord Longyang's spirit, energy, and spirit were very different from before. Therefore, Wuxia just let him be. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia looked at Duke of Longyang and said with a smile, My lord, you seem to be very different from before. Lord of Longyang let out a faint smile. He sat cross-legged on the ground, placed both hands in front of his lower abdomen, and formed a lotus seal. Today's Longyang is very different from back then. Whether it is his state of mind or other aspects, it is far from comparable to back then. Taking a deep breath, Duke of Longyang said calmly. Today my heart belongs to someone else, and I don't want to be involved in the affairs of the mortal world. Looking at Duke of Longyang in surprise, Wuxia smiled and said, Since you don't want to cause any trouble, you shouldn't have come to see me, Wuxia. After a moment of silence, Duke of Longyang shook his head and said, In the past, Duke of Tianyun and Longyang became allies. Although Duke of Longyang's words are not golden, I still know the word trustworthiness. No matter what Duke Tianyun needs Longyang's help with, Longyang will do his best to help. But just this one thing. Staring quietly at Wu Qi with his eyes as clear as water, Duke of Longyang said slowly, When this matter is over, Longyang will find a quiet and secluded place to live in seclusion. From now on, I will be free and unfettered from the world, no longer caring about all the troubles in the world. Wuxia did not speak for a long while. Suddenly, he felt very guilty. He had a feeling that Duke of Longyang was like a prostitute who had turned over a new leaf, and he was forced to drag her into the muddy water again. But if it was just a gold bodhisattva, Wuxia had complete confidence that he could retrieve the object from the crown of gold bodhisattva. But this was Spirit Vulture Mountain, guarded by 7 almighty experts of Tao fusing realm. Wuxia did not have the confidence that he could escape from the mountains safely after retrieving the Pearl of Soul Fixation. The white rat demon who created the Scroll of Stealing had the same cultivation base as Wuxia now, a peak-stage Tao-breaking expert. But he was still hunted by all the almighty experts under the heaven, and eventually his soul was destroyed. Since the white rat demon had suffered a setback in the hands of Buddha, Wuxia felt that it was not a wise choice to break into Spirit Vulture Mountain so rashly. In order to get the Pearl of Soul Fixation, to see through some of Liu Bang's arrangements, and, at the same time, Wuxia himself was very interested in the Pearl of Soul Fixation. With all these factors combined, he could only ask Duke of Longyang for help. Just as he was about to state out his demands and conditions, Wuxia suddenly heard some subtle noises. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, then looked at Duke of Longyang and said, When you came out, were you followed by someone? Duke of Longyang was surprised. How is that possible? I have been very careful on this trip, fearing that someone might know about it. In Spirit Vulture Mountain, no almighty expert will pay attention to the movements of a little bodhisattva like me. Who would follow me? Upon hearing Duke of Longyang's words, Wuxia suddenly realized that Duke of Longyang actually possessed the cultivation base of a bodhisattva. He recalled that he was just a mere heaven immortal in the past, but in just a few years he had already possessed such an overall strength. It showed that he was living a good life in Dragon Mother Buddha's place. Wuxia was surprised, since he was so favored and trusted by Dragon Mother Buddha, and could attain such a strong cultivation base in such a short time. Why would someone follow him every time he went out? Shaking his head, Wuxia waved his hand casually in the air. A stream of watery light shot out from it, revealing 4 itinerant monks clad in red kasayas. Duke of Longyang's face fell when he saw the 4 itinerant monks. His aura froze, and the rock he was sitting on suddenly turned into fine powder. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he cried out, They are the attendants of the Crown Prince of Dragon Mother Buddha. They are collectively known as the 4 auspicious bodhisattvas. The Turtle Dragon Crown Prince under the Golden Dragon Mother Buddha. Wuxia suddenly thought of what Lao AI had told him. When Duke of Longyang was severely wounded, it was the last disciple of Dragon Mother Buddha, the goddess of Dragon Cry, who saved him. Wuxia chuckled and said, The Crown Prince of Dragon Cry, the goddess of Dragon Cry. These names sound like a pair. Could it be that you snatched away my love and captured the heart of the Dragon Roar goddess? Duke of Longyang stared at Wuxia in astonishment and asked, How did you know? Wuxia twitched his mouth. Was there need to ask? He had heard too many of these cliché stories back on Earth. Clearly, the Crown Prince of Dragon Mother Buddha was in existence with a very high status, and judging from the fact that his attendants were 4 itinerant monks with the cultivation base of a bodhisattva, one could easily tell how powerful he was. Who knows, Maybe Gue, Dragon Crown Prince, and Dragon Cry Goddess were childhood sweethearts, or even had an engagement. In the end, Lord Long Yang, this old white face, interfered and Dragon Cry Goddess fell in love with someone else. Wouldn't Gue, Dragon Crown Prince, chop this old white face in a dog meat sauce? Amidst the watery light, the four bodhisattvas stealthily rode a cloud and landed on the small planet. They ran like the wind and searched the entire planet in the blink of an eye. Then, they shook their heads at the same time and murmured a few words in a low voice. Wuxi's water mirror technique was extremely profound, so he could hear their whispers clearly. The four bodhisattvas were grumbling strangely. I saw that damned pretty boy land on a cloud just now. Why did he suddenly disappear? Duke of Longyang's expression was very unsightly. Clearly, Luck Rui was after him. When he received Lao AI's message today, he immediately left the White Lotus Bay of Dragon Mother Cave on Mount Spirit Vulture, where he cultivated in seclusion and came to meet Wuxi in secret without telling anyone. But even though he was so cautious, he was still targeted. Clearly, Luck Rui had been watching his every move. They all have the cultivation base of second-grade Bodhisattva, so they are more than 10,000 times stronger than you, who just stepped into the realm of Bodhisattva. Wuxi shook his head. If any one of them targeted Duke of Longyang, they could easily kill him, let alone the four of them working together. Clearly, the Crown Prince of Dragon Crown Prince was not willing to give Duke of Longyang any chance of survival and was determined to kill him. With a gloomy face, Duke of Longyang said slowly, "The revered dragon treasured light devil subduing mantra that the Crown Prince cultivates is already at the level of Buddha. Other than Golden Dragon Mother Buddha, the Crown Prince's cultivation base can be ranked top 5 in the Dragon Mother Cave. I'm afraid that not only will I not be able to help you today, I will even implicate you and put you in danger of losing your life." Wuxi did not care about the 4 itinerant monks outside at all. Duke of Longyang thought that Wuxi's cultivation base was the same as it was in the past. Even if Wuxi was strong, he would not be stronger than him, let alone Luck Rui sent by the Crown Prince of Dragon. He really did not know about Wuxi's illustrious reputation over the years, nor did he know that Wuxi had one foot in the realm of Tao integration. Looking at Duke of Longyang's slightly conflicted face, Wuxi laughed strangely and teased, "Lord, are you really in love with that dragon roar goddess?" Duke of Longyang gave Wuxi a glare grumpily. Judging from the look on his face, he almost wanted to give Wuxi a kick. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Yes." Golden Dragon Mother had the intention of letting her dual cultivate with the Crown Prince of Dragons. But the Crown Prince of Dragons was domineering and fierce, and she had never liked him. It was also an ill-fated relationship. When Longyang was seriously injured, she saved him. Since then, they fell in love, and as time passed, they formed a lifelong alliance. As Duke of Longyang narrated, the melodramatic plot that Wuxi was very familiar with unfolded one after another. Amidst the watery light, the 4 itinerant monks rushed here and there, but they could not find Duke of Longyang. No matter what they did, with Wuxi's restriction on the outside, how could they sense Duke of Longyang's aura through Wuxi's restriction? Having no other choice, the 4 itinerant monks gathered together and discussed for a while. Then they took out a shiny golden Vajra ring at the same time. They rose into the air and threw out the Vajra rings. The 4 Vajra rings, each about a foot in diameter, expanded to over 1,000 miles in diameter in the wind, firmly trapping the small planet where Wuxi was at the center of the rings. Then, the 4 itinerant monks began to recite a mantra, and the 4 golden Vajra rings gradually compressed inwards. The small planet, which measured over 1,000 miles in diameter, was crushed by the tremendous force and turned into green smoke that drifted away in the air. Duke of Longyang did not look at what was happening in the watery light. He sighed faintly and said, "Longyang only wishes to find a quiet and secluded place where I can cultivate with her hand in hand. That will be enough for my life." He gave Wuxi an embarrassed look, then sighed and said, "Longyang, I'm tired." Wuqi did not say a word. Duke of Longyang was tired. But Wuqi himself did not have the qualification to be involved. Taking a deep breath, Wuqi suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Why do you say that, my lord? He is just a mere dragon prince. Help me steal the red agate from the head of that golden-bodied dragon, Mother Buddha. As for the turtle dragon prince, even if he is a revered Buddhist monk, I'll chop off his bald head and let my lord kick it like a ball." "What do you say?" Duke of Longyang was taken aback. He stared at Wuqi and cried out in shock, "What?" Wuqi just smiled. He clasped his palms together and gave them a light slap. Immediately, the heads of the 4 bodhisattvas in the watery light exploded like 4 blooming flowers. Chapter 1086. The 4 bodhisattvas were killed so casually that Lord Longyang did not even see clearly how Wuqi did it. Duke of Longyang was taken aback by the scene in the water mirror. His face turned pale as he stared at Wuqi, sizing him up from head to toe, as if this was the first time he met him. Clapping his hands, Wuqi scratched his head and said with a smile, "I've made a big commotion. If you want to help me, go back to the Dragon Mother Cave and find a way to place this drunken dragon incense in an incense burner near the Golden Dragon Mother Buddha. As long as you don't expose yourself, I'll have a way to retrieve that red agate." Handing a specially fortified drunken dragon incense to Lord Longyang, Wuqi lightly patted his shoulder and sent him straight to the entrance of Gurdrakuta Mountain, just missing a handsome young man who flew out angrily on an auspicious cloud. The young man was clad in a water cloud dragon robe. Judging from the way he dressed, he did not look like a cultivator of the Buddhist League. Instead, he looked like a prince of the mortal world. Apart from the white robe, the gloomy-faced young man, who had a pair of golden gleams in his eyes, was also clad in a thin silver flood dragon armor and carried a fire-tipped spear on his back. Judging from his appearance, he did look like a talented man. Wuqi knew that the Buddhist League had a vast hidden power. Apart from the disciples of the Buddhist League, there were also countless protectors and believers. Judging from the way the young man was dressed, it was obvious that he was not a disciple of the Buddhist League. Instead, he should be a relative of a powerful protector of the Buddhist League. He had entered the Buddhist League as an in-name disciple and learned some powerful divine abilities and spells. In the future, he could choose whether he would stay in the Buddhist League or return his home. Judging from the ferocious look on this young man's face and the fact that he immediately rushed out after Wuqi killed Lucky Dragon Rui with a single palm strike, Wuqi knew that he was the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince. Just from his name, one could tell that he could only be considered an in-name disciple of the Golden Dragon Mother. Furthermore, the Golden Dragon Mother had the intention of allowing him to dual cultivate with the Dragon Roar Goddess. It was evident that the power behind the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince was still very powerful. Even the Golden Dragon Mother had to rope him in. After all, apart from Buddhism and Taoism, there were many other powerful beings in Pangu world, such as Empress Wapalis, the 18 Saints, the Ghost World, the Devil World, the Spirit World, and the Spirit World. Who knew which powerful being this Nightmare Dragon Prince was? Lord Longyang hurriedly returned to the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, while Wuqi sat quietly in the cave, waiting for the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince. When the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince was less than 100 miles away from the small planet, Wuqi smashed the small planet with a palm strike and fled into the distance with a long howl. The speed of his escape light was slightly slower than the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince's cloud light. It was just enough for the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince to constantly close in on him. Soon, the two of them were far away from the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. Wuqi turned around and laughed. "Why are you chasing me, you evil creature?" The Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince's body glowed with a golden light, but from within the golden light, a dark cloud could be faintly seen. Within the cloud, a strange-looking, centipede-like beast with a dragon head was rolling. This should be the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince's true form. Hearing Wuqi call him an evil creature, the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince was enraged. "Which evil creature dares to harm my disciple outside the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain?" he growled. Wuxia grinned and prepared to say something naughty to the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince. But his expression suddenly changed. He stopped the cloud light in shock and raised his head to look at a spot in the distance. The Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince was wild with joy when he saw Wuxia stop the cloud light. Yelling and yelling, he rushed to Wuxia's side, pulled out the coiled dragon fire-tipped spear, and stabbed 1,080 times at Wuxia's vital parts in a row. Clink, clink, clink. Sparks flew everywhere from Wuxia's body. His robe was riddled with holes by the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince, but he was not harmed at all. Wuxia's fleshly body was so strong that not even a supreme treasure of primal could break his defense. The Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince only had the cultivation base of the realm of Tao reasoning, and the coiled dragon fire-tipped spear was just a primordial immortal weapon crafted by him, and it was not even one that had matured yet. So, how could it possibly hurt Wuxia? Wuxia did not have the patience to waste time with him, so he shouted coldly, "Be a good boy and listen to me." Then he gave the prince a backhand slap on the back of the head and knocked him out. Conveniently, he tore off the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince's arms and fed them to Nine Tails, who was drooling. Then, Wuxia threw him into the heaven refining cauldron and ignored him. In the direction where he stared at just now, a strange sense of power had been gradually spreading, like a drop of ink in a glass of clear water, or like a virus spreading in a crowd. This sense of power had been gradually eroding the foundation of Pangu World. From a space structure of Pangu World to the flow of time, from the basic great Tao of Pangu World to the natural laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, this aura was quietly seeping into Pangu World, as if it was familiarizing itself with everything in Pangu World. At first, this aura was not familiar with the great Tao of Pangu World, but after a quarter of an hour, it seemed to have begun to merge with the great Tao of Pangu World and gradually gained a sense of agility, like a fish swimming in water. What an amazingly infectious power! In just a quarter of an hour, this aura had actually reached a level of understanding of the great Tao of Pangu World, which all gold immortals in Pangu World could never achieve in their entire lives. In less than an hour, the degree of tacit understanding between his aura and the heavenly Tao's laws would be comparable to that of a Tao reasoning pinnacle expert. In just a little more time, he might be able to improve his compatibility with the heavenly Tao to the Tao-breaking realm. Cold sweat dripped down from Wuxia's forehead. It should be the world breaker named Thousand Heads. After being harmed by Wuxia for a while, Thousand Heads finally came to Pangu World. And the way he entered was so strange and amazing. It was the great Tao of Pangu World, the great Tao of Pangu World. Even the most intelligent and persevering cultivators could not easily see through the great Tao of Pangu World. But in less than 2 hours, this Thousand Heads had done what an ordinary Tao-breaking expert would need hundreds or even thousands of eons to do. Before long, the aura suddenly became extremely thin, almost undetectable. If not for the fact that Wuxia had cultivated the scroll of stealing, which allowed his divine sense to merge with everything in the world and became an innate divine sense, he really could not sense the existence of this aura. In just 2 hours, this Thousand Heads had really advanced to the level of Tao-breaking expert from the level of Tao-breaking expert who just entered Pangu World. After stepping into the realm of Tao-breaking, his aura could already merge with the great Tao and the aura of heaven and earth. Only the Tao-fusing saints in Pangu World could still sense his existence, and only a freak like Wuxia could still sense his location. As for the other ordinary Tao-breaking experts, they had completely lost their sense of Thousand Heads. Wuxia closed his eyes. At this moment, he was not worried that some Buddhist patriarch would send a stream of divine sense in his direction out of boredom. Originally, only the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs knew that Thousand Heads had been released from the seal, and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had even fought a fierce battle with him. But now that Thousand Heads had entered Pangu World, and all the Tao-fusing experts had noticed it, Wuxia did not believe that they would still be in the mood to care about other things. He could even sense that in the direction where Thousand Heads' aura came from, dozens of streams of divine sense that were tens of thousands of times hotter and hundreds of millions of times brighter than the sun were crazily rushing over. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs might be pretending to be ignorant, but the Huahuang clan and the 18 saints were really startled. None of them could ignore the threat that a world breaker could pose to a world, especially when they themselves existed in this world, and their lives were closely linked to this world. Wuxia slapped his forehead hard, then spun and transformed into a gust of wind, rushing toward the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. While all the Tao fusing experts were distracted by Thousand Heads, he should seize the opportunity to get the soul fixation pearl as soon as possible. Since Thousand Heads had entered Pangu world, the Tao fusing experts had to fight back. In this way, the agreement signed between the Huahuang clan and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would fall apart. Wuxia had just extorted a large sum of money from the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, and now he had to think about how to survive the pursuit of the Buddhist patriarchs and the Daozu. With Wuxia's current cultivation base, if he was discovered by any one of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, he would risk losing his soul with a single blow. He dared not to joke about his life. In the void where Wuxia and the others were paying attention to with their divine senses, Thousand Heads, who had barely recovered his body, was squeezing into Pangu world from the chaotic world while panting heavily. G-City in Pangu world was repelling Qiantu. The tremendous force of repulsion nearly prevented Qiantu from entering. Not only the great Tao of Pangu world, even all plants, flowers, plants, fishes, birds, animals, even rocks and soil in the outer space around Qiantu had been releasing a threatening sense of power, strongly repelling Qiantu from approaching. This was the self-protection instinct of Pangu world. Everything in Pangu world was trying its best to resist the invasion of Thousand Heads. But, just as Wuxia had sensed, Qianxing's long hair drilled into his body like a poisonous serpent, carefully analyzing the rhythm of the heavenly Tao of Pangu world. Before long, he gradually merged with the heavenly Tao of Pangu world, and soon possessed the attainment level equal to that of a Tao-breaking realm divine immortal. His aura blended with the great Tao of Pangu world. With a hideous smile, Thousand Heads slowly crawled into Pangu world from the chaos. A large group of foreign fiend celestials passed by Thousand Head in a group. When these ferocious foreign fiend celestials saw Thousand Head, they whistled and launched an attack on him. However, the attack of the tens of thousands of fiend celestials came to an abrupt halt the moment it was launched. Each of them had a thin black hair that constantly squirmed in between their eyebrows. Their blood essence was rapidly extracted by the hair, and in just a snap of a finger, the tens of thousands of fiend celestials were sucked dry, leaving behind empty shells. Xianxia's pale face glowed with a bright light. He allowed a long breath, then laughed with a creepy voice. He glanced at the void with his dark, weird eyes, then flashed across the void. Within a twinkling of an eye, he flashed across hundreds of star areas, heading straight to Empress Hua Palace. The control core of this world is in that place, he murmured to himself as he rushed toward Empress Hua Palace with a crazy killing intent. In front of the gate of Empress Hua Palace, Huahuang clan stood with the myriad spirit cauldron hovering over her head. She was clad in a purple cape, holding a white spirit pearl in her left hand and a 5-feet-long green sword in her right. She was staring solemnly in Thousand Heads' direction. A few fiery lights flashed around Huahuang clan. Great horns and a few other almighty experts of the Holy Alliance had arrived with their disciples as reinforcements. Chapter 1087. The Thousand Heads rushed straight to Emperor Hua's palace without any hesitation. The wind and clouds in Pangu world stirred. All Tao fusing experts rushed out from their dojos and mountain gates, rushing to Emperor Hua's palace with all their might. They all knew the habits of the realm breakers. When they entered a world, They could instinctively find the existence of the most important spirit treasure in that world. They would devour or destroy this spirit treasure to destroy the operation of the great Tao of that world. Once the great Tao was in chaos, they would have the opportunity to kill all the Tao fusing cultivators one by one and absorb their power to destroy the entire world. They had always done this. The sacred world was destroyed by them in this way. Even the Daozu who released the 1,000 heads didn't dare to be careless. They left some of their energy to suppress the investiture of the gods and rushed to the Empress Hua Palace. Releasing 1,000 heads was only a means to disrupt Hua Huang and the Buddhist patriarch's various plans. However, if they caused the destruction of Panga World because of this, it would be the biggest joke in the world. They would be courting death by trying to be clever. The 7 Buddhas, the 9 Taoists, the 18 saints, and the 34 Tao fusing cultivators quickly gathered in the Empress Hua Palace. Beside the Hua Huang clan, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the Flame Emperor Shinnong, 2 new Tao fusing cultivators, stood on the left and right. They were dressed in yellow and red imperial robes. The Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan, was holding a long sword overflowing with purple qi, while the Yin Emperor, Shinnong, was holding a dagger surrounded by red light. Looking solemnly at the void, the Dharma power and the aura of the human sovereign in their bodies merged into one, turning into a vast expanse of black and yellow qi that enveloped the entire palace of Emperor Enviwa. The maids of the Empress Hua Palace, who were usually the most noisy, squatted in their pavilions obediently and didn't dare to walk around. They had just received a warning from the Hua Huang clan that the incoming enemy was an unpredictable and strange existence that they couldn't deal with. They could only stay in their residences and set up a formation to protect themselves with the other sisters so that they wouldn't be hurt by the aftermath of the battle. The atmosphere in Panga World suddenly became tense, but apart from these Tao fusing experts, the other living beings were still ignorant of the arrival of 1,000 heads. Only Wuxia used his divine sense to quickly spread the news, for fear that his family and acquaintances would suffer a great calamity. As Wuxia hurriedly sent messages in all directions, he ran as fast as he could towards the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. The arrival of Qian Shou had disrupted Wuxia's plan. At this critical juncture, he did not need Lord Longyang to do anything anymore. He directly flew towards the Great Vulture Mountain as fast as he could. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, dozens of ancient Buddhas and Buddhas were hurriedly walking out from the few monasteries behind, leading a large group of disciples to set up a formation at the entrance. Apparently, they had already received the order from the Buddha and knew that a terrifying being had invaded Pangu World. Therefore, they hurriedly came to defend this place. At the same time, on the highest peak of the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, an ancient bronze bell was ringing thunderously. The muffled bell ring transformed into visible light waves, spreading in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it had spread to the boundless void beyond one's sight. This was the alarm bell of the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. The bell ring was a warning to all Buddhist disciples in Panga World. The great calamity was coming, and if they could return to the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain, they should do so at the highest speed. If they couldn't, they should find a place to protect themselves. Corresponding to this ancient bell ring was an ear-piercing sound from the sky. At the same time, the rapid and sharp cries turned into waves of light that swept in all directions. It was a warning from the palace of Tao Origin above the 33 heavens to all the disciples of the Tao League. Wuxia could even see many immortals of the Tao League, who were hunting down fiend gods from outer domains, turning into streams of light and flying up into the sky. The Buddhist League and Tao League had issued a warning at the same time. This was the highest warning that was rarely used during the apocalypse. Countless Buddhist and Tao League disciples in Panga World didn't even know what they were going to do. Only those immortals and Buddhist cultivators, who had a high enough status and knew enough information, quickly gathered their friends and families, then hurriedly took their disciples and hid in secret realms, which they thought were safe. Wuxia transformed into a gust of wind and slipped into the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain. At this moment, those Buddhas and ancient Buddhas didn't even have the time to seal the mountain. His spirit power quickly spread in all directions, and soon he locked on the drunken dragon incense carried by Duke of Longyang. Without hesitation, Wuxia transformed into a beam of light and sped towards the direction where the drunken dragon incense was located. After passing countless ancient temples and monasteries, as well as numerous Zen forests and monasteries, Wuxia finally came before a lofty mountain surrounded by green waters. It was as if a large number of green pearls had been casually sprinkled into the green water. Numerous mountain peaks protruded out of the water, and plentiful auras were swirling back and forth between the mountain peaks. Some strange aquatic creatures were crawling in the clear green water, devoutly chanting the name of Buddha. In the middle of these thousands of towering mountains, separated by green water, was a small island, which was less than 2 miles in height and nearly 100 miles in circumference. Between a linden tree and a purple bamboo, there was a cave abode. Outside the cave, golden lotuses could be seen everywhere. Inside the cave, a faint aroma of sandalwood could be sensed, and silvery Buddhist chants could be heard without an end. This was indeed an excellent peaceful place for Buddhist League. Duke of Longyang was frowning, standing on a bluestone path a few miles away from the cave abode, raising his head and looking at the sky. The light waves transformed from the ancient bronze bell were surging rapidly in all directions. Lord Longyang had just joined the Buddhist League not long ago, so he had no idea what this represented. Instinctively, he sensed a trace of nervousness and danger from the bell, which made him uneasy. What could make the foundation of the Buddhist League ring the bell so solemnly? Even when the fiend gods from outer domains broke through the great Vulture Mountain, they were not as nervous as this. Duke of Longyang was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly lifted the front hem of his robe and rushed toward the Dragon Mother Cave. The island was covered with restrictive spells personally deployed by the Mother Dragon Buddha. With his cultivation base, Duke of Longyang could not fly on the island. While Duke of Longyang was running madly, dozens of men and women walked out of the Dragon Mother Cave. The leader was a beautiful woman with white hair, clad in a brocade kasaya and a golden crown. Holding a monk's staff in her left hand and a string of prayer beads in her right, the woman was staring worriedly at the light waves spreading in all directions in the sky, murmuring something under her breath. Behind the woman, dozens of young men and women, dressed in different outfits, stood there with a surprised look on their faces. Only a small half of them were clad in pure monk outfits. They too were looking up at the light waves flying across the sky. "Master, why is there such a warning today?" cried a stunningly beautiful young girl, who was clad in a moon-white robe but had her hair unshaven. The beautiful woman frowned. Suddenly, a moon-white mole between her eyebrows pulsed rapidly, and a strand of white light, as thin as a hair, darted out from the mole. "Which fellow Taoist has invaded my Dragon Mother Cave? What do you want?" cried the white-haired, beautiful woman with a stern voice. While she was shouting, a large sheet of golden flame suddenly burst out from the top of her head, sweeping across all directions and quickly sealing off the void around the Dragon Mother Cave. Apart from the dozens of young men and women standing behind her, all the other living beings on the island, including Duke of Longyang, who was running madly toward her, crouched down on the ground in fear, fearing that they would be touched by this inconspicuous golden flame. Wuxia praised. This white-haired, beautiful woman, golden-bodied Dragon Mother, had indeed achieved a great achievement in cultivating the divine ability of the Buddhist League. Judging from the white glow emanating from a mole between her eyebrows, it was clear that she had reached the realm of being able to see through all worldly affairs. No wonder Wuxia had come so quietly, but he still gave her a sense of alarm and made her plan so quickly. But since the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had already left the great Vulture Mountain for the Empress Hua Palace, who was he afraid of? Laughing strangely, Wuxia fished out an extremely vicious supreme treasure of primal from under his sleeve, the blood sword box. It was one of the ransoms given to Wuxia by the 9 Daozu in order to redeem the 5 great celestial emperors. The box was only the size of a palm, and it was purplish in color, the color of dried blood. At first glance, it looked just like an ordinary metal box. As he did not have the time to refine this treasure, Wuxia bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a stream of blood essence onto the box. The small box opened abruptly, and a boundless sea of blood mixed with tens of thousands of blood-red sword beams shot out from it, wrapping up golden-bodied Dragon Mother in a flash. She never expected that Wuxia was already less than 100 feet away from her, hovering right above her head. As soon as the sea of blood and countless blood-red sword beams wrapped her up, she immediately let out a deafening Buddhist cry and was about to exercise the divine ability of the Buddhist League to fight Wuxia to the death. But Wuxia did not give her any chance. With a light flick of his finger, 3 energy-destroying needles, which were also from Daozu, transformed into 3 streams of green flame and shot out soundlessly, hitting the mole between her eyebrows, her heart, and her lower abdomen. The strange, evil power drilled into her body, and the tremendous Buddhist power that she had accumulated through countless years of severe cultivation was quickly dissipating. She gave a muffled snort. Even though she was severely wounded, she still had the strength to boost her spirit blood. A golden sphere of light rose from her palm, and a devil-subduing divine thunder struck down towards Wuxia's head along with a faintly discernible Buddhist chant. Wuxia did not say a word. The divine thunderbolt smashed into his face and exploded into a dazzling golden light. He felt a slight pain on his face, and then a tiny cut as thin as a strand of blood appeared on it. Then he exercised his energy, and the cut disappeared. All the Buddhist power in Dragon Mother's body was drained by the needles. Helplessly, she gave a sad howl and was rolled up into the air by the box. The lid of the blood sword box was closed along with a loud crack, and Golden Dragon Mother's gray-haired head was rolled into the box. Grabbing the box, Wuxia spun and left without saying a word. In a blink of an eye, he transformed into a beam of light and rushed out of Gridrakata Mountain before the gate was closed. He came and went as fast as lightning. Before those world venerables in Gridrakata Mountain could react, he had already beheaded Dragon Mother. Holding the box in his hand, he gave it a slight shake, and a wave of blood could be heard coming from within. He opened the lid slightly, pulled out a white-haired head from the box, and threw it back into Gridrakata Mountain. A decapitated head could not hurt Dragon Mother Buddha's foundation. As long as she could return to the cave in time and reattach her head and body, she would only lose a little bit of her energy. Wuxia even had the time to send a voice transmission to Lord Longyang, telling him that he had already gotten what he wanted and that there was no need for him to take the risk. While Lord Longyang was still in a daze, wondering what was going on, Wuxia had already left with the crown of Dragon Mother Buddha. Chapter 1088. Late at night, Great Wu's imperial palace in Chang was brightly lit. All the civil and military officials had gathered in the Great Hall, where Liu Bang was mobilizing the army to carry out the war. Since Reverend Shoujua was willing to help by setting up a training ground that could speed up time tens of thousands of times for Great Wu soldiers to use, Liu Bang had ordered Great Wu's conscription ratio to be raised to an unprecedented level on Panga Continent. 1 soldier for every 10 soldiers. In short, the land on Panga Continent was fertile, and the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled could produce enough food to support the army no matter how many soldiers they had. In the past, the Yu's conscription ratio was maintained at 1 soldier for every 10,000 soldiers, because the Yu did not have a need for large-scale wars. In fact, with the resources on Panga Continent, even if Liu Bang were to draw 1 soldier for every 10,000 soldiers, it would not affect Great Wu's national strength. The newly trained soldiers were mixing with Great Wu's former soldiers and marching to the borders of Great Wu, Great Yu, and New Wu. The border with the Yu was fine, as Great Wu was only focusing on defense for the time being. But on the border with New Wu, both sides had amassed a large number of troops, and each had a plan to completely defeat the other. Liu Bang, clad in a black dragon robe, sat on the throne at the end of the hall, while Lu Buwei, dressed in a luxurious robe, stood beside him, meticulously arranging military and political affairs. Lu Buwei was indeed worthy of being the prime minister of Daqin in those days. Great Wu was as large as Liu Bang's, but he had taken care of everything himself. Even Reverend Shoujua, Giguzi, and Mod, who were sitting on the other side of Liu Bang, were full of praise. Just outside Chong, and Wu Qi grabbed the prince out of the heaven refining cauldron and fed him to Nine-Tailed Fox. No matter what, the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince was a figure with the cultivation of Buddha. He had an abundance of blood essence. Nine-Tails ate happily and finished the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince in a few mouthfuls. After devouring the Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince, Nine-Tailed carapace became brighter and brighter. He wagged his tail excitedly and rubbed his 4 huge pincers on Wu Qi's body. He wanted Wu Qi to feed him the South Dipper Great Emperor inside the Heaven Refining Cauldron. Wu Qi patted Nine-Tail's head and scolded softly. When the Nine-Tailed Scorpion calmed down, Wu Qi sat cross-legged on its back. 1 man and 1 scorpion were hidden in the faint dark clouds, floating all the way to Chang'an City. Without alerting anyone, Wu Qi and Nine-Tailed sneaked into Great Wu's imperial palace and hid quietly in Liu Bang's bedchamber. It was not until midnight that Liu Bang returned to the bedchamber, surrounded by a group of palace maids and eunuchs. As soon as he entered the bedchamber, Liu Bang sensed the faint murderous aura emanating from Nine-Tails. After a moment of silence, he clapped his hands gently, drove all the palace maids and eunuchs out, and closed the door with his own hands. Picking up a match, Liu Bang silently lit hundreds of candles made of merman's oil on dozens of huge candlesticks in the bedchamber. Immediately, a faint aroma filled the bedchamber. Wu Qi sat boldly on the throne that originally belonged to Liu Bang in the bedchamber, with Nine-Tails lying beside him. He bared his teeth at Liu Bang and looked ferocious, as if he could not wait to pounce on Liu Bang and eat him. Liu Bang threw down the match and chuckled. "Fellow Taoist, your behavior is almost like that of a despicable person." Crossing his legs, Wu Qi took out the crown of Dragon Mother Buddha and played with it carefully in his hand. He looked at Liu Bang with a smile and said, "Despicable person? How can your majesty use this word to describe me? Who dares to call himself a despicable person in front of your majesty?" They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. But neither Wu Qi nor Liu Bang had a smile in their laughter. It was as dry as sugarcane powder that had been squeezed 100 times by a juicer. They threw their heads back and laughed for a full 10 minutes before Liu Bang suddenly stopped and fixed his feverish eyes on the crown in Wu Qi's hand. Shaking the golden crown, Wu Qi asked lightly, "Do you want it?" Liu Bang swallowed, nodded hard, and said, "Yes." Wu Qi put the Buddha's aura back into his sleeve and said coldly, "I won't give it to you." Liu Bang was so angry that his hair stood on end. He took a step forward, and the 9 purple golden streams of human emperor Qi turned into the shape of a flood dragon and floated behind him. An enormous pressure came blowing at Wu Qi's face, hovering around him like a hurricane. Dozens of strange black stars were flashing in Liu Bang's eyes. The space about 100 feet around Wu Qi was sealed by a gloomy and deep force. Wu Qi felt his body sink, and his muscles and meridians went numb, as if some kind of poison was invading his body. This kind of poison was very strange. Even with Wu Qi's ability, he could barely control it. If he wanted to devour and absorb it, he would have to wait until Wu Qi had completely dissected it. But this poison was vicious, cruel, and extremely violent, but it was also gloomy and obscure. It was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, giving people a fatal blow without them noticing. It was difficult for Wu Qi to grasp the way the poison spread in his body. Looking at Liu Bang in surprise, Wu Qi shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that Liu Bang, the king of Han, the weakest of the 9 clones, could have such a trick." Liu Bang was stunned. He asked subconsciously, "How do you know that I have 9 clones?" But as soon as he said this, Liu Bang roared angrily. "Cut the crap! Wuxia, how dare you make fun of me? Could it be that you have forgotten the agreement with this king?" The heavy pressure pressed down on Wuxia's body. Even with Wuxia's ability, he felt that his body was heavy and his actions were hindered. Nine-tailed uneasily scratched his claws on the ground. Several parts of his smooth shell had become bumpy. The invisible poison was corroding his carapace. Several parts of his carapace had been corroded and penetrated. The poison was invading his muscles, making him feel an indescribable pain. But Wuxia did not say anything. Ninetails endured the pain and did not attack Liu Bang. But Ninetails' self-control was rapidly fading. When he could not bear the pain, he would definitely launch a fatal blow to Liu Bang with all his strength. Wuxia pressed one hand on Ninetails' head, and Hongming Immortal Qi was constantly injected in Ninetails' body, helping him suppress the pain caused by the strange poison. He smiled and shook his head at Liu Bang. "Your Majesty's words are not true. It really makes Wuxia afraid to make a deal with your Majesty." Liu Bang was taken aback, and the evil force around him relaxed slightly. He shouted coldly, "What did I say that was not true?" Wuxia said indifferently, "Has Her Majesty heard of the heaven-confusing 7 owls?" Liu Bang was taken aback. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "That bastard Emperor Xian, how dare he do this?" That Liu Bang in the purple dragon robe was called Emperor Xian. Wuxia smiled. In front of him was the candidate for the human emperor of Dao. There was also the immortal divine emperor of the immortal divine kingdom. And now there was Emperor Xian. It seemed that Liu Bang's 9 avatars were very interested in being the emperor. After a few strange laughs, Wuxia shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with Emperor Xian. It was the heaven-confusing 7 owls who were ordered to intercept Wuxia outside the Great Vulture Mountain, with the intention of seizing this soul fixation pearl." Now, Wuxia was the classic example of lying through his teeth. He smiled and said to Liu Bang, "Unfortunately, the cultivation of the heaven-confusing 7 owls was a little lacking. The 7 evil creatures were captured alive by me. They could not endure the torture and spat out everything that Emperor Xian told them." With a wave of his hand, a clear light rushed out from the top of his head, and a mass of dark purple clouds loomed in the clear light. One could see the pale green eyes and golden claws looming in the dark clouds. With a wave of his hand, the clear light gushed out and absorbed this mass of purple clouds into his body. He smiled at the gloomy Liu Bang and said, "Now your Majesty believes what Wuxia said?" Liu Bang's face was gloomy. With a cold snort, he sat on a soft couch at the side. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wuxia and scolded in a low voice, "What an incompetent scoundrel! Emperor Xian is really despicable, and those demons under him." After venting his anger for a while, the dark evil light in Liu Bang's bloodshot eyes gradually dissipated, and so did the evil force around him. He said lightly, "So?" Wuxia nodded and said, "So, Your Majesty, with the soul fixation pearl, you can completely cut off the soul connection between the 9 avatars. At that time, Your Majesty and the other 8 avatars will be 9 independent individuals, and Her Majesty's oath will no longer be able to bind them. If they have the intention to kill me and the people around me, wouldn't Your Majesty's oath be nonsense?" Smacking his lips, Liu Bang nodded thoughtfully and said, "Actually, I don't want the soul fixation pearl to cut off the connection between us." With a hint of aggressiveness, Wuxia immediately asked, "Then what does Your Majesty want the soul fixation pearl for? Could it be that Your Majesty intends to use the soul fixation pearl to recombine the 9 avatars into one?" If so, then... A light flashed in Liu Bang's eyes. He looked at Wuxia and said angrily, "Wuxia, if you talk too much, it will only bring you trouble." Wuxia laughed wildly. He crossed his legs and patted Ninetailed's big head from time to time. He said with a smile, "Then, what trump card does Your Majesty have? You can show it now." "Well, tomorrow I'll give the South Dou Emperor to Taoism for free. Then, I'll smash the soul fixation pearl into pieces. After that, I'll find a random ravine to hide in. No matter how capable you are, Liu Bang, what can you do to me? Liu Bang stared at Wuxia for a long time. His body suddenly wriggled like water waves, and a strange black chi tore open his skin and gradually emerged from behind him. Not long after, a thick and evil black chi appeared behind Liu Bang. Countless black chi as thick as a thumb swayed around the black chi, like a mutated octopus. The strange chi made Wu Chi's expression change. He looked at the black chi and whispered, "What is this?" "This is Guaran's trump card," said Liu Bang indifferently. "Hand over the soul fixation pearl, and I won't make things difficult for you." There was a deep fear in Liu Bang's indifferent eyes. Obviously, he didn't want to fall out with Wu Chi. Wu Chi looked at the black chi coldly. Suddenly, Nine-Tailed suddenly hissed and rushed toward the black chi with all his strength. The 9 long tails tore through the air with cold air and attacked the black chi with all their strength. Chapter 1089. Nine-Tails spat saliva and pounced at the huge shadow behind Liu Bang, as if he had encountered an irreconcilable enemy. Just as Wu Chi was wondering where Nine-Tailed's resentment came from, the shadow with countless tentacles laughed grimly. Wu Chi felt a chill run through his internal organs, and in the next moment, Nine-Tailed was knocked flying back with a shrill howl. Poor Nine-Tails, all his pincers and tails were corroded, leaving only a body with a circumference of about 10 feet in the middle rolling on the ground. Wu Chi was shocked. What was Nine-Tail's origin? He was a newly born chaos demon god, and a predator of the highest rank among the chaos demon gods, born ferocious and powerful. In front of this shadow, Nine-Tails couldn't even withstand a single blow. He pressed his palm on Nine-Tails' back armor, and the billowing primordial purple chi frantically poured into Nine-Tails' body. Nine-Tails hissed angrily, constantly spewing black venom from his mouth. His corroded pincers and tails were rapidly regenerated under the nourishment of the primordial purple chi. He had just devoured Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince, and the huge essence had not been digested yet. Now he could use Nightmare Dragon Crown Prince's blood essence to regenerate his new limbs. Coldly glancing at the strange shadow behind Liu Bang, Wu Chi carried Nine-Tails and turned to leave. This shadow gave Wu Chi a very bad feeling. The sense of threat was extremely strong, but also extremely erratic, like an old enemy who had killed him in his previous life. Countless messy images flashed through Wu Chi's mind. But Wu Chi was sure that whether it was his previous life as Yuan Ling or his reincarnation in the mortal world after the calamity, he had never seen this shadow. Those fragmented images and messy memories seemed to be brought by Yuan Ling from his previous life. Wu Chi's mind was in a mess, and he just instinctively fled out of Liu Bang's palace. He vaguely guessed something. Xianxia had once said that the so-called chaos demon gods were merely the spiritual projections of those powerful existences in the destroyed sacred world after their deaths. After they had died, they were reborn as living beings after they had gathered enough chaotic aura. In other words, the mother of the chaotic demon god should possess the memories of the great experts of the saints' world before they were destroyed. If that was the case, it could explain the origin of those random things that suddenly popped up in Wu Chi's mind. He transformed into a stream of light and dashed out of Liu Bang's bedchamber in an instant. However, Liu Bang burst into laughter. "Master, we can't let him escape. With such a cultivation base, he's the perfect tonic for Master." Along with Liu Bang's roar, the shadow behind Liu Bang let out a creepy and unpleasant laugh, then swooped towards Wu Chi. Countless tentacles wriggled crazily, wrapping around Wu Chi's body. Wu Chi's body flickered continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of Great Wu's territory and came to the territory of New Wu. But the shadow had already caught up with Wu Chi. Countless tentacles came crashing down, and dozens of them had already landed on Wu Chi's body. The poison in Wu Chi's body had not been controlled yet, and more poisonous gas poured into his body like a broken dam. Wu Chi's skin was turning black and green, and too much poisonous gas was spewing out of his pores like a fountain. Wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants, and trees would rot into mud. All of a sudden, Ninetails let out a miserable cry. Wuxia hurriedly looked down, and his heart skipped a beat. 3 tentacles had pierced into Ninetails' body at some point and were madly absorbing Ninetails' blood essence. The flesh and blood inside his shell were shrinking rapidly, and more than 30% of his body fluid, which was full of powerful energy, had been sucked away. Shocked, Wuxia produced the blood sword box. Waves of blood rolled out of it, and countless sword beams slashed at the 3 tentacles. Then the lid of the box suddenly closed, and with a crack, the 3 tentacles were cut off at the waist. The huge shadow laughed gloomily. The 3 severed tentacles swayed in the wind, and 3 new tentacles grew out from each of them, grabbing at Wuxia and Ninetails. Wuxia shook his head and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Pulling Ninetails with him, he suddenly turned into a beam of blood light and flew millions of miles away, arriving over the capital of New Wu in the blink of an eye. The Emperor of Great Wu, Liu Bang, has colluded with demons and schemed against the world, and Liu Bang has 8 clones out there plotting evil. Fellow Taoists, you must be careful not to fall into his trap, he cried out. Wuxia used all his strength to utter the roar, mixing all his divine sense and willpower into it, and spreading it out in all directions. A huge sound wave spread across the entire Panga continent, and even the almighty experts on Mount Gridrada, Palace of Tao Origin, and Empress Hua Palace could hear it clearly. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since you want to do it in the dark, I won't give you the chance. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality and had begun to attack, why should he keep the secret for him? Naturally, he had to expose his true face as soon as possible. Just now, Wuxia had coughed out a mouthful of blood essence and flown forward with the blood escape art, barely getting rid of the shadow's pursuit. But as soon as he let out the roar, a cloud rolled over behind him. Amidst the cloud, a Taoist dressed like a feather warrior, clad in a robe of water and cloud, holding a hoe and a basket, was chasing after him at top speed. The feather warrior burst into laughter and said, "Don't try to frame me, little thief, Wuxia. It's clear that you broke into His Majesty's palace at night and plotted against him, but you dare to blame His Majesty? How dare you?" He pointed the hoe in his hand into the air, and a plume of 5-colored smoke came blowing at Wuxia's face. The poison in his body suddenly broke out, and he felt a sharp pain in all his muscles and bones, which nearly made him fall to the ground. Wuxia took a deep breath, and the aura of the human emperor hidden in the depths of his body surged out. Beams of golden light shone through his internal organs, and Wuxia felt his body become clear, and the damage caused by the poison was reduced by more than 70%. Secretly praising the wonders of the aura of the human emperor, Wuxia was amazed by the means of the shadow. Just now, it was a tentacle monster that looked like an octopus chasing after him, and now it had turned into a sage-like Taoist Xianxia. This monster had very profound means. Before Wuxia could come up with a countermeasure, a furious roar rose into the sky from the capital of New Wu. A Dai venerable rushed out of the city, riding a giant black tiger whose cultivation base was only around the Jin dance stage, wielding a Vajra scepter that shone with a golden light. He shouted sternly, "Which evildoer dares to make trouble in Lord Zheng's territory? Touch your head and see if you are still alive." With a roar, the Dai venerable smashed the scepter on the top of Wuxia's head. Wuxia let out a strange cry and was hit on the head by the Dai venerable's Vajra scepter. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, grabbed his 9 tails, and fell into the city. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into a dark corner of the city. Wuxia's voice came drifting from all over the city. "Bold donkey Dai, I was kind enough to give you a warning, but you hit me when I was down and seriously injured me. I will not let this matter go." Dai Venerable threw his head back and laughed wildly. Ignoring Wuxia's words, he spurred the black tiger and rushed toward the Taoist who was chasing after him. He laughed loudly and said, Let this matter go? I've never known what it means to let this matter go. You coward, don't you know that no cowards are allowed to live within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, except for those who have submitted to me? With a wild roar, Dave Venerable smashed the scepter down at the Taoist. The Taoist laughed sinisterly, but did not say a word. Instead, he raised his pickaxe and swung it at Dave Venerable's scepter. A loud boom rang out as the pickaxe exploded into countless sparks, while the scepter shattered the Taoist's right arm, turning him into a dark, blurry shadow that hovered in the air. The Vajra continued to smash down towards the Taoist with the force of a thunderbolt, forcibly smashing the Taoist's entire body into a pile of rotten flesh that sprayed out. However, in just a blink of an eye, all the rotten flesh turned into black slime and fell into the dark corners of the city, disappearing without a trace. Dave Venerable laughed coldly, shook his head, and said, "Cowering like a coward? What kind of bastard are you?" Brushing his hand across his bald head, a white beam of light shot up from the top of his head, reaching hundreds of miles into the sky. A 7-layered relic light screen emerged, illuminating the sky with a 7-colored light. In an instant, the surrounding area of 10,000 miles was as bright as day. Wherever the colorful light reached, it shone on the ground for thousands of miles. Rocks, sand, and rocks that were thousands of miles deep all turned crystal-like. Everything in them could be seen clearly under the colorful light. Countless black slime was gathering together 100 miles underground. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a little Buddhist monk clad in a moon-white monk robe, with a round shaved head and shrouded in a faint Buddha's light. Hiding under the eaves of a house, Wuxia was struck speechless by the incredible scene. Just now, Dave Venerable had used at least 70% of his strength to swing the scepter, and yet he failed to kill this bizarre shadow? How could he slip underground and transform into a little monk exuding the pure aura of the Buddhist League? He is indeed a monster. Dave cried out in a fuss. "Hey, listen up, people of the world. The Emperor of Great Wu, Liu Bang, is in cahoots with this monster. Ha! The Tao League has chosen a good emperor." Before his voice could fade away, Liu Bang's soft cry came from a distance. "This is absurd. Could it be that the Buddhist League is full of thieves who cry thief? Wuxia, how many benefits have you received from the Buddhist League that made you join forces with them to frame me?" Snorting coldly, Liu Bang cried out, "Baldy Buddhist League is a treacherous man who goes back on his word. I'm ashamed to live in this world with you. Pass on my decree. Send out all the soldiers of the dynasty to attack New Wu. Senior immortals, please fight with all your might to determine the fate of the human race." Wuxia could not help but praise. This fellow, Liu Bang, is really thick-skinned. How could he take advantage of the situation and launch a war against New Wu? That's true. Just now, when Wuxia shouted that Liu Bang was in cahoots with an evildoer, who would believe him without any solid evidence? Even if the little monk who was taking shape underground did not say that he was Liu Bang's master and had been living in Liu Bang's body, who would believe these things? Liu Bang was the candidate chosen by Daozu to be the human emperor. Could it be that even Daozu would make a mistake? At the thought of this, Wuxia felt a chill in his heart. If this fellow had been living in Liu Bang's body, what kind of existence could make Daozu make a mistake? Chapter 1090. In front of Empress Hua Palace, a small group of the most powerful experts of Panga World had gathered, except for the 9 Daozu, who had each reserved a part of their power to suppress the investiture of the gods. All the other Dao fusing experts had arrived in their best state. A misty cloud shone above Huang clan's head, in which the myriad spirit cauldron was faintly visible. From time to time, a large amount of chaotic aura would be sucked into the cauldron, while countless thumb-sized spirit lights would fly out of it. These tiny spirit lights were Yuan Ling's true souls, which were initially condensed by the cauldron. They flew down, reincarnated into plants, insects, and beasts, and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. After countless reincarnations, some of Yuan Ling's true souls had fused into one, turning into 3 souls and 7 spirits, which were the true souls of human beings. The Myriad Spirit Cauldron was the most important origin spirit treasure of Panga World, and it could even affect the great Tao of Panga World. The eyes of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were fixed on the cauldron, their expressions complicated. They had never thought that the most important thing in Panga World was in the hands of Huahuang clan, who they had never taken seriously. Compared with the cauldron, those supreme treasures of Primal were nothing. With the cauldron, she was almost half the owner of Panga World, and it was the most important treasure in this part of the world. Huahuang clan's face darkened, and she also looked at the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs without saying a word. The 18 saints of the Holy Alliance did not say a word either. Everyone was strangely silent. It was not until Wuxia's roar shook the heaven and earth that these almighty experts in front of Empress Hua Palace suddenly recovered from the dead silence. They looked down at the Panga continent at the same time and saw a Taoist emerge from the cloud and chase after Wuxia, only to be smashed to the ground by a Taoist with a Vajra staff. This was supposed to be a very common thing. When Wuxia shouted that Liu Bang had colluded with the evildoer, the 9 Daozu sneered at Wuxia's words. They had no reason to believe him at all. Liu Bang was a disciple cultivated by the Tao sect itself. He had been reincarnated countless times in the mortal world and made great contributions to the Tao sect's control of the mortal world. What about Wuxia? He had just extorted a bunch of treasures from the 9 Daozu. He was lucky that the Daozu did not kill him. How could they believe his words? The 7 Buddhist ancestors did not have a good impression of Wuxia. No matter who was blackmailed, they would not have a good impression of the culprit, right? Among the crowd, only the Huahuang clan frowned in confusion. Great Horns and a few other Tao fusing experts, who were the most straightforward, cried out at the top of their lungs. Judging by fellow Taoist Wuxia's words, that Liu Bang must have colluded with the evildoer. TSK, what kind of evildoer is worthy of fellow Taoist Wuxia shouting like this? The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Taoists did not know Wuxia's background, but the Huahuang clan and the 18 saints were well aware of it. With Yuan Ling's experience and Wuxia's current overall strength, he could easily kill any ordinary evildoer with a flip of his palm. So, why was he shouting like this? Just as the crowd was puzzled, confused, or sneering, the Taoist who was smashed to the ground by Taoist Tianyi's Vajra staff turned into a black slime and gathered 100 miles underground, then transformed into a little monk emanating pure Buddhist energy. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs' faces fell, and the 9 Daozu could not help but cry out in surprise. Where did this person come from? Purple-browed Taoist asked indifferently. The technique he used to fly in the sky is indeed an immortal magic of our Tao League. But judging from his appearance underground now, it is a pure Buddhist magic. There are indeed people who practice both Buddhism and Taoism in this world, but who could change their appearance so casually like this, and even change their aura so completely? Great Horns grinned and said, I don't know if there is such a person now, but when the great Saint Pangu was still alive, there was a guy who had a similar trick as this guy. The faces of all the Tao fusing saints present fell instantly. Only the 2 newly advanced Tao fusing experts, Xin Yuan and Shen Nong, looked at the unsightly faces of the crowd in confusion. The Huahuang clan seemed to see the puzzled faces of the 2 saint emperors behind her, and she cried out in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Great Horns, could the person you were talking about be the World Breaker?" Huanyan? Great Horn smacked his lips and muttered in a low voice, "I really don't want to hear that name. How many bloody storms has this guy stirred up in those years?" The Huahuang clan smiled coldly and sighed. Niwa had wanted to find out who released Xianxia from a seal. But now that Huanyan has come to Panga World, it is no longer important to find out who released him. What do you think, fellow Taoists? The Huahuang clan's eyes were as cold as knives as they glanced at the faces of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Daozu saints. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs chanted the name of Buddha together. Expressionlessly, Buddha, guarding heart, told them about how they went to the depths of chaos, fought a fierce battle with Xianxia, and came back with severe injuries. Buddha, keeping promise, even told them frankly that at that time, the Buddhist League had an absolute advantage in the God-conferring grand plan, and they did not want Xianxia to ruin their plan by coming to Panga World. That was why they went to stop him. Although Xianxia had just escaped from the seal, his evil cultivation base was beyond imagination, and he had wounded all 7 Buddhist patriarchs. Great horns roared furiously, cursing the bastard who had released 1,000 heads from the seal. He was a boorish man through and through, and his foul language was so unbearable that no one could bear to listen to it. His curses made the faces of the 9 Daozu saints, who were extremely thick-skinned, flicker, and they looked angrily at Great Horns. All the saints knew very well that the Wahuang clan would never do such a thing that would endanger the whole Panga world. The 18 sages were all idle people. Once they were full, they would just play around. They had no lofty ambitions, nor did they have the ambition to conquer the world. Why would they release Xianxia to make things difficult for him? The 7 Buddhist patriarchs also confessed that they had fought with Xianxia and were wounded by him. So, it was obvious that the person who had the motive and the strength to release Xianxia was none other than the 9 Daozu saints, who had suffered in the God-conferment plan. Relying on the Buddhist League as their firm ally, they thought they could unify the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and mortal, and thus wield the power of the heavenly Tao and Panga world, formulate the laws and regulations of this world, control the destiny of the human race, and thus control the whole Panga world. But they did not expect that their firm ally would give them a hard stab. The Buddhist League had also cultivated its own agents to fight for the power of the human race. Moreover, the Wahuang clan had given the Buddhist League and the Tao League a hard blow, attracting fiend gods from outer domains and nearly wiping out the descendants of the 2 sections. The investiture of the gods, the magical artifact that the 9 Daozu saints were most proud of, had become a big joke. Although all its main functions had been preserved, such as being able to influence the power of the heavenly Tao and confer divine titles to the gods of heaven, earth, and mortal, the investiture of the gods had required the 9 Daozu saints to use a great deal of energy to suppress it. Otherwise, the Yuan Ling saints inside the investiture of the gods would have devoured each other. The Tao League had suffered a great loss of face. Their plan of countless tribulations had become a laughingstock, especially after being betrayed by their ally, the Buddhist League, and ruthlessly attacked by the Wahuang clan. Who else but them could bring the 1,000 heads to Panga world? Even these sages knew that the 9 Daozu saints had full confidence in their own strength. They were confident that they could break the agreement signed between the Wahuang clan and the sages with the power of the 1,000 heads, decide the result of the conferment of the gods with absolute power, and then seal the 1,000 heads. But, after all, this was dancing on the tip of a knife. One mistake, and the entire Panga world would completely collapse. A Tao-breaking cultivator like Wuxia could still escape from the collapsing Panga world. At worst, he could run to the chaotic world and live as a savage. But Yuan Ling saints were Tao-fusing saints who had merged with the heavenly Tao of Panga world. If Panga world was destroyed, none of them could escape. What the 9 Daozu saints had done was tantamount to putting a knife on the necks of all Tao-fusing experts. Therefore, although Great Horns' curses were nasty and filthy, none of the other Tao-fusing saints tried to dissuade him. Even the Wahuang clan pretended that the curses did not exist. Instead, she looked at the 9 Daozu saints, whose faces had turned blue, with a hint of pleasure. Great Horns' curses were so harsh that Daozu bellowed, "Shut up, you old fool. Why are you still pestering me at a time like this? How did that Huan Yin come to Panga continent? How long has she been lurking here? How many chess pieces has she set up? How many tricks has she arranged? Hurry up and capture her alive. What are you cursing here for?" Great Horns tilted his head and stared at Daozu. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "Still trying to act like a Daozu? Believe it or not, If I don't want to live anymore, I'll drag all 9 of you to death with me." The 9 Daozu saints shut up immediately, not daring to provoke great horns any further. The bold were afraid of the bold, and the bold were afraid of the bold. Great Horns was a typical fool who did not want to live. The 9 Daozu saints thought that they had thousands of clever plans that could get them through this calamity safely. So, why would I want to die with them? As the saints looked down at Panga continent, the little monk under the ground looked up smilingly at Supremacy, who was hovering in the sky with a pagoda emitting a colorful Buddhist light that shone in all directions. He put his palms together, bowed to Supremacy, and cried out respectfully, "Senior Brother Supremacy, I've heard that there are demons here, so I've come to slay them." "Senior Brother, have you seen where they went?" The Supremacy was so angry that he started to laugh. He shouted, "How dare you? You are the incarnation of a demon. How dare you lie to us?" The little monk stared at Supremacy in astonishment, his face full of grievance. However, before the novice monk could say anything, something unexpected happened. Right next to the novice monk that Huan Yin had transformed into a meter-long palm shrouded in purple chi suddenly appeared behind him. Although there were so many Dao fusing experts outside Empress Hua Palace, none of them could see how the palm appeared. It was as if it had always been there, and had just shown itself all of a sudden. The palm flicked out a finger casually, turning Huan Yin, who had transformed into a monk, into nothingness with a single strike. There was a flash of purple light, and Huan Yin disappeared without a trace. Only a mournful scream reverberated in the void. The crowd hurriedly looked up in the direction where Qiantu was charging at them aggressively. Sure enough, right in front of him, another huge palm appeared out of thin air and flicked his chest. The void trembled, and Qiantu was thrown out of Panga world. His body was shattered, and all the energy in him was completely destroyed. Although he had an immortal body, he could not put it back together in a short time. A chaotic tide swept past, and the remains of Qianxiu's body disappeared without a trace. Everyone was horrified, but Wu Qi's eyes lit up as he plunged into the ground. Chapter 1091. After the bow was engraved with the 3 runes, it was suddenly enveloped by a layer of dark halo, about 1 finger thick. The dark halo wrapped around the entire bow like a corporeal object. A swift and fierce arrow intent came rushing at Wu Qi's face. The purple energies surrounding Wu Qi's body immediately began to surge violently like a whirlpool, but the clump of purple energies that Wu Qi had transformed into was hovering quietly in midair, not moving at all. That had immediately revealed his whereabouts. Nonsense! Wu Qi gave Pangu a glare. Of course, he wanted to know why Pangu was doing all this. As Wu Qi continued to descend, the ripples of time and space became more and more obvious. In the end, Wu Qi broke through a very thin layer of spatial restriction and came to a void that was only about 10,000 miles in circumference. This area of the void was filled with a nearly liquid-like purple natural energy. In the vast sky, there was a small sun and a small moon. The sun and the moon orbited around a circular landmass that had a diameter of less than 100 miles. On the landmass, there were small lakes, hills, woods, and all kinds of plants, flowers, and trees. Perhaps even those almighty experts of the Tao fusing realm could not do such an incredible trick. Could they? Wu Qi was hesitant about whether tracking such an almighty expert would pose a threat to him. But after thinking about it carefully, Wu Qi finally could not restrain his curiosity. He followed the rapidly shrinking divine well all the way to the depths of the spirit cave below Yuxiong Plain. Wu Qi stared blankly at the burly man who sat under the tree with a translucent body. He knew the face of this man. In the past, in the Chaos World, Lord Yuan Ling had made a trade with this burly man. The burly man had hunted down 18 chaos beasts that were poisonous in their bodies in exchange for Lord Yuan Ling's bottle of divine accumulation pills. All the way down, down, and down, he kept diving deeper and deeper into the abyss. Gradually, he came to the deepest part of the spirit cave, a place that he had never reached even when he was cultivating in seclusion. As he flew down at such a high speed, some imperceptible ripples of time and space appeared in the surrounding natural energy, as if there was a small world below the spirit cave. This burly man was none other than Pangu, the great Saint Pangu who created this world. The finger attack that knocked Xianxia and Huan Yan out of Pangu world just now was done by a wisp of Pangu's divine will, which had mobilized the tremendous power of heaven and earth. As the creator of Pangu world, Pangu could naturally mobilize the original power of this world with ease. With the power of a world, it was naturally easy for him to fight against two world breakers who had not yet fully recovered. Outside Empress Hua Palace, many almighty experts of the Tao fusing realm were amazed by the magical means of the giant hand. All of them seemed to have thought of something that could not be told to outsiders. For a moment, they all fell into a strange state of contemplation. Only Wuxia, who was hiding in a corner, sensed a faint ripple of divine will near the giant hand that suddenly appeared behind Huan Yan's back. Pangu had just woken up less than 100 years ago. Wuxia's heart stirred slightly. Back then, Huahuan clan had also said that Pangu was in a deep slumber. Pursing his lips, Wuxia looked at this small space and sneered. I've long heard that Pangu created this world and then died of exhaustion. Who is this person before me? Is he really Pangu's old friend? TSK. Wuxia almost slapped himself. He was about to transform into a stream of light and flee, but Pangu had already appeared in front of him. Pangu, whose body was semi-transparent, curiously sized up the purple cloud that Wuxia had transformed into. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Which fellow cultivator is so capable to actually find Pangu's resting place? Pangu still doesn't know about it. Why don't you show your true form? Pangu has top-grade tea to serve guests here. Shaking his head, Wuxia showed his true form. Pangu looked at Wuxia confusedly. Pangu didn't know who this young man, who called him Pangu's old friend, was. Wuxia laughed embarrassedly, then flashed across the air and transformed into Yuan Ling. Wuxia's eyebrows twitched. These scarlet spell symbols were so familiar to him. They were among the 36 runes he saw outside the Great Hall, where the 1,000-head immortal soul seal was kept through the soul of the 1,000-head, and they were among them. Back then, Wuxia had merely seen these spell symbols, but he had already vomited blood because of the tremendous and inexhaustible information contained in them. Back then, he wasn't even qualified to study these spell symbols. Wuxia stayed in the misty purple mist. His body had transformed into a purple mist as well, looking no different from the surrounding purple mist. Coughing a few times, Wuxia laughed dryly and said, Pangu, my old friend, you're tihaha. Furthermore, wherever his divine will pass through, the energies in the underground energy veins would flow around like living creatures. He had a feeling that these energies had grown their own eyes and were observing everything that happened in the surroundings. Along the way, he had been using the innate escape art learned from Scroll of Stealing to hide his body, carefully hiding himself in the surrounding natural energies. Although those surging natural energies had brushed past his body a few times, none of them could discover his existence. But it had been less than 100 years since he woke up, which meant it had been several decades, right? What had he been doing during these several decades? Entering this underground spirit cave, where he had once cultivated arduously for many years, Wuxia suddenly hesitated. The origin of this divine was very strange. Judging from the timing and strength of the attack, it was perfect. Basically, it had defeated 1,000 heads and Huan Yan without giving them any chance to survive. Even though all world breakers had indestructible bodies, the damage caused 1,000 heads and Huan Yan by this divine was enough to prevent them from posing any threat to Pangu world for at least a few years. Quietly, he looked at Pangu, watching him carve the tree trunk into a longbow. After that, he pulled out a very thin bowstring from the boundless purple mist and carefully fixed it on the bow. He threw his head back and laughed complacently, then bit his right index finger and wrote 3 fist-sized scarlet runes on the bow with a solemn face. Basically, Wuxia was sure that the divine will was transmitted through the underground energy veins on Panga continent. Every time the energy veins vibrated, the divine will would travel 1 billion miles in a blink of an eye. Its speed was 100 times faster than the Kwafu chasing the sun step that Wuxia had learned from the human race. If not for the great improvement in Wuxia's cultivation base, he would never be able to catch up with the speed of the divine will. In the forest beside the lake, a simple and heavy thatched cottage stood quietly. Outside the door of the thatched cottage, a large silver-white cat was lying lazily with its 4 legs facing the sky. This guy's body was nearly 4 meters long. Anyone would only say that he was a big tiger, but he was actually a cat. Moreover, he was a fat cat that was as fat as a ball. Once he lay down, he would definitely lie down with all 4 legs facing the sky. A few small butterflies were dancing around the cat's whiskers. The cat, whose face was covered in chunks of meat, was mumbling to itself. A stream of saliva dripped down from the corner of its mouth along its silver fur, forming a small puddle around its body. The cat's saliva exuded a faint fragrance, and under the sunlight, it shone with a lustrous luster like that of a precious jewel. A group of purple golden ants, each as long as an adult man's middle finger and with 6 extremely thin, membranous wings on their backs, were surrounding the puddle of saliva, greedily sucking the abundant natural energy contained in the saliva. Wisps of colorful light had been flowing into their mouth parts, making their shells brighter and brighter. Tracking all the way, Wuxia was startled by the moving speed of those spirit powers that he nearly vomited blood. Hearing Pan Gu's greedy demand, Wuxia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Tens of billions of kilograms? How dare you? How much fruit wine and spirit tea could be produced in Yuanling's nether realm in a year? Even Wuxia didn't have enough for himself. Beside the small lake, under a big tree, a 10-feet-tall man with a rugged and primitive face was carefully carving a tree trunk with a small axe. His long hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and his whole body was covered with bulging muscles. Looking at his movements, it seemed that he wanted to carve the tree trunk into a longbow. His fingers were steady and powerful, and the small axe chopped down unhurriedly. Every time he chopped down, a long trail of sawdust was cut off from the tree trunk. The marks left on the tree trunk coincided with the heavenly Tao, and every mark was incomparably perfect. But today, right in front of Wuxia's eyes, Pan Gu had easily written 3 of them with his own blood essence, and he looked so relaxed, as if it was not difficult at all. Just like that, Wuxia chased him all the way from the New Wu territory in the southern region of Panga continent to the territory of the Yu. Then, he ran all the way to Yuxiong Plain along a huge energy vein and went straight to the depths of the enormous spirit cave, which was claimed to be the great Saint Panga's heart. Pan Gu understood the meaning in Wuxia's eyes. Once again, he slapped his palm hard on Wuxia's shoulder, nearly knocking Wuxia away. Laughing strangely, he said, "It's best if you want to know. Bring me the best wine and tea." "Well, I'll tell you the whole story. What do you think? I've been sleeping for so many years, and I've just woken up less than 100 years ago." Pan Gu's face did not even blush. He laughed and said, "That's just a rumor, a real rumor. I'm not a fool. Why would I kill myself for no reason? But it's not a bad thing to say that I'm dead. It's rare for an old friend to visit. Do you want to know why I did this?" The divine will was extremely weak and blurry, almost fusing with the energy ripples in the underground energy veins on Panga continent. If Wuxia had not been extremely sensitive to all kinds of energies and energy ripples in the outside world, he would have almost overlooked the existence of the divine will. Although the poison that had invaded his body in Liu Bang's bedchamber had not been completely expelled, Wuxia hurriedly followed the divine will. Pan Gu was overjoyed. He slapped Wuxia's shoulder hard and laughed wildly. "Old man Mu, it's you. TSK, great timing. Hurry up and bring me tens of billions of kilograms of your fruit wine and spirit tea. TSK, you stingy old man. Bring me the best wine and tea now. His curiosity piqued. Wuxia immediately produced 2 jars of wine and followed Pangu, whose eyes were glowing with a green light, straight to the small continent. Chapter 1092. Next to the lake, under the shade of a tree, Wuxia and Pangu sat facing each other. Wuxia observed Pangu at a close distance. Although his translucent body exuded a strong aura of flesh and blood, Pangu was still just a Yuanling. However, even Yuanling himself had been refined to the same level as his physical body. How high was Pangu's current cultivation base? After careful consideration, Wuxia could only say that 3 to 5 Dao fusing cultivators could not even withstand a single strike from him. The big white cat, who had almost turned into a pile of dead meat, slowly crawled up and laid down beside Pangu. It narrowed its pair of obsequious eyes and intimately licked Pangu's calf with its light blue tongue. Pangu grumpily grabbed a dozen fist-sized purple pearls from the void, all of which were condensed from the purple spiritual energy, and fed them to the big cat. Meowing, meowing, the big cat tilted its head and looked at Wuxia. Wuxia twitched his mouth and took out a large pile of demon beast meat from his storage ring. There were countless demons and ghosts around him, and some of them liked to eat fresh meat. Therefore, he had brought a mountain of demon beast carcasses with him, just in case. The big cat's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce green light. Howling, it leaped onto the pile of demon beast meat, opened its jaws greedily, and gnawed on it with all its might. Even those hard bones were chewed and swallowed by it. Pangu patted the big cat's head and sighed softly. It has slept with me here for countless years, and this little servant is also starving. Wuxia just smiled and said nothing. Pangu, with your great power, is it difficult to find some food for this big cat? Jihao thought to himself. It's just that you don't want to do it. Poor cat. How could it become so fat after being fed by the pearls condensed from Pangu's spiritual energy? Is he the kind of person who can grow fat just by drinking water? After leaving the big cat behind, Wuxia and Pangu opened their wine jars, and Wuxia laid out a dozen plates of exquisite dishes. Then, they raised their wine jars and drank happily. It seemed that Pangu had not touched anything for many years. He gulped down the wine, and in just a quarter of an hour, he had gulped down 30 jars of the wine that Wuxia had specially made, each weighing 1,000 kilograms. The natural energy contained in these wines was as great as that of supreme-grade immortal stones. Even though Pangu had the body of Yuanling, his face still glowed with a strong red light, as if his face was on fire. Awesome, awesome. Old friend Yuanling's wine and tea are indeed the best of the Chaos Fiend celestial lineage. Pangu burped delightfully, then patted his belly satisfyingly and said, Poor Pangu. Back then, when I received those messages from the ancient holy palace, I did everything I could to achieve the great Tao, but I imprisoned myself. How many years has it been since I last enjoyed such a great wine? The great Tao is within reach. What is the great Tao? Asked Wuxia straightforwardly. Pangu remained silent for a long while, then gently rubbed the spot between his eyebrows. Golden light spots drifted down from between his eyebrows. After a whole hour, he said slowly, What is the great Tao? My old friend, Yuanling, you can go to the ancient holy palace and you will find some clues. Pangu can't explain it clearly either, but I can tell you something about this Pangu world to my old friend, Yuanling. Wuxia nodded delightfully. Pangu voluntarily told the secrets of Pangu world. Why wouldn't he be happy? Pangu didn't refuse. He asked for tens of vats of wine from Wuxia and put them around him. While drinking, he told Wuxia everything. In fact, many things happened in Pangu world after Pangu and a group of Chaos Fiend Celestials visited the ancient holy palace. The ancient holy palace was an indescribable place. Pangu and the other Chaos Fiend Celestials went in, but not many of them managed to come out safely. The defensive magic formation in the ancient Holy Palace reminded Ji Hao of the Buddhist League, where there was a world in a grain of sand and a Tathagata in a flower. Perhaps an extremely great danger was hidden in every tiny grain of sand. Inside every grain of sand, there was a world, and that world was filled with the violent, incomparable power of chaos. Even though those chaos fiends brought to the ancient Holy Palace by Pangu were born in the chaos, they couldn't withstand the invasion of the power of chaos. Most of the time, their souls were shattered, and they turned back into strands of chaos power, dissipating in the world. Pangu was lucky. He had great powers and great wisdom, and his body was especially strong, and his power was great as well. Meanwhile, he had quite a few powerful spirit treasures to protect himself. Therefore, when he went deep into the ancient Holy Palace, in the central hall of the palace, he learned some information about the destroyed Holy World and some treasures related to the Holy World. What does the Holy World look like? Wuxia could not help but ask curiously. Regarding the ancient Holy Palace, Pangu was only lucky enough to enter the central hall. If Wuxia wanted to enter, he would have to rely on his own efforts. Pangu knew nothing about the layout of the ancient Holy Palace. He left the palace after reaching the central hall, and there was still a vast space that he could not enter. So, instead of asking Pangu, he might as well give it a try himself. On the other hand, the information about the Holy World made Wuxia very curious. Pangu grinned, smacked his lips, frowned, and pondered for a while. After a long while, he nodded slowly and said, "The Holy World? It's just a world, and the supreme experts of that world call themselves sages. They have unimaginably great divine abilities and abilities. Not to mention anything else, just a little worm in the Holy World, an existence like an ant in our world, has the same strength as the so-called primordial immortals." Wuxia swallowed a mouthful of wine with difficulty. The wine was like a stone, nearly choking Wuxia to death. Pangu frowned and nodded to Wuxia with a smile, then continued to tell Wuxia some things he knew. The Holy World was such a world, an incomparably powerful and enormous world. Even a worm in the Holy World had the strength of a primordial immortal in Pangu world, not to mention those living beings that were 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than worms. Not to mention the true strength of the supreme experts in the Holy World, a realm that even Pangu could not fathom. For example, the primordial supreme treasures possessed by Tao fusing experts in Pangu world were indeed powerful, but compared to the saint treasures used by the true supreme beings in the Holy Realm, those primordial supreme treasures were like fireflies to the sun. The so-called supreme treasures of primordial in Pangu world were only the spiritual projections left in the chaotic world after the sacred treasures of the Holy World collapsed. Compared to the real sacred treasures, they were like shadows, which showed how powerful the Holy World was. Aside from these worldly possessions, the experts of the saints' world possessed the power to create something out of nothing. They could create a treasure, a living being, or an entire race out of nothing with a single thought. They could create things out of thin air and did not need any real materials. As for the human race in Pangu world, they were created by the Wahuang clan and other chaos fiend gods with Pangu's bloodline and the bloodlines of countless divine beasts and birds. They spent countless rare materials to finally create the first ancestor of the human race. Even the ancient sacred palace itself was a tomb created out of thin air by the supreme experts of the saints' world when the saints' world was destroyed, or in other words, it was a monument or something else. The ancient sacred palace was the final trace left behind by the saints' world. It hid countless secrets regarding the saints' world and contained countless records regarding the saints' world. Pangu told Wuxia straightforwardly that the things he obtained from the ancient sacred palace were only a drop in the ocean compared to the real treasures of the ancient sacred palace. But back then, Pangu did not have the courage to stay in the ancient sacred palace anymore. He just took everything he could get, then immediately went back the way he came. At that time, Pangu's cultivation was even lower than the current Wuxia's. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to enter the central hall of the ancient sacred palace. After leaving the ancient sacred palace, Pangu fell in love with the holy world. But he also understood the risk of entering the ancient sacred palace again. Therefore, he used his secret magic he learned from the ancient sacred palace, the power to create a world and enter a dream. He split the chaos with a strong power, separated the Taiji, stabilized the earth, water, fire, and wind, divided the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and created a small world, which was the current Pangu world. Pangu's body became Pangu continent, and his internal organs became different secret realms of Pangu world. Over 90% of his life force merged with a secret treasure he found in the ancient sacred palace, and evolved into the All-Spirits Cauldron, the original spirit treasure of Pangu world. The cauldron could control the direction of the great Tao of Pangu world, and was the core of the power to create a world and enter a dream. With the cauldron, Pangu could cast his power smoothly. Without the cauldron, Pangu destroying himself and creating a new world would be no different from committing suicide. Before he becomes powerful enough, Pangu will never take another step into the ancient sacred palace. Looking at Wuxia seriously, Pangu continued, "But the mysteries of the holy world make it hard for me to stop once I touch it. But the power to create a world and enter a dream allows Pangu to peek into the secrets of the holy world." Wuxia curiously looked at Pangu, quietly waiting for him to continue. The only function of the cauldron was to extract original soul particles from the boundless chaos, turn them into Yuan Ling's soul, and merge them into the 6 paths of reincarnation of Pangu world. Therefore, the Huahuang clan was said to be in charge of time and the reproduction of all souls for this reason. These original soul particles contain the soul particles of the most powerful beings and countless other living beings who perished when the holy world was destroyed. Wuxia swallowed another mouthful of wine with difficulty, then stared at Pangu with his dead, fish-like eyes. Pangu smilingly nodded and said, "But original soul particles can never be destroyed. This is the eternal law, a law that is even higher than the so-called Great Tao of nature in Pangu world. Even if you destroy a living being's soul and destroy his or her soul, the original soul particles will never dissipate. More or less, the spirit marks of those living beings will remain in the original soul particles." Looking at Pangu, Wuxia took a deep breath. No wonder the Huahuang clan and the Chaos Monster created the humankind, and Pangu created Pangu world. The 10,000 spirit cauldron had been ceaselessly absorbing soul particles from the chaos, turning them into souls and returning them to the reincarnation cycle of Pangu world. Sleeping in Pangu world, Pangu soul would be able to peek into the memories of all souls from the holy world. If one soul happened to contain the soul particles of the most powerful beings in the holy world, those cultivation spells, spell symbols, and knowledge of the holy world would all belong to Pangu, wouldn't they? What a great cauldron! What a great owner of the cauldron, the Huahuang clan. As the owner of the cauldron for Pangu, the relationship between the Huahuang clan and Pangu was obvious. The problem was, since the cauldron was so powerful, was the Huahuang clan really the weakest one among all Tao fusing beings? Wuxia burped. He would be a fool if he believed that. Chapter 1093. After a long talk with Pangu, Wuxia was filled with mixed emotions. Wuxia asked Pangu, "Is the so-called Great Tao that I created Pangu world and cultivated the divine ability of creating worlds and entering dreams?" Pangu told Wuxia frankly that he was doing this for the so-called Great Tao. It was described in the ancient sacred palace as the law of permanence, which was 1,000,000,000 times more profound than the so-called Great Tao of Pangu world and the various mysteries of chaos fiend gods. If one could comprehend it thoroughly, one could truly transcend the mortal world and become a saint. This was a true saint, a level higher than the supreme experts of the sacred world. It was a truly immortal existence, and even the World Breaker could not hurt it. The reason why the sacred world had attracted the World Breaker and completely destroyed it was that some of its supreme experts had touched the law of permanence and were about to take the last step. According to Pangu's meditation over the years, the existence of the World Breaker was similar to the heavenly tribulation in Panga continent. Some people in the sacred world had touched the law of permanence and were about to reach the realm of immortality. That was why the World Breaker appeared. The so-called World Breaker did not destroy the world, but the realm of those supreme experts. Pangu had been in a deep sleep for so many years, and in his dreams, he had obtained a great deal of knowledge about the sacred world. From it, he had also learned some special methods to deal with the World Breaker. Just like the various methods of Buddhist League and Tao League to expel the inner demons and invisible heavenly devils, the almighty experts of the sacred world also had powerful divine abilities to deal with the World Breaker. Although Pangu had only learned 3 to 5 moves from the book, dealing with Xianxia and Huan Yin, who hadn't fully recovered their powers yet, was surely a piece of cake. Therefore, Pangu easily sent them flying out of Pangu world. Hearing Pangu's words, Wuxia did not speak for a long while. After a long silence, he asked Pangu what kind of existences those Tao fusing experts were to Pangu world. Hearing Wuxia's question, Pangu remained silent for a long while as well. Narrowing his eyes, he gulped down the wine, and a couple of hours later, he finally responded to Wuxia. When Pangu created the world, the Wahuang clan was a close friend of Pangu. Therefore, the Wahuang clan controlled the 10,000 spirit cauldron and secretly guarded Pangu world for him. In truth, Pangu world had been created by Pangu to study his combat arts. The other chaos demon gods who had entered the world hadn't harmed Pangu at all. Instead, it was Wahuang who had created the human race with the power of many chaos demon gods, helping Pangu complete the most important step in his study of combat arts. Ever since the creation of Pangu world, Pangu had fallen into a deep slumber, and the Wahuang clan had been living in peace. The other chaos monsters were either hanging around in the chaos or visiting Pangu world to relax. Everyone lived in harmony. In fact, this situation could be maintained. However, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had some encounters in the ancient holy palace. They understood what Pangu was doing and what his purpose was. However, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs did not obtain as great a fortune as Pangu. They did not obtain the few treasures in Pangu's hands, nor did they obtain more records about the Holy Realm. According to Pangu's study and analysis in these years, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs probably obtained some cultivation scriptures from a Holy Realm. At the same time, they learned about the existence of the eternal saint realm in the Holy Realm. Therefore, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs chose another path that would harm Pangu and benefit themselves. They merged themselves with Pangu world, comprehended the great Tao of Pangu world, and then reached a magical state of symbiosis with Pangu. If Pangu made a great achievement, they would surely have a share of it. Even the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs' great plan this time was not only to bask in Pangu's glory, but also to become the ruler of Pangu world. They wanted to expel Pangu, the creator of this world, and at least be able to fight against Pangu. Wuxia was fascinated by this. It was simply unimaginable. Looking at the sky with a cold smile, Pangu said blandly, "What the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs have done is like Pangu painstakingly building a house with his own flesh and blood, hoping to rely on this house to absorb energy and use it as the foundation to build a great palace. But they are living on this house, turning themselves into the beams and pillars of the house, hoping that when this ordinary cottage becomes a palace, they will be reborn and benefit from it." Wuxia nodded silently. Pangu's description was extremely reasonable. Laughing coldly, Pangu gulped down the wine while proudly describing his countermeasures against the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs to Wuxia. When Pangu was studying his divine power, he could not split his attention to deal with the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. But he could slightly change the rules of the great Tao of Panga world and send all kinds of disasters and tribulations. That was why the so-called apocalypse of heaven and earth existed, and all kinds of tribulations faced by cultivators. All of this was to weaken the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, so that they would not have too much power to interfere with the operation of Panga world. To put it bluntly, the so-called apocalypse was the war between Pangu's subconsciousness and the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. Therefore, Empress Hua could live peacefully in Empress Hua's palace without suffering any tribulations, and the 18 saints of the Holy Alliance could live like wild cranes without worrying about any tribulations. But the disciples of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs were killed or wounded every few hundred eons. If they encountered an apocalypse of heaven and earth, almost all the disciples of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs would die. Hearing Pangu's words, Wuxia couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Such a scheme, such a competition, made him speechless. Looking at Wuxia with a smile, Pangu told Wuxia bluntly that even the 18 saints of the Holy Alliance were carefully selected by the subconsciousness of Panga world when Pangu was asleep. The 18 Tao, fusing experts of the Holy Alliance were all idle and loyal people. They did not know what had happened in the ancient sacred palace, and they had no intention of coveting Panga world. That was why Great Horns and the other members of the Holy Alliance could successfully fuse with the Tao. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have been killed by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, and would not have had the chance to fuse with the Tao. It was also because of the existence of these 18 idle Tao fusing experts that the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs could imperceptibly restrain the actions of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. They were like an invisible rope that prevented the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs from acting as they pleased. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had done everything they could think of. They were afraid that chaos fiend gods would compete with them for the possible benefits that Panga world could bring in the future. Therefore, they stirred up all kinds of disputes and conflicts, even triggering a great war between chaos fiend gods and the first batch of gods of Panga world. They took advantage of the chaos and caused chaos fiend gods to fall one after another. If Pangu's subconsciousness had not joined hands with the Huahuan clan to protect some people, even if Yuan Ling had been killed, Wuxia would not have existed today, and the 18 Tao fusing experts of the Holy Alliance would not have existed. Wuxia stared blankly at Pangu. It seemed that he owed Pangu a great favor here. Shaking his head and sighing with emotion, Wuxia smiled at Pangu and said, "According to you, old friend Pangu, is it possible to fuse with the Tao in Pangu world?" Pangu gave Wuxia a look, then waved his hand generously and said with a smile, "Old friend Yuan Ling, you are a man of character. If you fuse with the Tao, and if Pangu achieves something in the future, you will certainly help each other. Don't you know what kind of person Pangu is? The pursuit of the eternal great Tao is full of dangers. If Panga doesn't have 1 or 2 friends to help him, he won't have the confidence to break through." Wuxia nodded slowly. Countless plans popped up in his mind. Panga's words gave him too many ideas. Pangu creating a world to study magic was a shortcut to understanding the great Tao. However, it was also very dangerous for him to create Panga world. At least the existence of the 13 world breakers directly threatened Pangu and the world he created. Perhaps he could quickly learn some secrets related to the Holy Realm, but the vast Panga world was here. Even if Daozu didn't bring the 1,000 heads here, these world breakers would notice Panga world sooner or later. It was like diving into the sea to catch a pearl in the water with blood all over your body. Although the harvest was great, the sharks that smelled the blood would kill you. In the old days, the Holy Realm was so strong, but most of them were destroyed by the world breakers. How could Panga world be like now? Even if Pangu learned how the people in the Holy World banished world breakers, Thousand Heads, and Huan Yin were badly injured. When they recovered in the chaos and saved the other 11 world breakers, Pangu's world would have to face a disaster. Pangu's world would be destroyed. Smiling bitterly, Wuxia picked up the wine jar and drained it. Pangu just smiled and looked at Wuxia, but he didn't say a word. Pangu had shown his kindness. It was now up to Wuxia to choose. If Wuxia was willing to join hands with Pangu to pursue the endless great Tao, then it would be good to have a reliable and unambitious friend. Just like the 18 Tao, fusing cultivators of the Holy Alliance, their personalities determined that they wouldn't plot against Pangu. This was different from the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. Over the years, they had been plotting for the right to control Pangu world, hadn't they? If Wuxia didn't appreciate it, it didn't matter. Wuxia still owed him for saving his life. With Pangu's understanding of Wuxia's previous life, he wasn't afraid that Wuxia would do anything against him. Finishing the wine jar, Wuxia smacked his lips and smiled bitterly for a long while, then sighed and said, "If I fuse with the great Tao, I have to live and die with Pangu world? Is there no other way to avoid disaster?" Pangu smacked his lips as well. He picked up the wine jar and took a sip. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, "The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs surely have to live and die with Pangu world, but Pangu's friends don't have to. Since Yuan Ling has fused with the great Tao of heaven, he can naturally be separated from the great Tao of heaven. But if my old friends will leave, just leave." The 16 Buddhist patriarchs can be your shields. How can it be so easy to leave? Wuxia looked at Pangu in a daze, while Pangu looked at Wuxia smilingly. They looked at each other for a long while, then reached out their hands and gave each other a heavy palm strike. Wuxia smiled and said, "In that case, my old friend Pangu, please take care of me in the future." Pangu said seriously, "Of course. The path of Tao is long and full of dangers. Without the help of 3 to 5 best friends, I'm afraid Pangu won't have a chance to wake up." They glanced at each other. Then Wuxia took out thousands of jars of wine from Yuan Ling's nether realm and threw them on the ground, then turned around and left this small world. Cooperating with Pangu, at least there's no harm. Wuxia pondered as he transformed into a beam of light and sped across the void. However, the threat of the world breakers was right in front of him. Wuxia decided that he had to go to the ancient Holy Palace. As for what was in the ancient Holy Palace, Wuxia had to find out. Chapter 1094. Outside Empress Hua's palace, an auspicious mist rose 30,000 miles into the sky, and a purple light illuminated the void. The great sect masters of the Tao League, the revered ones of the Buddhist League, the 6 sacred emperors of Great Yu, and the famous human emperors who had ascended to the throne of a mortal emperor through virtue were all here. Great Horns' disciple, the Lion Man, had also arrived with dozens of red-robed Taoists, as well as the disciples of the other Tao fusing experts of the Holy Alliance. For a moment, hundreds of the strongest, almighty experts of Pangu world had gathered here, except for those like Wuxia and some reclusive cultivators. The Huahuan clan and the sacred emperors, and human emperors of the human race stood guard in front of Empress Hua's palace, silently looking at the 2 groups of people on the east side. The group on the east side was naturally led by the 9 Daozu, followed by the 99 sect masters of the 33 heavens of Tao League. The other group was led by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. Apart from the 3 revered ones who had betrayed the Buddhist League and destroyed the Vajra revolving formation, there were 27 revered ones from the 8 directions world, the 9 heavens pure lands, the 10 earthly Buddhist kingdoms, and the 9 revered ones from each of the 3 eras, as well as the 3 revered ones from each mountain of Mount Vulture. All in all, 90 revered ones stood quietly behind the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. Standing opposite the Tao-breaking experts led by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were the disciples led by the 18 saints of the Holy Alliance. However, the disciples of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were flourishing. Although the Buddhist League and the Tao League were the protagonists of the great tribulations of heaven and earth and were often wiped out. Under the careful guidance and care of the Buddhist patriarchs and the Daozu, the Buddhist League and the Tao League now had nearly 200 Tao-breaking experts. The 18 saints of the Holy Alliance, on the other hand, were all lazy people. Great Horns only had the Lion Man as his personal disciple, who was at the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. The other dozens of red-robed Taoists were at most nominal disciples of the Holy Alliance, and their cultivation bases were only at the realm of Tao reasoning. Of the 18 members of the Holy Alliance, only 30 were in the Tao-breaking realm. Compared to the Buddhist schools and Taoist societies, there was a huge gap. Even if the Huahuang clan had more than 20 meritorious human emperors in the history of the Yu, their power was still incomparable to that of Buddhism and Taoism. The three parties looked at each other quietly for a while. After a long time, the Huahuang clan snorted coldly and said, "Why are there so many people here?" The eaves of Empress Hua Palace were too small to accommodate so many guests. Goddess Nviwa is not rich, and the pots and pans in Empress Hua's palace are not enough. Even if I want to serve a cup of tea, I don't have enough power. You'd better take your disciples back. Great Horns and the other members of the Holy Alliance laughed in unison as they looked at the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs with great joy. But how thick-skinned were the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs? They pretended that they did not hear the meaning of expulsion in the Huahuang clan's words, and just stood there with a smile on their faces, calculating. After a long while, Daozu suddenly said with a smile, "Holy Mother Empress was wrong. The invasion of 1,000 heads and the appearance of illusions. Panga world is already in a great danger. If we're not careful, our souls will be destroyed." Buddha Guarding Heart said cooperatively, "Our top priority now is to complete the God Conferment Plan as soon as possible, settle the powers of heaven, earth, and mortal realms, and gather the power of Panga world to fight against the powerful enemies." After a brief calculation with his fingers, Buddha Guarding Heart nodded and said, "The celestial court should have 6 celestial emperors, 36 righteous deities, 108 subordinate deities, 1,080,000 celestial lords, 36 million immortal officials, 1.08 billion immortal officials, and 10 billion heavenly soldiers. These numbers need to be supplemented one by one." Daozu said in a deep voice, "Beyond the celestial court, there should be 18 righteous mountain god emperors and 18 water god emperors in the realm of earth. There should be a mountain god for mountains, a water god for water, a land god for 100 miles, and a city god for 1,000 miles. There should be a village god, a community god, a kitchen god, and all the other clergies, which should be 10,000 times more powerful than the celestial court. Panga continent is so vast, and the number of clergies is so great that each of them needs to be presided over." Buddha Guarding Heart narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "These are the gods of mountains and rivers that Panga continent should have, and they are only half of the gods in the realm of earth. The netherworld is also part of the realm of earth, and the 6 paths of reincarnation should be built to guard it. Each palace needs a nether samsara emperor. Each palace should have 18 nether kings, which are in line with the will of the 18 hells. They also need the cooperation of judges, registrars, and other subordinates. In order to suppress the Xianxia of the netherworld and suppress the ferocious souls, the netherworld needs an immeasurable number of nether soldiers to guard it." The people of the Holy Alliance just sneered. Huahuang clan was silent for a long time, then said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, have you forgotten our agreement that day?" Daoist Purple Brows took a step forward and said slowly, "How can we forget? However, Xianxia and Huan Yin have appeared one after another. If we don't act now, Panga world will be in danger of collapsing. Don't forget, Holy Mother Empress Hua, that Xianxia and Huan Yin have destroyed Panga world, and the real victims are the weak human race." Hua Huang didn't say a word. She only sneered. Great Horns shook his big head and shouted, "Tisk, you're lying through your teeth. Did some almighty experts drive those two out of Pango World just now? It's true that Xianxia and Huan Yin have strong cultivation bases, but they are badly wounded now, and their cultivation bases are not even as strong as our in-name disciples. Lao Tzu alone can clean them up. Buddha and Daozu sneered in unison and cried out in unison. If that's the case, you go. Great Horns opened his mouth, tilted his head, and said nothing. His face was not even red, as if he did not say those heroic words just now. Great Horns was not stupid. Xianxia and Huan Yin were indeed badly wounded and had not recovered from their injuries, but they could not be killed. But Xianxia and Huan Yin could not be killed. Even if he crushed their bones and scattered their ashes, it would not take long for them to reappear. Great Horns was too lazy to do such a thankless task. In order to deal with Xianxia and Huan Yin, the only way was to suppress them. But Great Horns was not an expert in the art of sealing. He could beat Xianxia and Huan Yin badly, but sealing and suppressing them was not his forte. Therefore, no matter how the Buddhist patriarchs and Tao patriarchs ridiculed him, he pretended not to hear them. Looking up at the sky, he hummed a folk song while shaking his right leg with an indescribable joy. He wantonly glared at Buddha and Daozu out of the corner of his eyes, his expression clearly saying, "I'm messing with you. Come and beat me if you have guts." Buddha and Daozu were well-mannered. They glared at Great Horns and snorted coldly at the same time. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Taoists did not want to waste their breath on such a bore. So what if they want to quarrel with Great Horns? Taking a deep breath, Taoist purple-browed walked up to Wahuang Clan with a serious face. He cupped his fist slightly to Wahuang Clan and said solemnly, "Niwa, I don't know who the almighty expert who struck just now is, but even if he has an almighty cultivation base, he can't really kill those scourges. The great calamity of Pango World is right before us. If we follow our plan of investiture of gods and gather the power of the whole Pango World, we might have a chance of suppressing them. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger of dying." Wahuang Clan put away the pearl and the sword in her hand, squinted at Taoist purple-browed and sneered. Buddha and Daozu looked solemn, and there was no flicker in their eyes. But everyone present knew very well who was the one who had defeated Huan Yin and expelled Xianxia from Pango World with just a finger. Apart from Pangu, who else could defeat 2 world destroyers so easily in front of so many Tao fusing experts without leaving a trace? Wahuang Clan had a plan for Pangu's sudden appearance, and she had even been looking forward to this day. The 18 experts of the Holy Alliance were indifferent to Pangu's appearance. They were only happy to have another fair-weather friend. As for other disputes of interests, a boorish man like Great Horns had no idea what interests he and Pangu had to fight over. When they were full and bored, they could just close their eyes and sleep. After all, when they had reached the realm of Tao fusing, they could improve their cultivation base and attainments even by sleeping. So, what was there to fight over? But the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were different. They had their own plans and calculations. With Pangu's sudden appearance, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, whose disciples had been fighting each other to the death, did not need to communicate with each other. The broken alliance was restored immediately, and the broken feelings became close again. The deaths and injuries of their disciples drifted away like clouds, and they were now close comrades on the same side again. The grand plan of investiture of gods must be pushed forward by force and finalized in the shortest time possible. So what if they had to clash head-on with Wahuang Clan and the Holy Alliance? At the worst, they could just teach the Wahuang Clan and the 18 scourges of the Holy Alliance a painful lesson, letting them understand the gap between a disbanded army and a regular army. At the thought of this, the eyes of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs gleamed fiercely. The murderous aura around them transformed into a purple-black cloud that enveloped the whole heaven beyond heaven. Wahuang Clan frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly sneered and said, "Fine, fine, fine. I understand what the 16 fellow Taoists are thinking. Investiture of gods? Very well, just do it, fellow Taoists. But let me make it clear first. If you want to become gods, you're not allowed to sacrifice the human race. As for the divine positions, she glanced at the Buddhist patriarchs and Tao patriarchs with a cold, knife-like gaze, then snorted coldly and said, I'll use your disciples to fill those godhoods. In short, you have many disciples, and it is more than enough to fill those divine positions. The expressions of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs changed instantly. Use their own disciples to fill those divine positions? How could that be possible? In their plan, those high-ranking divine positions would naturally be filled by their own disciples. However, the immortal officials and heavenly soldiers of the celestial court, the divine soldiers and marine soldiers of the land, and the nether soldiers and guards of the netherworld naturally had to be filled with human warriors. After all, the investiture of gods this time was different from the emperor of the celestial court supported by the Tao League. This time, the divine positions determined by the list of investiture of the gods were also divine positions that were in line with the law of the heavenly Tao. Once a divine position was conferred, he would never be able to get rid of it. He could only use the power of his own divine position to resist the enemy, and it would be difficult for him to improve his strength for the rest of his life. Which disciple of the Buddhist League or the Tao League would be willing to be a slave to the divine position forever? His face turned cold, and Purple Eyebrows Taoist heaved a long sigh and said, If that is the case, I can only inconvenience fellow Taoist Niwa. Purple Eyebrows Taoist raised his hand, and a golden brick appeared in his palm and smashed toward Wawang clan. Chapter 1095. Seeing Violet Brow Daozu attack the Wahuang clan, Xianyuan and Shinnong roared at the same time and slashed their swords and knives at Violet Brow Daozu at the same time. However, Buddha Guarding Heart suddenly flashed out from behind Violet Brow Daozu. In his palm, an alms bowl glowing with white light rose into the air, with 9 white dragons hovering in it. Wisps of white light stared at the swords and knives of the 2 Saint Emperors and slowly dragged them into the alms bowl. Before Xianyuan and Shennong could take out other magic treasures, Buddha Guarding Heart chuckled and spread out his left hand. A crisp pink lotus slowly bloomed in his palm, and a world of mountains and rivers about a foot in diameter emerged from the center of the lotus. 2 streams of water flashed, and the 2 Saint Emperors were sucked into the Buddhist kingdom in his palm. Faint chanting rose into the sky. In the small Buddhist kingdom, hundreds of millions of Bodhi trees grew densely and surrounded the 2 Saint Emperors. 99 golden Buddhas, countless bodhisattvas, and arhats sat on the Bodhi trees with all kinds of Buddhist magic treasures in their hands, tightly surrounding the 2 Saint Emperors. Emperor Huang Xianyuan took out a huge purple seal and smashed it all over the sky. Everything in its path was shattered. Whether it was the golden body of the Buddha or the boundless Bodhi forest, everything was destroyed by the purple dragon-shaped light that shot out from the seal. However, no matter how many things Xianyuan destroyed, the sacred Buddhas and the Bodhi trees could always be destroyed. There was no end to them, which made them despair. Under the protection of Xianyuan, Shinnong, the Yin Emperor, carefully sprinkled countless herbal seeds around. As he chanted, the seeds grew wildly, including countless poisonous herbs. There were all kinds of poisonous herbs, such as intestine-severing grass, aconitum, and throat-sealing blood. All kinds of poisonous herbs mixed with each other and gave birth to countless strange poisonous herbs with strange properties. Wherever the wind blew, these poisonous herbs sprayed venom and poisonous pollen, which turned into colorful clouds and spread rapidly in all directions. Wherever the clouds passed, the Bodhi forest that was destroyed by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan could no longer be revived. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who had their golden bodies shattered could only recover with great difficulty. Buddha Guardian Heart couldn't help but nod and smile as he looked at the Buddhist kingdom in his palm. As expected of the sacred emperors of the human race, one has shocking combat prowess and dominates the world, while the other is well-versed in the nature of plants and has marvelous means. Interesting. It's worth this old monk arguing with you. He slapped his forehead hard, causing 3 fist-sized purple sariras to shoot out from his forehead. They immediately transformed into 3 golden bodies of Buddhas identical to Buddha Protector, which flew into the Buddhist kingdom. The 3 golden bodies of Buddha were not afraid of the poisonous clouds that Emperor Yin Shenong scattered. They exerted their infinite powers and rushed to the 2 of them. They fought in close combat with Emperor Huang Xianyuan, who was smashing everywhere with a big seal. The 2 sacred emperors were immediately caught in a bitter battle. Emperor Xianyuan was out of breath because of the 2 golden bodies of Buddhas, while Emperor Yin Shenong, who was not good at fighting, could only produce a green wooden barrel and unleash a great sheet of bright light to block the attacks from the other golden body of Buddha. Buddha Protector easily gained the upper hand, and he threw his head back and laughed complacently. Without making a sound, Great Horns pulled out his spear, straightened it, and thrust it toward Buddha heart-guarding. After thrusting the spear 18 times in a row, he cried out, "Kill him, brothers!" Why are these ox-noses and bald donkeys practicing again? Damn it, why can't these fools fight each other? Didn't you fall out with each other? If that's the case, you should kill him with all your might. 18 loud booms rang out one after another. With a white lotus in his left hand and a colorful tree branch in his right, guarding Will, who was the best at defense among the 7 Buddhist patriarchs, came up to Great Horns with ease and waved the branch 18 times in a row, fending off all of Great Horns' attacks. Not only that, he also circled the lotus in his left hand and dragged 2 saints of the Sacred Alliance into the battle. The other Buddhist patriarchs and Daozu struck out one after another to stop the members of the Sacred Alliance behind Great Horns. As soon as they took over the battle, they flew toward the distance of the heavens beyond heaven, trying their best to avoid the battle from affecting others. Nearly 200 Tao-breaking experts from the Buddhist League and the Tao League unleashed their supreme treasures of primal chaos. Without saying a word, they arranged themselves into the Tao League's Dragon-Tiger Separation and Reunion Immortal Slaying Array and the Buddhist League's Infinite Mahakasyapa Evil Subduing Array. The disciples of the 18 saints of the Sanctuary Alliance, led by the Sphinx, charged fearlessly into the Dragon-Tiger Separation and Reunion Immortal Slaying Formation. Yingzheng and the other 6 saint emperors, together with a dozen or so human emperors of the Yu, roared in unison. Shrouded in the towering golden and black energy of virtue, they strode into the formation. As soon as the formation was activated, and as soon as one of the world venerables struck Yin Dan on the shoulder with his Vajra scepter, the golden and black energy around Yin Dan flickered, and a purple-black thundercloud of heavenly tribulation appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then, a terrible thunder tribulation came whistling down and battered the world venerables with the scepter. The power of the thunder tribulation was so amazing that before the world venerables could exercise a divine ability of the Buddhist League to protect himself, the Buddhist treasures around him were smashed to pieces. His golden-green body was scorched, and black smoke rose from it, making him look wretched. Yingzheng and the other 20-odd saint emperors and human emperors of the human race burst into laughter. Relying on the virtues of the heavenly Tao to protect themselves, they did not even bother to produce any defensive treasures. Instead, they held their heads high and rushed toward the world venerables. The dozens of world venerables were forced into a tight corner. They did not know whether to fight or not to fight these saint emperors and human emperors of great virtues. For a moment, the infinite evil subduing formation was in danger of collapsing. The few Buddhist patriarchs who were fighting the people of the Sacred Alliance were so angry that they cursed their disciples for being fools. Among the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist League, the Vajra Zen focused more on besieging and suppressing. Since they could not fight or touch them, why couldn't they suppress them? Only then did the world venerables in the infinite evil, subduing formation come to their senses. They hastily unleashed their immeasurable Buddhist power, transforming into a dazzling golden banner that pressed down from above, trapping all the saint emperors in the middle. In this way, it became a comparison of cultivation base between the two sides, and they no longer had to worry about hurting some human emperors that they could not afford to provoke and attracting another round of thunder tribulation. The world venerable who was struck by the thunder tribulation just now coughed out a mouthful of black smoke and blood. Only then did he join the battle angrily, waving countless golden lotuses and adding them into the banner. These words seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. Even when the golden brick thrown out by Purple Eyebrows Daozu was still 3 inches away from Huang clan's face, the gale raised by the golden brick had already shattered a strand of hair in front of Huang clan's forehead. Huang didn't react at all. She only stared at the golden brick crashing down in front of her with a complicated expression. She seemed to be filled with memories and longing, but there was also a tinge of worry and fear in her eyes. With a loud bang, golden light shone in all directions, and the foot-wide golden brick forcibly smashed on Huang clan's face. Immortals in the Taoist League were used to forging golden bricks to hit people. Among the disciples of several Taoist League masters, there were great immortals who were famous for smashing people with bricks. But as Purple Eyebrows Daozu, the golden brick in his hand could be said to be the ancestor of all golden bricks in the world. This golden brick was the first brick condensed by the power of creation in Pangu world when Pangu created the world. This brick condensed the power of the innate 5 elements, combined with the immeasurable power of creation, and was extremely powerful. This golden brick had no other divine abilities, only 2 characteristics. One was extremely heavy, and the other was extremely hard. That was all. In the past, Purple Eyebrows Daozu had used this golden brick to strike more than 1,000 times. Every time, the bodies and souls of several chaos fiend gods were smashed by this golden brick. Today, Purple Eyebrows Daozu smashed the Huang clan with the golden brick, but he did not expect that it would really work. Huang clan did not dodge, nor did she use her divine abilities to resist. Instead, she forcibly took the golden brick thrown by Purple Eyebrows Daozu with her forehead. Even Dao Father Violet Brow was taken aback by this strange turn of events. Empress, well, wasn't someone who'd be so easy to talk to, was she? Although he wanted to use force to force her to stop interfering with the God-conferring plan and let the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Taoist patriarchs carry out the God-conferring according to his will, he did not expect that the Huang clan would really be hit by this brick. Not to mention that the power of this brick was too great, and it was too painful to hit. The Huang clan was the holy mother of the human race, and it would not look good for her to be hit by this brick, right? Just as Purple Eyebrows Daozu was in a daze, the golden brick slowly flew up, revealing the unchanged face of the Huang clan. Sparks burst out along with the flying golden brick. The beautiful and gentle face of the Huang clan seemed to be cast from metal, and when it rubbed against the golden brick, countless sparks were produced. Nual, what are you? Purple Eyebrows Daozu was stunned. Daozu and Buddha, who were fighting the people of the Holy Alliance off to the side, were also stunned. The Huang clan had fused with the Dao through virtue, and her divine abilities and magic power were the weakest among all the Dao fusing saints. But today, they saw that she was able to block a strike from Purple Eyebrows Daozu's magical treasure with her fleshly body without getting hurt. It was clear that her body had been tempered to an unimaginable level. Buddha and Daozu were stunned, but the stubborn great horns and the others were not. The group of them went on a killing spree, throwing the group of Daozu and Buddha into a flurry and nearly making a fool of themselves on the spot. Empress Wa's long and slender neck, which was filled with motherly charm, made a crisp cracking sound as she shook it. This time, even Great Horn stopped attacking. The sound was too strange. It would not be a big deal if it were a burly man, 5 feet tall and burly with muscles. twisting his neck, but the quiet and gentle Wahuang clan. Almost instinctively, Great Horn swallowed and twisted his neck as well, producing an even louder cracking sound. Suddenly, the Wahuang clan smiled faintly. She bowed slightly to the dumbfounded Taoist and said in a low voice, "I made a fool of myself, fellow Taoists. In fact, I've been spending all these years in Empress Wa's palace, and, out of boredom, I've been condensing my Panga true body with Pangu, sacred energy. I've only made a small achievement now." The Wahuang clan, who was famous for her divine abilities, had condensed her Panga true body. Taoist saw stars flashing before his eyes. What was going on? The Wahuang clan was cultivating Panga true body? Wasn't that the cultivation technique Pangu used to cultivate his muscular frame? But before Taoist could come to his senses, countless stars flashed in front of him. With a sway of her body, the Wahuang clan suddenly crossed the distance of 1,000 feet and came in front of Taoist. Then, she gave him a clean punch in the face. A loud crack rang out as Taoist's tall nose sank deep into his face, and all his teeth flew out of Chi-Chi's mouth. Empress Wa's fair fist sank right into purple-browed Taoist's face, sinking an inch deep into his flesh. It was as if an arm had grown out of Taoist's face, or as if the Wahuang clan had grown a fist or a human head. It was extremely bizarre. Everyone in the hall swallowed at the same time. Wuxia, who was peeping at the commotion from tens of millions of miles away, also swallowed. Chapter 1096. There was a dead silence outside the Empress Wa Palace. The Wahuang clan, who had been hiding her strength for countless years, had beaten Mei Daozu to such a state with just one punch. As the Wahuang clan slowly withdrew her fist, a few crystal-clear white teeth that were faintly shrouded in clouds and mist fell from her fist. These teeth were shining brightly and contained great power. If they fell into the hands of a top artificer, they might be able to refine a top-grade treasure that was not inferior to a supreme treasure of Hongmeng. These were the teeth of Dao Father Violet Brow, an exalted Dao Father of the Dao Merge level. Every single tooth had been tempered by countless strands of immortal spiritual energy and primordial energy. Over the course of countless years, Dao Father Violet Brow had eaten innumerable immortal fruits and spirit medicines, and had drunk innumerable amounts of spirit spring water. After accumulating day and night, the spiritual qi accumulated in each tooth was probably equivalent to the cultivation base of 3 to 5 ordinary Tao-breaking cultivators. Such teeth were all precious treasures. Wahuang clan flashed back to the front of the Empress Wa Palace, frowning and shaking her arms. She murmured in a low voice, "This is the first time Yua has hit someone with her fists, and it feels good. Well, it's more enjoyable than beating someone into ashes with a magic treasure. It's so enjoyable, so enjoyable." All the Daozu and Buddha gasped at the same time. When Wahuang clan said this, her tone and tone were like that of a female leader who occupied a mountain. If she had a wine jar and a roasted beast leg in her hand, she would look extremely valiant. Purple golden sticky blood kept dripping from purple eyebrow Taoist chin. Just like his big teeth, his blood also contained an immeasurable amount of spiritual qi. Wisps of blood kept falling to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into purple-golden, translucent jade pieces. Wu Qi's heart ached as he watched from aside. What was the best spirit medicine in the world? Wasn't this just the flesh and blood of these Dao integration stage mighty figures? A drop of purple eyebrow Taoist blood could be refined into dozens of supreme-grade pills. It would be a pity to let it drop on the ground. This was the flesh and blood of a Dao integration stage holy sage. The blood essence of the 10,000-year-old Zoisha horse and the 100-million-year-old Zoisha immortal were all trash compared to the blood essence of the purple-browed Daozu. While Wu Qi was lamenting, purple-browed Dao Father's face, which had been deeply sunken by the punch, was slowly swelling up like an inflated balloon. Before long, his face had returned to its original state, and not a single scar could be seen on his face. However, He suddenly grinned. 7 or 8 of his white teeth were missing, and the dark cavities looked extremely comical. Licking his gums with his tongue, Mei Daozu spurted out a stream of purple gas from his mouth, and new teeth grew quickly. He ground his teeth, gave the Wahuang clan a very strange smile, and said, "Nuwa, your cultivation is really amazing. The real body of Pangu? I can't believe you're practicing such a brutal cultivation method." Putting her hands on her hips, Wahuang clan looked at Mei Daozu with a cold smile and said, "What? Could it be that Nuwa can only sit in the Empress Hua Palace, put on a demure look, and watch you bastards do whatever you want?" Just as Mei Daozu was about to reply, Wahuang clan suddenly flashed and appeared in front of him again. This time, Mei Daozu was prepared. With a point of his finger, a moon-white umbrella suddenly appeared in front of him. The umbrella, which had a circumference of tens of feet, was inlaid with millions of tiny, watercolor crystals. These crystals shone with a dazzling light, releasing countless tiny threads of light that interweaved in the air and turned into a huge light net that enveloped Mei Daozu. Shielding himself with the umbrella, Mei flicked his other finger. All the natural energies in the human realm beyond the heavens suddenly disappeared, and the void turned into a complete vacuum. An immeasurable amount of natural energies condensed into a bean-sized, crystal-clear thunderbolt on his fingertip. Along with a beautiful, celestial melody, it struck at the Wahuang clan's face at lightning speed. This thunderbolt was condensed from all the natural energies in the human realm beyond the heavens, and together with the secret of thunder magic that Mei Daozu had learned, it was powerful enough to destroy everything. Mei Daozu used all his strength to attack Wahuang clan's face with this thunderbolt, because he wanted to take revenge on Wahuang clan for almost punching through his head. If this thunderbolt hit Wahuang clan, he thought that he could at least knock out half of Wahuang clan's teeth. Wuxi's heart twitched as he watched from the side. This was the power of a Dao fusing expert. Yuan Ling had merged with the great Dao of heaven, and every move he made resonated with all the forces in the world. Wuxi thought that if he tried his best to mobilize all the natural energies in the human realm beyond the heavens, it would take him at least a quarter of an hour to mobilize all the natural energies, and then it would take him at least half an hour to compress such a huge amount of natural energies into a thunderbolt. However, with the help of a Dao fusing saint, all the natural energies in the human realm beyond the heavens would immediately be under his control. This was the only reason why Dao fusing saints were superior to all living beings in Pangu world. Wahuang clan's movements were extremely fast. As soon as the thunderbolt appeared, she immediately shook her body, and a muffled thunderclap came out of Wahuang clan's body. Shadows entangled around her, and the thunderbolt flew through the gaps between the shadows. Then, in a subtle arc, it shot towards the face of one of the shadows. A strange noise was heard, and a mighty aura shook the entire human realm beyond the heavens. 3 identical Wahuang clans appeared in front of Mei Daozu. A bright blue light rose from the heads of the 3 Wahuang clans, and the light turned into a Ganoderma-shaped, auspicious cloud, rolling in the air. 9 figures, who looked exactly the same as Wahuang clans, sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with their eyes closed. Wuxi gasped in amazement at the sight of 3 true bodies and 9 clones. Wahuang didn't make a move, but when she did, it was astonishing. She cultivated the Pangu real body, and her physical body was extremely strong. She had abundant blood essence and energy essence, which evolved into 3 doppelgangers with the same strength as her. At the same time, each doppelganger had cultivated 3 primordial spirits, which added up to 9 clones. With 3 bodies, Wahuang possessed an astounding close-quarters combat prowess. The 9 primordial spirits made her divine abilities and magic power reach an incredible level. Wuxi shook his head. This Wahuang clan's cultivation base which have been guarding the Empress Hua Palace since Pangu created the world, seem to be the strongest among the Tao fusing stage saints. The lightning bolt condensed from all the spiritual energy in the human realm beyond the heavens struck the face of one of Hua Huang clan's doppelgangers. The three Hua Huang clan's doppelgangers sneered in unison. Purple eyebrows, are you out of your mind? The human realm beyond the heavens is New Was Dojo, not your Daoyuotian Dao Yuan Palace. Purple eyebrows and Dao Zhu raised his eyebrows. He saw Hua Huang clan breathe out a breath casually, and a white gas blew the lightning bolt into pieces, which quickly turned into countless fragments of spiritual light. These tiny spiritual lights contain supreme spiritual energy. After losing the restraint of a lightning bolt, these spiritual energies turned into a destructive spiritual energy tide and swarmed in all directions. It was like hundreds of millions of angry dragons rolling in the human realm beyond the heavens, stirring up turbid spiritual energy vortexes all over the sky. This was the human realm beyond the heavens, the dojo where the Hua Huang clan had lived for countless years. Every inch of the void here was deeply imprinted with the spiritual imprint of the Hua Huang clan. When the 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists fought with the Hua Huang clan in the human realm beyond the heavens, their strength was weakened by 30%, while the magic power of the Hua Huang clan's divine abilities increased by 30%. As a result, the Hua Huang clan had gained a great advantage. Not allowing Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu to come up with other countermeasures, the 3 doppelgangers of the Hua Huang clan pulled out a weapon at the same time, which shone with spiritual light. Then, they used their infinite divine power to smash the huge light net that protected Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu. The 3 weapons were an axe, a hammer, and a pestle, all of which were huge and heavy. Like Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu's golden bricks, these 3 weapons only had the characteristics of being hard and heavy. Apart from being extremely hard and heavy, they had no other divine abilities. In the hands of others, such weapons could not exert their strongest power, but in the hands of the Hua Huang clan, who had cultivated the true form of Pangu, the 3 weapons burst out with terrifying power. The light net that protected Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu was smashed into pieces, and the 3 heavy divine weapons fiercely smashed Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu's body. The miserable sound of bones cracking rang out incessantly. Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu's lumbar spine were bent at a 90-degree angle, his pelvis shattered, and his shoulder blade collapsed into his chest. His whole body was beaten out of shape. Spurting out a mouthful of purple gold blood, Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu's long purple eyebrows slowly spewed out a large cloud of purple mist, which wrapped around his body and flew backward. His body wriggled rapidly in the purple cloud and soon returned to his original appearance. However, his Taoist robe had been smashed into pieces. Obviously, he had suffered a great loss. When Tao fusing saints fought against each other, there was no way for them to kill each other. The fact that the Hua Huang clan had beaten Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu into such a sorry state had already disgraced him greatly. Besides, it would take him at least several periods of cultivation to replenish the energy essence that Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu had consumed today. Violet-browed, Dao Father glared furiously at Hua Huang's 3 clones, who stood about a mile away. Gnashing his teeth, he fished out a small wooden bow from his sleeve, which was no more than a foot long, and 3 pitch-black arrows, each with a pale green rune drawn on its surface. Looking at Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu, Hua Huang clan's expression changed slightly. She sneered and said, "Isn't this the myriad poisons and curses soul-dispersing bow, Gu's natal magical artifact? So, when Gu and a group of chaos fiend gods explored that secret realm, they all died, and that was your doing?" Purple Eyebrows and Dao Zhu gently stroked the bow in his hand and sighed with great nostalgia. "Gu, I've long forgotten the name. Hee, such an extraordinary treasure. Isn't it a waste to let it fall into the hands of those brainless fools? Ever since this treasure fell into my hands, it has made countless contributions to our Tao League." "Contributions?" Huahuang clan sneered and said, "You mean assassinating countless chaos fiend gods who made things difficult for your Dao League?" Looking at Huahuang clan, Purple Eyebrows Daozu said, "Seriously, that's right. The rise of our Dao League is something you can't stop." The small wooden bow and arrow glowed with a faint light. Purple Eyebrows Daozu knocked the arrow and slowly aimed at Huahuang clan. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.